message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
Michael Wallace, NASA is already looking ahead after the Artemis II crew safely splashed down in the Pacific Ocean near San Diego following their trip around the moon.
We just brought some astronauts back from the moon.
An elated Jared Isaacman was on the recovery ship as Artemis II touched down. The NASA administrator says so much went well.
We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis III.
Artemis III is due to test lunar landers in Earth orbit next year. Isaacman says the next rocket's core stage is almost done. The solid rocket boosters are already here at the Cape. Peter King, CBS News at the Kennedy Space Center.
California Democratic Congressman and gubernatorial candidate Eric Swalwell has released a video defending himself after a former staffer accused him of rape.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They also come on the eve of an election where I have been the frontrunner candidate for governor in California. I do not suggest to you in any way that I'm perfect or that I'm a saint. I have certainly made mistakes in judgment in my past. But those mistakes are between me and my wife.
Congressional Democratic leaders have called on Swalwell to drop out of the governor's race, but did not urge him to resign from Congress. At a National Action Network conference in New York, the Reverend Al Sharpton asked former Vice President Kamala Harris if she will run for president again.
I am thinking about it, but let me also say this. I served for 4 years being a heartbeat away from the presidency of the United States. I spent countless hours in the Oval Office and the Situation Room. I know what the job is.
Harris fueled speculation about another presidential run last year when she decided not to run for governor of California. Vice President J.D. Vance has arrived in Pakistan for peace talks with an Iranian delegation.
Billboards with a dove symbol in the flags of the U.S., Pakistan, and Iran were on the tarmac, as well as hanging from light posts along the motorcade route. The delegations gathered for private meetings at a hotel. Iranian negotiator and parliamentary speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf said he entered the talks hopeful with good intentions, but cautious. Vance told U.S. reporters that President Trump gave him some, quote, pretty clear guidelines, and if the Iranians were willing to negotiate in good faith, the U.S. would extend the open hand. Jennifer Jacobs, CBS News, Islamabad.
The Interior Department has submitted renderings of the ark President Trump wants to build to the Commission of Fine Arts. It would be the tallest triumphal ark in the world, 250 feet tall, more than twice as high as the Lincoln Memorial. The white ark with gold trim would stand in a traffic circle on the Virginia side of the Potomac River, between the Lincoln Memorial and Arlington National Cemetery. This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here? How is this possible? Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why? It's time for 60 Minutes.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
The pain at the pump is having a big impact on small businesses.
Rising gas prices have left many businesses caught between a rock and a hard place. How much, if any, should they raise prices? Jake Krish owns a restoration and cleaning business in Louisville, Kentucky.
We're going to eat the costs as long as we can because everything's expensive. We don't want you to have to go without having a clean house because of the increase in prices.
Krish says his fuel costs jumped from $15,000 in January to $22,000 in March. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
What would you do if your employer mistakenly overpaid you? An Arkansas woman faces a felony theft charge after the in-home care company she works for mistakenly paid her $1,650 an hour instead of $16.50 an hour. She collected nearly $20,000 extra dollars before the company caught its mistake. She told police she couldn't return the money because she had already spent it. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. Clouds and sun tomorrow, warmer, high up to 78. Not as warm on Monday. We'll have clouds and a shower in the morning, then some sun returning on the high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mission accomplished. Good morning. It's your Pratt Pack. We begin for this Saturday. Artemis 2 astronauts returned to Earth from their moon mission yesterday with a splashdown landing in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego after making a high-speed re-entry through the atmosphere. The Orion capsule carried a crew of 4, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen back to Earth after a 9-day mission that set a record for the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from our planet. Navy recovery crews brought the astronauts to the USS John P. Murtha for medical checks before they were slated to be helicoptered back to land. What a historic day, and yes, another day for me to simply say, God bless America. Isn't it amazing for those of us who were there in 1969 when Neil Armstrong touched down on the lunar surface that we would still be thinking and dreaming and daring to look at the stars and beyond? So the great thing about this, it's just part one. because in early December, maybe even sooner than that, we're going to start looking towards 2028. It'll be here before you know it. Once 2027 hits, it'll be 2028 before you know it. And what does that mean? Simple. We go to the moon. Someone steps foot on the lunar surface. Time stands still for no one. But the great thing about what has happened here is an opportunity for America to actually have the thought process that, yes, once again, we will be going to the moon and beyond. You know, it absolutely is dazzling to think that this opportunity is upon us again in America. I mean, because for so many years it was put on the shelf, and I never thought we would ever return to the moon. But I believe now is the time to start setting our sights beyond and moving forward to Mars, and possibly using the ability, something that Elon Musk has talked about with SpaceX, taking minerals from these planets and bringing them back to, well, help Earth, to help us cultivate these rare earth minerals that we have here in combination with the rare minerals from places like Moon and the Mars planet, which I believe, not in my lifetime, but in my children's lifetime, we will successfully reach that. I know there's the age-old argument, why are we spending this kind of money when there's so much poverty and so many problems right here on Earth? I'm going to get to that in a minute. But I just want to tell you, be proud of who you are as an American, embrace this, and understand these are the type of things that we need to be hopeful. So December will be here. We'll turn the page to 2027, and the next thing you know, it will be T-minus in less than a year than counting. We're going back to the moon, and it's going to happen sooner or later. That's not just a good thing. That's a great thing. All right, so let me talk about those of you who may be saying, all right, so Artemis II, successful. They traveled the furthest from planet Earth, more so than anyone, even Apollo 13, 1970, right? So what does it mean? What's the future? And why are we spending this kind of money when people are struggling in such a bad way in this country? One of the things that I truly believe helped us get through when we started losing all of our manufacturing and things started to disappear 40 years ago was what happened about 10 years prior to that. Neil Armstrong landing on the moon. That soundtrack of my life. CBS News with Walter Cronkite, KDKA Television, KDKA Radio. That beautiful moonlit night as a 12-year-old looking at that full moon and hearing the words of Neil Armstrong. Look, back then, the only computer on the planet was aboard that spacecraft. That's where they were being developed in NASA and places like Cape Canaveral. Yeah, that's where the whole idea of computers, long before the World Wide Web and streaming and all the things that we can do today and how we all walk around with a computer in our hand. That moment in time has given us the ability to move forward and to ebb and flow, go through some of the most important times in our country's history, exhilarating and not so exhilarating, because of what we did on that wonderful July night in 1969. And what we've accomplished here with Artemis II, it's a chance to dare to dream again. And the thing that I think will help us get through so many of the battles that lie ahead as far as our economy and what we need to do to fight to bring people back together and get rid of this great divide in America is put us on a common ground. And the common ground is the thought process of in early 2028, someone like Neil Armstrong so many summers and years ago will set foot on the lunar surface of the moon. Do you understand what that means? That we're still daring to dream, still believing that we can do great things? And yes, I want to be able to beat China. I want to be able to beat Russia. And I'm sure they feel the same way. And wouldn't it be nice if we got into a space race and starting to put all of our energy into that and maybe finding a way to get to common ground as a planet and work together? And it would be much better fighting for that than fighting amongst each other for world dominance, because our countries are dwindling as far as the economy is concerned in each and every one of the big three. This means a whole new future, a whole new opportunity for my children and grandchildren to do what I did as an adolescent, which carried me through so many things in life. And every time I have a chance to gaze to that full moon above, it makes me believe that anything is possible. So I understand where you're coming from, but I'll end on this note. Two of the biggest names in space travel, Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk, SpaceX. It's private money, and they're spending money, yeah, maybe to make money, but they're investing in each and every one of us and space, the final frontier. Yeah, I love it. I think it's wonderful, and I want to see more of it. And I think all of us should be pretty proud right now. And I don't know about you, but I got home after a long day yesterday, doing a bunch of stuff on the social media side of things to promote a little bit here and other things happening in the world, some feel-good stuff. And when I got home, I was so tired. I was just like, get a shower, get to bed. You got to get up in a couple of hours. But I went live again on social media because it just gave me so much joy to see us doing something that's positive, giving us a chance to actually think that we can do just about anything. Man, it was a good feeling. And even though I'm a few years older since that 12-year-old in 1969, witnessing that yesterday on CBS News and rehashing and watching well past 11 o'clock, well past my bedtime, I felt the exact same way today as I did then. Hair on the back of the neck, the chills up and down my spine, thinking that America is the greatest planet on the earth. We have the greatest scientists, research, NASA, all the things, SpaceX, Blue Origin. We are taking a giant step into the future with stuff like that. And I know a lot of you still are trying to understand why, but listen, what we do in the way of waste money in this country frivolously and do nothing or accomplish anything from it, and I know we have a $38 trillion debt, but have you ever thought what this could actually do to help us find other ways to get motivated to go to work, to want to step up, roll up our sleeves, get back into manufacturing? Do you understand that this space flight that just completed moments ago, Artemis 2, furthest place from the planet ever, might just make America believe that they can do everything again, and they'll get back to wanting building things and making things and generating and creating. And when the space program needs a product, they won't have to look to another country because they can look to the United States of America. I wanted to begin with that today because it is a win-win. No matter what any of you think, it's a win-win. Be proud to be an American and embrace what we witnessed yesterday. And more than just the sky's the limit, the universe and beyond is now the limit again for the United States of America. Hey, as always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, or on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on KDK Watch live stream. And now you can also go to our KDK YouTube page and watch everything happening in our studio. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. And don't forget, NASCO Roofing instant access to our shows. A click away. Email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com. One more thing before we get to the break, I want to remind you the list of ticket drops for the night before featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Prophet at Rivers Casino, April 22nd. And today is April the 11th, so from 11 a.m. to noon, Township of Pine Giant Eagle Market District Supermarket, that's Town Center Drive, Wexford. April the 12th from 12 until 1, Rally House North Shore, General Robinson Street. April 14th, 5:30 to 6:30, Federal Gallery, 200 Children's Way, Pittsburgh. April 15th from noon until 1, the Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, 3255 Babcock Boulevard, Pittsburgh. April 15th, 4 to 5 p.m., AAA South Hills, 160 Fort Couch Road, Pittsburgh. April 16th, 2 to 3, Federal Firearms, 5035 Thomas Run Road, Oakdale. And April 16th from 5 to 6 p.m., Cohen's Markets, 5281 Library Road, Bethel Park. And don't forget to stop out at any Brewster's Ice Cream Pittsburgh locations Monday, April 13th between 6 and 9 p.m. for the Night Before Ticket Takeover. You can register to win 2 tickets to the Night Before featuring Jason Aldean at Rivers Casino on April 22nd. All the details at y108.com. Back with more in a moment.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
News Radio KDKA Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Quality Foods, with 8 locations to serve your Pittsburgh tradition. Brian Reynolds homered, and the Pirates beat the Cubs 2-0 yesterday in Chicago. Two teams again today, 2:20 first pitch, 93.7 The Fan. Pens, who clinched the postseason the other night against Jersey, will drop the puck this afternoon at 3 against Washington. And what a Masters the defending champion Rory McIlroy is having. He finished yesterday with a second-round 65. He has a 6-shot lead, the biggest lead for anyone in the history of the Masters after 36 holes. He is at 12 under. Sam Burns and Patrick Reed are 6 shots off the pace. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, don't forget, if you know someone who's doing some really cool things in your community and done something really extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now, kdkradio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. All right, here's Kenny up first on KDK with your Pat Pack. Hey, Ken.
Hey, what's going on? Not a big fan of the space program, I guess. I didn't grow up in that era. I kind of did, but it wasn't really that much. I was too young to really get into it. I don't know about today's youth, if they're going to be into it or not. I honestly can't tell you that.
Let me just say one thing why I disagree with you on that. You know, we had a young man who graduated from Seneca Valley in, I think, 2010, who was one of the voices that was basically communicating with Artemis II, and he talked about his love of Star Wars. And look, I got a couple of kids in that same generation. They grew up with Star Wars, you know, and they love space and beyond. And being that they're all tech geeks and can do all sorts of incredible things, I got two sons who work in cybersecurity. I beg to differ. I think young people today are more interested in that than they are as far as what's happening in the world of politics. So let's see how it plays out. But young people, they love space, and a lot of it has to do, they fell in love with Star Wars growing up as a kid. Anyway, what else on your mind?
No, nothing real. Like I said, I just called in to talk about that. And then this NFL draft, which is on every channel, it seems like 24/7. I'm hoping it goes well for the city. I mean, I'm seeing numbers for parking that they're advertising, and me personally, I'm not even coming close. Where I live, I'm 20-plus miles away, and I still cringe to think people coming this way to park and then get a bus into town. But, I'm hoping these guys get the numbers you want. And the people that show up, I'm hoping they're not gouged too much Because you know what, wherever they're from, if they are, they're going to go back to their city and say, oh, my God, I spent so much money here. But I don't know what other cities were charging in the past, so I can't really tell you. But it just seems like some of these prices are off the chart for parking. It was almost $200 a day.
Crazy, huh?
I mean, I don't know. Would you? Well, you probably get free parking where you're at, but I'm just saying.
Now I do. Not downtown, though, but here I do, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I still remember as when I was young, maybe 6 or 7, and we had a town up here. We had a parking authority up here at our local town, and my grandfather used to say, any town that charges for parking, they just won't be around long. And I mean, looking at what he said 45, 50 years ago, it's, I hate to say it, but the guy was right. I mean, you listen to your parents or grandparents and you listen to their ideas, but it seems like that they've known this stuff for years and that history repeats itself. And then, like I said, with another thing, with our manufacturing base, I mean, we had an opportunity here at one time to be China. I mean, we could have supplied the world with everything. And, I don't know, through corporate greed or through union greed, I mean, growing up through the times, we lost it. I mean, for us to gain it back, I mean, what they charge for labor over in other countries compared to what we have to charge here because of inflation and everything so high priced here. But it just seems like a lot of the high prices, I keep pushing this, a lot of these high prices need to come down through the local governments and through, a lot of the bills through these governments that are really charging a lot. And here, I'll give you an example. I was looking for touch-up paint yesterday. I scratched my truck. Oh, it's beautiful. I was trying not to do this. Scratched my truck. I had to go to 4 places to find a thing of touch-up paint, which they had to mix, which came in a little tube with a brush for $25. It was insane. I mean, you used to be able to go to Kmart and grab something like that. It's all gone. I mean, I went to 4 different places, and nobody had it. There was and finally I found a place that they actually had to mix this stuff, so they didn't even have it on the shelf. So it's just, I don't know. I mean, if you go to try to shop for something that you used to get that was at a simple way to get it one time, it's not there. It's just not there.
Isn't it crazy, when you scratch your vehicle? Doesn't that drive you nuts?
It's crazy. I figure I'm going to die with this vehicle. I mean, it's a work truck. It should be scratched, dented, dinged. Even though I bought it new, it's still in my head as a child. Keep your vehicles clean and nice, and you just can't get rid of that. I mean, when you grew up with that, you can't get rid of it. It's like that gnawing feeling in the back of your mind. Don't do this. Don't do that. And it's just, I don't know. Growing up in that era compared to now where it seems like nobody cares about anything. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, let me tell you something. How you began talking about space, you're not out of the norm. I mean, I've had a lot of people push back. I've done a lot of stuff on social media, and they're like, why are we doing that? We're $38 trillion in debt. Imagine what you could do with that kind of money. Look, nobody in America should go to bed hungry. With all of the opportunities and all of the things that we have, and generic brands and the food bank and all these things, if you have any extra food, find a way. Nobody in America should go to bed hungry. Nobody should be homeless in America. It boggles my mind how many people are actually homeless in America today. It's just sad. And there's so many opportunities to get work, to make money. I just don't understand it.
I remember. I get this. There's an older Italian lady told me years and years ago, oh, this is the best country in the world. We ought to be able to go out and cut wood and make money. And that just stuck with me. And to sit there and say, I hear people say about going to bed hungry and stuff like that. You know what? When I'm a little overweight and my pants won't fit me, I try to drink. If I'm hungry, I'll drink water to try to offset that so I don't eat. I mean, I don't want to be big. As you get older, you don't want to carry that weight. The older you are, the more you weigh. It does havoc with your knees, your hips, all your joints. You have to stay light to be able to move. I mean, I work out, and I'm going to be working out again this morning, plus walk all day. It's just, and like I said, people my age, it's just that I graduated with, they're total wreck. I don't know what happened to them. I honestly don't. I mean, people that were in the best of shape are in the worst of shape now. I'm sure you've seen this. I mean, you tell me you work out in the mornings too, so you know what I'm talking about.
But I had a couple years during the pandemic that I went off the rail, and I pray to God that never happens again. But if the food was so good,
I mean,
yeah, I know, but the food, it's just so good. Oh, it's just so difficult.
Tell me about it. I mean, the wife will bring sweets into the house. I got to walk away, and it's a shame. The pandemic actually was my busiest time. I mean, I was nobody would come out of their houses. Nobody wanted to do their yard work. It was me. I was like, I'm out there running around. That was the busiest time I've ever had. And after that, it went down, but pandemic was really busy for me. I was surprised.
It was. Listen, I was busy here. It was a busy time, but I'm glad that's in the rearview mirror. I don't want to see that again. 866-391-1020. So should we go to the moon and beyond? Is it worth spending that money? Also, what do you think the president is going to accomplish in Iran? Can we actually get out of there a winner? Do you think Iran will let us walk away to hopefully never fight another day? But I think you got to win big. You got to get that regime out of there, and you got to have a better way of distributing that oil, and you have to put the money back into the hands of people of Iran. Good thing or not? Let me hear from you. 866-391-1020. And the countdown to the draft, week and a half away. Are you as thrilled as me, or do you think it'll be a headache? I can't wait. 866-391-1020.
No use denying it. Old Man Winter's been hard on our homes. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project before it turns into costly structural damage. Don't keep putting it off. This is the best time to call the repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Oh my goodness, let's go!
Don't let me down, don't sell me out, don't blow my cover, don't fall apart, yeah, come on, don't tell me now. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. It was a perfect splashdown for the 4 astronauts who flew around the moon. CBS's Peter King has more from the Kennedy Space Center.
We just brought some astronauts back from the moon.
An elated Jared Isaacman was on the recovery ship as Artemis 2 touched down. The NASA administrator says so much went well.
We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis 3.
Artemis 3 will test lunar landers in Earth's orbit next year. California Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell is denying accusations he raped a former staffer.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false.
Congressional Democratic leaders are urging Swalwell to drop out of California's governor's race. Vice President J.D. Vance has arrived in Islamabad for high-level talks with Iran. CBS's Jennifer Jacobs is there.
Vance told reporters President Trump gave him, quote, pretty clear guidelines, and if the Iranians were willing to negotiate in good faith, the U.S. would extend the opened hand.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high up to 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. A warmer day tomorrow with clouds and sun, high up to 78. Not quite as warm on Monday, starting off with clouds and a shower, then sun returns with a high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we go. Right back to the phone. Let's go to Robert in Plum. Good morning, Robert. Welcome to KDKA.
Good morning, Rob. How are you doing today?
I am wonderful. Wonderful.
I agree with you that this mission around the moon was well worth it. I mean, there's a lot of good science data we're going to get from it as far as our atmosphere is concerned. What we're forgetting is we're looking at atmosphere and temperature, and, you know, what we're going to do from there. I think that was the whole idea of this circling around the moon, is to get that data and see how our cloud formations and everything like that are going to be, you know, in space. I mean, that's what we're really looking at, you know what I mean, for the warm spots and everything else like that. We're trying to figure out how this is, how hot the temperature of the Earth is and everything else like that. Those are some of the scientific experiments I see them doing there. The other thing I'm looking at, everyone keeps promoting this NFL draft. I, myself personally, don't see this as the outside of Pittsburgh might do good, but the inside of Pittsburgh might not do good because too many restaurants and stores are closing there. I mean, we don't want anybody coming home and saying, you know, well, you know, we had that restaurant and everything like that. I look at this, 70% of the people are already here. They're going to go to the NFL draft. Then you got 30% coming in there. And the question is, I still don't see, we don't have enough parking if we were having all these people coming in here. I mean, where's everyone going to park? I mean, you know, okay, so we get the parking garage filled up there, but where's everybody else going to work at? We're not looking at the workers that still have to come in. And $87 a day to park is completely ridiculous. You know what I mean? Nobody out there is going to be paying that. I mean, that's a day. You know what I mean? And I think price gouging is what's really going to hurt the city of Pittsburgh with all these people coming in here on there. I see that this is going to be a big thing. And as far as the Iran war is concerned, I look at it this way. We won the battle. Now, what the Iranian people do afterwards, it's entirely up to them. But I see that Trump has shown what the United States military can do and how good we are here and how good of our training is. That was our whole idea in Iran there. As far as the oil is concerned, I think Josh Shapiro should still open up the reserves and give us some break here on our oil. You know, only thing he has to do is suspend that tax on it, how they tax the gas on it, and you know, for like a couple months, and then we would be down below $3 here on there, because you know, 65% of that cents, every dollar that we put in is you know, tax. You know, here on there, that's what people don't understand, is a lot of that is all tax. You know, for the roads and everything like that. But we could still suspend it for a couple months, especially during the NFL draft. I mean, this way it could show Pittsburgh is really being good on there. That's the way I look at it, Rob. And financially, I don't see this as a huge win here for us. I mean, we're going to have a couple of days of us winning it, maybe. But 70% of the people are already here. They're going to come in. So I don't know who they're going to sell everything to, but, you know, good luck on that one. You know, that's the way I look at it.
Oh, Robert, listen, any chance we can make some money for the city, it's a good day. And listen, I know the pricing is going to be supply and demand. And if you don't have to go to the city, don't. But it's electrifying. It's exciting. And to get a chance to see Pittsburgh on the big stage, what it can do, it also can entice people to want to come set up business here, live here. Hey, it was successful in some of the greatest TV shows of all time. Magnum P.I., everybody wanted to go to Hawaii. Obviously, different things that showed Las Vegas. People wanted to go to Vegas, New York, Florida, you know, Miami Vice. So if we can get some people and businesses that want to come to Pittsburgh for it, hey, that's a good thing. 866-391-1020. Here is Cynthia in Florida on KDKA. Hey, Cynthia.
Hey, good morning. I called about the guy that called first about weight. But to the last caller,
yes,
I was just reading in the Times of Israel that Trump is unfreezing Iranians' assets that they've been holding.
Wow.
So, yeah, Times of Israel. Anyway, I don't know who normalized wearing gym spandex attire to street clothing. And this is why a whole lot of people are out of shape. They have no idea how much weight they put on when they're just eating the wrong stuff.
Believe me, I was there for a couple of years. I know. It's frightening. It can happen.
You were wearing spandex?
No, but I was, let me tell you something.
Okay.
What I put on during the pandemic, it blew my mind. When I have always maintained pretty much a steady weight, always have worked out. But when the pandemic hit, something took over to where, I don't know if it was depression because I couldn't see my kids. I couldn't leave my house. I was either at my house or here. And I got into all this social media stuff, and it just was like pretty much every day was 15 to 18 hours of work, no social, no nothing, basically grinding. And I started to eat foods that I hadn't eaten since I was a child. And the next thing you know, I go to get a physical, just because it hadn't been, I usually go once a year, and it was a couple of years. And when I got on that scale, I put on a whole lot of weight, and I couldn't even believe it. So it can happen quickly, but you got to pay attention to it. And I thank God I was able to get back into shape. But I got to tell you, getting back into shape at our age, it's nothing to sneeze at. It's really difficult.
Well, I purged my closet last week. My 4s and 6s, I'll never be in those again. But I have a back problem, so I can't.
But you know what, Cynthia? I've known you a long time, and obviously I don't see you, but you pretty much look the same as you did 30 years ago.
Yeah, pretty much.
How in the world did you do you count calories? Do you watch? Do you exercise? What do you do?
No, I can't exercise like I used to because I had back surgery. But I just eat. I don't eat when I'm not hungry. I'm particular about what I eat. I don't want chemicals in my food. I even purged my spice cabinet because I saw something. A lot of the things that we're putting on our food have lead and cadmium and all that kind of stuff in it. So I bought these new spices. It's called burlap and brown, I believe they are. All natural. They're certified organic farmers. You're getting all these additives in your body, and then your body goes wild. So and I'm trying to get my husband to stop drinking bottled water out of plastic. I have bottles in here. We have a system that cleans our water that he installed. It's called Kind. I told him, put our water in these
glass bottles.
Stainless bottles.
Right.
Stop messing with the plastic.
Well, hey, at least he has somebody that kind of looks out for him. But so let me ask you, you and I are from that same baby boomer generation. If we mind our P's and Q's and really watch, what do you think? I mean, they say life expectancy for a male is like 78, but honestly, I feel better now than I did 20 years ago.
Well, again, it depends on how you're living your life. Some people are doing the wrong things. So, and our parents, we ate all natural stuff.
Yep.
So, I remember my sister told my mother and dad one time, we don't have any good food in the house. And they were like, what are you talking about? Our neighbors had those little fuzzy cupcakes, those pink ones and the white ones, and I don't know all that stuff. We didn't eat that stuff. He said, well, I'm not running you back and forth to the dentist, so you're just going to have to get used to it.
Oh, back in the day, dentists, all they did was fill your teeth. When we were kids. Now they have all these modern medicine, this miracle of dentistry even today. It's just, everything has come such a long way.
I know. I just got hit for $7,000.
What'd you do?
I had to get an implant replaced. I'd gotten that implant years ago, and they say they're supposed to be permanent. They're not. So.
Well, listen, I can hook you up. You need to come back here. We got some great Pitt Dental School grads, and I think we can help you with that price. But listen, always good hearing from you. So are you feeling a little bit better about what's going on in Iran?
No.
Okay.
I'm not.
I took a shot. I
think the United States is restaging to try to attack them. I don't trust it. But
let's see where.
I hated that Donald Trump came out and agreed, yes, Lebanon was included, and then he got beat back to say it wasn't included after he posted that it was. So this is why I still worry.
Well,
anyway, we'll see.
Let's see. Hey, have a great Saturday. Appreciate you. Ted, Joanne, you're coming up next. 866-391-1020. Let's keep it going. Open talk till 7. Your Pratt Pack back at it on a Saturday, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com. News Radio, KDKA. Sports
is brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Brian Reynolds homered and the Pirates beat the Cubs 2-0 yesterday in Chicago. 2 teams again today. 2:20 first pitch, 93.7 The Fan. Pens, who clinched the postseason the other night against Jersey, will drop the puck this afternoon at 3 against Washington. And what a Masters the defending champion Rory McIlroy is having. He finished yesterday with a second-round 65. He has a 6-shot lead, the biggest lead for anyone in the history of the Masters after 36 holes. He is at 12 under. Sam Burns and Patrick Reed are 6 shots off the pace. More sports at 93.7 The Fan.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow. Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Concerned about traveling during the upcoming draft? Don't be. KDKA Radio and AAA Traffic have you covered. We'll expand our draft coverage with all-day traffic reports on your radio and your social media feeds. It's brought to you by AAA Travel. Travel with someone you trust. And by 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here's Joanne Point Breeze up next. Busy morning with your Pratt Pack KDKA. Hey, Joanne.
Hi, Rob. How are you?
Good.
I was excited about the mix of people that were on that spaceship, and I'm glad they got back safe. Just going to, kind of keep an eye on what they're going to do with all the information that they received and brought back. The other thing, I don't know where these people's heads are. Every place you go, any kind of entertainment, people have not been making money. I see nothing wrong with putting your prices up and then maybe barter with some of these people. I'm glad, I'm happy, I'm excited about seeing us all over like with this draft. We have very little to be happy and excited about. And people are worried about all the money that people have. Don't watch it. Watch it on TV. But I'm excited about the draft. And I hope everything goes well. I mean, I've watched other drafts, and I see, they bring a lot of money back to the community. Oh, my goodness. I just don't.
Pittsburgh needs a win right now. We need a win right now.
Absolutely. And I was glad when I heard Governor Shapiro saying how excited he is and how he plans to mingle and hopefully bring back organizations and maybe companies to come back to Pittsburgh. I mean, it could be a win-win situation. You know what I mean? So, oh, my goodness, I hope some of these people just enjoy what we have. We have so very little. We have so very little that we can be excited about. And the last thing I want to say is, I don't know why, especially this person think people are stupid. Those people live way over there, and they have done awful things to their people. But so have we in the United States of America, if you look at our history. But people want to keep their heads in the sand. All I'm saying is God bless America, and people wake up. We need, if people are coming here and they have the money to spend, let them spend it with Pittsburgh. Thanks, Rob. Have a good day.
All right, Joanne, you have a good day, too. All right, here he is, Ted, Mount Washington. Hey, Ted, good morning.
What's going on, Rob?
Everything is A-OK, Saturday morning, and we're rocking and rolling. So what's going on with you today?
Real quick about the moon. Remember that Kennedy speech when he says we choose to go to the moon?
Yes.
Not because of,
Yep.
It may cost a lot, but it's because it's hard. So I don't know. We need to start dreaming again.
Yeah, because that's a perfect analogy. We have stopped dreaming as Americans, and that's why we're so at odds with one another, because we can't look at the big picture, and that's what I thought that was all about. This is a big picture. I mean, we traveled the furthest from this planet ever, and the last time we even came close to this number was 1970. So don't you understand? This is long overdue.
Well, we're the only country to put a man on the moon.
That's it. That's it.
People probably don't remember Sputnik. The Soviet Union was so ahead of us, it's fighting everybody. And I just wish people would read that speech from Kennedy when he says we choose to go to the moon.
Not because it's easy, but because it's hard.
Because it's hard, yeah. I mean, when he says in the speech, he says, "Why does Texas play rice?" This is what we do. I also remember the Challenger, and that was huge.
Yeah, me too.
When that went up. So this is what we do as Americans, and we need to take on hard challenges. I don't know, man. We've become a soft nation. We really have, and it's sad. But real quick about the draft, I remember the late Jim Brown when he described it. Oh, yeah, he's a big civil rights guy.
Yeah, listen, back then, I remember those gentlemen, Bill Russell, Muhammad Ali, Jim Brown, they were so far ahead of their time. They were just absolutely amazing. So let me ask you in closing, and I got to get to a break, what's going to happen in Iran? Tell me.
Well, it's one of the biggest mistakes. Here's what I'll say about Israel. Netanyahu needs to ignore Trump. Absolutely need to ignore him, and I'll tell you why. If you get a chance to get rid of Hamas, Hezbollah, even the Houthis or Ikitmi, those are terrorist organizations. They killed a lot of Americans, a lot of people.
Yeah, and now more than ever, those entities have to be removed. Yeah, I can tell you right now, if we don't do anything other than clean the slate, it was worth every single second. Every single second. And I hope moving forward, this is the beginning of actually figuring the global economy out and doing something that can change the world. In my opinion, if nothing else, we get rid of that regime. And if I'm the president, and I don't know how you think about it, we'll talk about it on this side of the break, I wouldn't settle for anything less than total control of the oil to be able to be distributed worldwide and have the Iranian people form that chain of command. And I want that government out. I don't want one remnant of that regime left in power in Iran. Does that make sense to you? Do you think that's possible? And this is not a win for anyone else. This is a win for the Iranian people, some 90 million strong. Those are the people that should be able to reap the benefits. They are the ones who should be able to make the money because of the sweat equity and the work that goes into extracting and distributing and making trillions for that government who has done nothing but cause havoc and supported people like Hamas and Hezbollah. And I wouldn't even be a bit surprised if it wasn't the Taliban and others, because that's what they do. 866-391-1020. Rob Taylor coming up. We're going to talk more about the draft. We're going to talk about some other things, including the city's finances, and we're going to be...
I choose to represent me and my family. At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Draft weekend is coming to Pittsburgh. Kick it off at Nova Place. Join them Thursday, April 23rd from noon to 6 for a free, family-friendly afternoon with live music, DJs, games, food trucks, and local vendors. Park at the Nova Place Garage, just steps from the draft footprint. Test your skills in the mini combine, grab a drink at Federal Galley, and get ready for an unforgettable football weekend. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A martial arts instructor is under arrest charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl during private lessons. Allegheny County Police say 22-year-old Steve Bernisky of South Fayette assaulted the girl multiple times at a local studio in Heidelberg. Bernisky was arrested Friday and is in the Allegheny County Jail. Charges include sexual assault as well as indecent assault. Pittsburgh police say a man and woman flashed a gun at a school playground. Police say one of the two adults flashed a gun at a child who was at a playground near Pittsburgh's King's School on the north side Friday afternoon. A Pittsburgh Public Schools staff member intervened and the alleged suspects ran off. A school security guard gave Pittsburgh police a description of the two adults. They were located and then taken into custody. Police recovered a gun. No shots were fired. No one was injured. Charges are pending.
Pittsburgh public safety officials are laying out their security plan ahead of the 2026 NFL Draft. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush with the details.
Officials say coordination is key with agencies like the FBI, ATF, and Pennsylvania State Police all involved in security. At today's press conference, FBI Special Agent in Charge, Richard Ivanchik, told me there are currently no credible threats, and agents will be working around the clock to keep the event safe.
We do have a few days before the event, and one thing that I would just remind the public of is that you are our greatest asset. If there is someone out there who is of concerning or posting comments or planning some type of an event here targeting the draft, we certainly want to be aware of that.
Ivanchik is also urging residents to report anything suspicious by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or 911. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh police are still searching for a father and son accused of beating a man over a parking spot. The alleged incident happened Thursday night along Federal Street on the north side. Victim told police that 40-year-old Tommy Rozier and his son, Tommy Rozier Jr., who's 20, attacked him with a pipe, bat, and knife. The victim's in a hospital recovering with broken ribs. Police went to a home on Corner Avenue looking for the father and son. The SWAT team was called in, but the two weren't found. Drugs and weapons were found in the suspect's home. KDK Radio News Time. We're coming up on 6:03. We have the AccuWeather forecast next.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. Clouds and sun tomorrow, warmer, high up to 78. Not as warm on Monday. We'll have clouds and a shower in the morning, then some sun returning on the high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Let's get caught up with the man about town, Rob Taylor, new Pittsburgh Courier editor, and of course, weekend anchor KDKA. So here's my question. I don't know anybody knows the city better than you. Somebody decides Wednesday night, I'm just going to come to Pittsburgh. Is that going to be possible?
What do you mean, just going to come?
I'm going to come to Pittsburgh. I'm going to come to Pittsburgh. I'm going to try to find a place to stay, or I'm just going to hang out and celebrate and go back home. Say Wednesday night at 8 o'clock, they want to just come into Pittsburgh.
I think they could do it. Yeah, I think, Wednesday is when the Visit Pittsburgh or, the city of Pittsburgh, they're going to, cut some, ribbon at Market Square and have like a, I don't want to say dance party, but there's going to be DJs down there. It's kind of like the kickoff to the draft. It's going to be the day before. So, yeah, I mean, people are going to be coming down for that. I'm going to be down there checking out the DJs. And then after that, from about 4:45 till 6, they're going to have the DJs downtown at the Market Square. And then after that, you can kind of go off to your whatever type of music you like. If you want to check out some jazz music, you can go to the August Wilson African American Cultural Center. If you want to check out other types of music, you can go, to other places around downtown and the South Side or so. So, you can come down on the night before. Now, draft night, that's different. But I think Wednesday night, Yeah, you should be able
So
to come on
Wednesday
down.
night might actually be a better time if you want to party and like eat and relax a little bit as opposed to the night of the draft because everybody will be congregated to that place where the stage is and waiting for the pick and obviously the Steelers pick later on. So if you really want to kind of celebrate the ambiance of Pittsburgh and have a chance to walk around, maybe Wednesday would be the best night, right?
Yeah, I think so because, I mean, if you think about how downtown Pittsburgh looks, during, let's say, a light-up night.
Yeah, that's what I was going to make.
Yeah, if you think about that, that's what I think the downtown's going to look like Wednesday night. But, there's going to be a lot of people just perusing the city, checking out. Because, of course, there's going to be people here for the draft that are going to be here, checking in to the hotels on Wednesday. And they're going to be walking around downtown. You're going to be seeing people with different jerseys, in my opinion, different cities. But you should be able to get around downtown Wednesday night. Yes.
All right, so what's coming up in the Courier to celebrate this big event?
Well, I've been, of course, talking about celebrating Bill Nunn, who was a Courier sports writer and then managing editor, and had the black the best black players from black colleges. He would spotlight every year in the Courier, and then of course the Steelers got wind of the fact that Bill Nunn knew all the best African American players from the HBCUs. Made him a scout. The rest is history.
Yeah.
Mel Blount, John Stallworth, L.C. Greenwood, Donnie Shell. So many players that Bill Nunn was able to bring to the Steelers. And, of course, 4 Super Bowls later, Bill Nunn put in the Hall of Fame posthumously a couple years ago.
So how should we feel being Pittsburghers about the draft coming here? I'm elated, but I've had a couple of people already today because I kind of brought it up because we're a week and a half out. And some have said they just want it to be over. I mean, I think it's an opportunity because here, if not anything, it's going to put Pittsburgh in the spotlight, and it could actually entice some companies and corporations to want to come here, and people live here. So I think it's a great sales promotion for the city of Pittsburgh.
Well, this is how I look at it. They thought that Green Bay was going to have about 250,000 people at the draft. Turned out to be 600,000. And what they quickly learned was that, people, even though Green Bay is a small market, a lot of people wanted to that was their chance to kind of see Lambeau Field and finally see, this iconic, venue. Okay, well, Pittsburgh, they're thinking, okay, 500,000 to 700,000. But you got to think about it like this. This gives everybody a chance to finally come to a city where the team, really made the NFL in the first, 10, 15 years when it came to the Super Bowl. So there's going to be a lot of people that just want to come to Pittsburgh and check it out. And of course, we have a bigger market. So I think people have to realize, how many thousands of people are going to be at the draft just from the Pittsburgh area.
Mm-hmm.
Just from the Pittsburgh area. If we can draw 70,000 a week for the Steeler home games, of course, and everybody's crazy about the Steelers, how many just Steelers fans are going to be coming to this in addition to everybody else?
Well, here's the thing. So a lot of people wanted to see that Lombardi statue at Green Bay, and we've got Art the Chief, that statue with the big stogie in his hand. But you got to realize, when all the mills shut down, when you were being brought into this world 40 years ago, a lot of people left. And these Steeler bars have popped up all over the world, but especially in this country because of all of the displaced Pittsburghers. And now many of them maybe be retired or, kind of the second generation of those families saying, why don't we just go back to Pittsburgh to celebrate our roots? So you're going to have a lot of people. Pittsburgh's unique, the Steeler Nation, that are going to want to come back just to be a part of it. I wouldn't be shocked if we do better numbers in Green Bay.
First of all, I hope so. And now Detroit is the all-time leader with 775,000 people that went to the draft. I'm hoping that we can get 776,000. I really want to beat Detroit.
How do they count that, Rob? Do you know?
Yeah, I think they. It's over the course of 3 days, so it doesn't have to be, 500,000 unique people. It is the number of people who attend the draft over those 3 days. So if you go down there Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, you count as 3 times. So 3 people. You would be 3 people if you go 3 times. So it doesn't have to be 500,000 different people. It's just the number of people that actually go to the draft over those 3 days. So that's how they count it.
It's a big deal. And it's going to bring money to the city. And I know people are complaining about, things being bumped up a little, but that's supply and demand. That happens in every event. I mean, you want to buy a T-shirt at a Taylor Swift concert. It is what it is, But if it can help this city, that's good, man. That's a good thing, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, think about the hotels. I watched something where they said that the hotels are 68% occupied in Allegheny County, but they expect, over the next 10 days before the draft comes to, have that boosted up another 25%. So pretty much, I mean, think about it. They're predicting anywhere from 88 to 90% of all the hotels in Allegheny County to be filled. And they said that's 19,000 rooms, and 90% are going to be filled for the at least for Thursday night, April 23rd. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's very good.
Think about this too. The new airport. Talk about perfect timing. All these dignitaries and players and this and that and television, radio, this, that, people coming into town, they're all going to go through that beautiful airport.
Yeah, I'm so happy, to that's happening. And yeah, for people who think this is not a good thing. I mean, I've heard people, of course, talk about they're not leaving their house for the 3 days. Don't worry. I think they're going to come out on their porch over there in Manchester on the north side. They're going to, I think.
It could be one big party.
Yeah, I think curiosity is going to get the best of some of the people over there.
So I suggest that everybody go buy as much Iron City as they can, because people are going to be popping in. Look, this is going to be just good for Pittsburgh, and the Heinz History Center is going to really get a lot of visitors because of what they're doing for the draft. So, look, be happy. Enjoy it, man.
And I got a shout out to my mom. She asked me a couple days ago, she said, is this going to be on TV?
Oh. I think so, Mom.
I think, yeah, Mom. Only 55, 60 million viewers over the course of 3 days.
It's kind of rare, and it just happened to be that way, but those are usually my days off, Thursday, Friday, so I'll get a chance when I'm not doing social media or whatever, get to see some of this. So I'm looking forward to it. I watch it every year. I mean, I watch the combines. I love the NFL, and I don't know. So you think the Steelers are going to do anything with that 21st pick, being they got 12 picks, the most they've had since 1999? Could you see them maybe trading up, or do you think they're going to stand pat? What do you think they're going to do?
I think they're going to stand pat. I think, I mean, they got, I know they may need another receiver. They may need a third receiver. Obviously, you'd love to get Carnell Tate, but you're not going to get him. Ohio State receiver, he's going to go before the 21st pick. But I don't think they're going to trade up this time. And I don't think the needs are so dire where they're going to trade up.
I heard Tate might end up with the Browns.
Well, staying on Ohio.
I know. Amazing. Well, one thing's for sure, there's going to be a lot of food and drink. And if I worked at one of these hotels, I'd find me like a little closet or somewhere to sleep. I wouldn't even leave, because you know what? They're going to be working round the clock. Room service will probably be open all night. I mean, it's going to be massive, man.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about the, like you said, the rideshare drivers. I'm thinking about people with, like, limos. I'm thinking about just people with transportation, people who are going to want to be, getting maybe from the airport to the North Shore, or the Robinson to the North Shore, Cranberry to the North Shore, anywhere where there's, hotels, Oakland to the North Shore. People who are giving rides, they're going to be making some money as well.
And you've done it, because I was with you one time and I watched you do your magic. There are ways to negotiate and navigate Pittsburgh. And a lot of these men and women who drive for a living, they know when to turn left and when not to turn left.
Oh yeah. If you really know the town, you can kind of get around and I'm just so excited. I don't know why. I'm in anticipation.
I am too.
How they're able to make that draft. What is that? It's not a stage. It's It's an overhead thing, whatever that is.
It's like a small city.
That they're building.
I know. You could launch Artemis 3 off of that thing. I mean, it's unbelievable. Anyway, looking forward to it. Always appreciate New Pittsburgh Courier. Lots of things happening. Obviously, KDK, Odyssey, Radio Row, the whole crew, 93.7 The Fan, Y108, 100.7 Star. We're all geared up. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a great time to be had by one and all. All right, so looking forward to the draft or not. Want to get your thoughts on that. I think it's great for business, and it's a great way to promote this city. But also, we're talking about some other things, the city's finances, and one of the reasons this will be a big boost, and hopefully they'll be able to pocket some of this. And I love how the administration is going out, generating revenue, but more importantly, the responsibility we all have now to take care of this city, being that it's been read up and they're doing all of this fabulous work. We have to keep that shine on it and take care of it. So I want to talk about that a little bit. Also, can the president actually get out of this with some dignity? And I think that the only way you sign on the dotted line with Iran is that government is gone and the people have an opportunity to control the oil. Do you like that or not? 866-391-1020 and Artemis 2. Are you feeling hope? Do you like it? Does it give you the belief that we're actually headed in the right direction again in America? Or are you one of those folks who simply poo-poos it and says we don't need to be spending that money? All of that and more, whatever is on your mind. All of our lines are open as we begin hour number 2 of our Saturday journey. 866-391-1020.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Brian Reynolds homered and the Pirates beat the Cubs 2-0 yesterday in Chicago. 2 teams again today, 2:21 pitch, 93.7 The Fan. Pens, who clinched the postseason the other night against Jersey, will drop the puck this afternoon at 3 against Washington. And what a Masters the defending champion Rory McIlroy is having. He finished yesterday with a second-round 65. He has a 6-shot lead. The biggest lead for anyone in the history of the Masters after 36 holes. He is at 12 under. Sam Burns and Patrick Reed are 6 shots off the pace. More sports at 937thefan.com.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich, and we have a special invitation for you from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
You've got to see what we've done. We have several new displays and changes that give you even more affordable quality options than before.
In the Petite showroom, you'll see the new materials and great ways to use them to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams.
No matter what your style, our designs range from the traditional to the very contemporary and everything in between.
Great new designs and ideas that will fit your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
If you've been here before, you really need to come in and see what's new. Or call today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222 for an in-home appointment.
If you've never been to Petite, please accept our invitation and come visit our showroom.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I think one of the things that the city needs to do, if you get any corporation, and especially if it's in manufacturing, that loves the city's grit. They get a little bit of that flavor of our blue-collar mentality that has obviously evolved in recent years. And I'm hoping that the NFL does something on the Nippon U.S. Steel deal, because that's what that Steelers organization, that logo is all about. No matter meds, eds, no matter what we're doing technology-wise in this region, and it's all good, Pittsburgh, because of that Nippon U.S. Steel deal, is still known as the Steel City. So I'm the NFL. I got crews here right now, NFL Films, NFL Network, all the major players doing all of the stuff that they need to kind of fill the programming, because there's going to be a lot of things and a lot of information leading into the draft that they have to be able to fill programming to tie it in to get the flavor of the city. And I'm not talking about Permane Brothers in Iron City. But one of the things that they're going to be focusing on is the Steelers. And I'm sure the chief, Art, of course, the original guy who started it all many, many decades ago in the 30s, rolling right through Art this second, and obviously his father, Dan. I think right now the city, everything is aligned to show who we truly are. And I think that they're going to do a lot of that. I think they're going to do a lot of play on all the quarterbacks from Western Pennsylvania, the Marinos, the Kellys, the Montanas, the Joe Namath, the Dan Marinos. I think that's going to be a big storyline. When you think of the draft and you think of the National Football League, Green Bay, perfect, right? Put that big game on the map. Vince Lombardi, still many consider the greatest football coach in the history, even though the record may not indicate it. In the National Football League, you got Lambeau Field, how historic that is. But think about Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, the Chicago Bears, the Green Bay Packers, some of these legendary, Detroit next, that wonderful place that so many people associate because of the Ford family and the National Football League, the draft there, the Super Bowl there. Yeah, a Super Bowl in Detroit in the middle of winter. So there's so many intangibles when you look at the big picture, but I think the real recipe for success is the city of Pittsburgh. And I think what it's going to also do, it's going to show some of the young people, I'm talking people in their 20s and 30s, who don't remember when we were the Steel City and those teams forged in steel and in the 70s and winning all of those Super Bowls. I mean, think about some of the names: Lambert, Ham, Russell, Mel Blount, Donnie Shell, Lynn Swann, John Stallworth, Kolb. I mean, it's Bradshaw, Rocky, Franco. I mean, it's incredible when you think of what we did during the 70s. And then you have people like Mike Wagner, who recently has passed away, 4-time Super Bowl champion, maybe the best safety the Steelers have ever had. Even those other names that we associate locally, like Terry Hanratty out of Butler. So there's a lot of history. So they're going to have a lot of B-roll. They're going to be able to show a lot of history. But the one thing that we should be so excited about is that we're still connected to steel. And because of Nippon U.S. Steel, this deal coming together, imagine if the draft is rolling into town. You got to look at the big picture here with me, and that deal doesn't get done. And Nippon simply says, we're done, we're finished. Imagine trying to come to this city and put a smile on it, or your best foot forward, talking about the Steel City and the Pittsburgh Steelers and that Steeler logo basically coming from the steel industry, and your greatest entity, your biggest piece of notoriety would be on the verge of maybe leaving. Oh, but now we got something to cheer about. I promise you, you're going to have so many connections to this city, the blue-collar mentality, the hard hat, lunch pail carrying workers of the USW, the building trades, the carpenters, electricians, and plumbers. They're going to be in the spotlight as much as the players that are going to get drafted and the teams themselves. That's why Pittsburgh works. And the thing that nobody wants to admit, but I'm going to admit it, who basically foots the bill to give the NFL a chance to sell jerseys, put people in the seats, get the ratings as far as television, being able to go out and get the big contract from people like Netflix and Prime and CBS. It's the working class people. And no matter what anybody thinks, Pittsburgh is still working class. All right, here's Greg, Pittsburgh. Up next, your Pratt Pack. Jump in here, folks, 866-391-1020. Morning, Greg.
Morning. How you doing, Rob?
I'm good, man. How are you?
The city's going to make a lot of money. A lot of people are going to be very happy once these people come and go, because they're going to make a nice living. Some that didn't, we will still be here on a part-time basis and make a lot of money. And one other thing, too, it's going to be very nice. And May this year, the Pirates and the Steelers do well in their seasons. So everybody have a nice day.
Greg, thank you very much. Good to hear from you. Yeah, I mean, and Greg been in the city his whole life. I've known Greg over 30 years, works in the city, lives in the city. People know, and look, just embrace it. But I'm asking all of you who are coming, be respectful now of the people who live there on the north side and all these different places that have been there for generations. They got driveways. They got yards. Be respectful, okay? There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be walking through Pittsburgh. And here's the other thing, that nobody wants to talk about this. Even though we've had our problems, Pittsburgh is still one of the safest places on the planet. You know, it really only started in the last handful of years. All of the crime and all of the stuff that was happening in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Philadelphia, it never really came to Pittsburgh. It never did. And I kept saying all those years, if you don't do something about it, that violence will end up on our doorstep. Well, it started to trickle in a little bit. We all started to experience things. And then not just the city, but it spilled into the suburbs. And we dealt with stuff like drug overdoses and shootings in Beaver County. But something has happened. And I think a lot of it because of the positive spin, the new administration in Pittsburgh, what they're doing with the draft, the new police chief. Things have changed. People are like putting their best foot forward. They're smiling. Their posture's better. They just seem more enthusiastic when they're at a press conference and they step up to a podium. I don't care if it's the Allegheny County Chief Exec. I don't care if it's the mayor, City Controller Rachel Heisler I've got on Tuesday night. I'm telling you, people are just taking a little bit more pride into Pittsburgh. And I just think it's starting to show. And I can't help believe it's a lot to do with this draft. We're all kind of working together for one common goal, and we want Pittsburgh to look great on the national and international stage. And that's what I mean about working together and why it works. 866-391-1020. Your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A martial arts instructor is under arrest charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl during private lessons. Allegheny County Police say 22-year-old Steve Bernisky of South Fayette assaulted the girl multiple times at a local studio in Heidelberg. Bernisky was arrested on Friday and is in the Allegheny County Jail. Charges include sexual assault as well as indecent assault. A woman died after her vehicle went off the road and crashed head-on into a tree. State police say it happened around 3:30 Friday afternoon along Route 422 in White Township, Indiana County. She's been identified as 78-year-old Barbara Waltermeyer. She died at the scene. State police are investigating the crash. Well, the mayor's proposed budget amendments to move funding for EMS vehicles into other areas of spending are coming under fire by the city's GOP. Here's News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
The proposed money move comes after UPMC agreed to provide money for EMS vehicles. GOP Chair Todd McCollum says he's been calling for the handling of those donated dollars to be transparent, and he feels the money should not be reallocated.
And it just goes to show you that we do agree with Barb Warwick in public safety, and this whole issue should be bipartisan because we don't agree with her very often.
Given the dire situation that we are in with our fleet, the logical step to keep all money that is dedicated to fleet in fleet sort of overrides political party. That would be my response to that, because that's correct. I don't agree with the GOP on really anything.
The administration's proposal would move some dollars into vehicle spending for future years, but Warwick is repeating her call for a fleet fund so that money can only be spent on vehicles to avoid the temptation of using it elsewhere. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh police say a man and woman flashed a gun at a school playground. Police say one of the two adults flashed a gun at a child who was at a playground near Pittsburgh King School on the north side Friday afternoon. A Pittsburgh Public Schools staff member intervened. Alleged suspects ran off, but a school security guard gave Pittsburgh police a description of the two adults. They were quickly located and taken into custody. Police recovered a gun. No shots were fired. No one was injured, and charges are pending. KDK Radio News Time, 6:33. AccuWeather forecast next.
Winter is here, and Duquesne Light urges you to stay safe outdoors this holiday season. When clearing snow or hanging lights, keep ladders and tools at least 10 feet away from power lines. Never touch down or hanging power lines. Immediately call Duquesne Light. Use outdoor-rated cords and check for damage before plugging in decorations. And if you're using electric snow blowers, keep them dry and plugged into GFCI-protected outlets. Safety starts with you. Learn more at DuquesneLight.com/safety. When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
I've been burned before.
I was just repeating the same patterns. It turns out I had a type.
Workplaces everywhere are looking for love. And by love, we mean the easy way to order food at work. Easy Cater.
I thought ordering from great restaurants at work had to be complicated, but then I met Easy Cater. So many options, so flexible, and when I ordered for 50 gluten-free vegans without going over budget, I knew I'd found the platform I wanted to do life and lunch with.
Fall in love with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high up to 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. A warmer day tomorrow with clouds and sun, high up to 78. Not quite as warm on Monday, starting off with clouds and a shower, then sun returns with a high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, let's have a big finish here. Open talk, couple of more segments. We have some room on the phone lines. First time this morning, 866-391-1020. Jessica Festa next hour. Optulux Wellness Center, Brian Caranta, Secure Money Advisors at 8, 9 o'clock, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value. It's Royal Caribbean Day today on AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then we're going to wrap up our day today with Joe Potoshnik, JP Roofing in the noon hour today. So lots to get to before we get out of here. But I've been talking all local pretty much all morning. But now I'm going to get back to this Iran situation with the president. I want all-out victory here. I basically want these peace talks to be an unconditional surrender by the regime in Iran. And I don't know how you feel about this, but if you got some red, white, and blue flowing through your veins, you're going to agree with me. Iran, that regime has to go. We cannot have them as a threat anymore. Israel can no longer look over their shoulders. And here's the other thing that nobody wants to talk about. The future peace agreement going on right now that was brokered by our president could be foiled if Iran doesn't mend their ways. And I know many people are saying, well, okay, Rob, so we get rid of that regime. Are you telling me we got to be the big brother, big sister to the new government? Many of these people have lived in poverty their whole life. How are they going to be able to step up? Let me give you a couple of trillion reasons why. I'm not saying money solves everything, but it makes life a whole lot less difficult. That's right, a whole lot less difficult. Because when you have money, you don't have to worry about having money. And you can take more chances. And when you succeed, it's even greater. But when you fail, it doesn't hurt as bad. Yeah, anybody that can make money because they have money, that's a win-win. Planting the seed, having money, being your own venture capitalist, that's great. Imagine what the Iranian people can do, how many times they can fail before they succeed. And sooner or later, these are intelligent, hardworking people who know hard work. And they know if you work long enough and hard enough, good things will happen. They have a rich history. They have strong religious beliefs. They have family values. It's just this regime is a complete mess. It's chaos. It's anarchy. They have to go. So I don't know if you believe that or not. You can let me know. But I also think we should help them distribute that oil. And whenever you're a consultant doing anything, you should get a cut. And if we can take some of that money, and there's trillions, and start slowly chipping away at the debt that has been created in this country because of frivolous spending by prior administrations, maybe we can actually start to get our head above water. And maybe we won't have to deal with the fear of gas being $4 a gallon. And you see, this is what you have to understand. This is not big oil. So for those of you who want to point the finger at BP and Exxon and Mobil, don't. Because they're being held hostage like the rest of us. So basically, they can't get it. So what they have, they're hanging on to it with dear life. And they have to charge a little bit more because on the back end, it's going to be tougher to get it. They're going to have to pay bigger wages, overtime, and obviously fuel to take those tankers to that part of the world. And I don't care if you're filling up your small SUV or a oil tanker. The sticker shock is unbelievable. I was talking to a truck driver yesterday. The price of diesel is over $6. These are people that depend on these 18-wheelers to make a living. And do you realize everything that we utilize in this country is by either truck or rail or river? Everybody's being affected by it. So it's not just you pulling into that local station or convenience store. But if the president gets what he needs to get, all-out victory, they have to leave with their tail between their legs, done forever, that regime. We could see an economic boom in this country like we've never seen before. And let me explain why. Do you realize, as tough as it's been, and it has been tough, Wall Street's done pretty good. Wall Street has done pretty good. At times, like a roller coaster at Kennywood, but just think of all the fun you have when you're at the top of that roller coaster looking all over the beautiful Kennywood grounds, right? It's exhilarating. It's thrilling. And if there are people, and there are, that are playing the blue chip stocks who have money to replenish, they're going to do okay. And if you ever wanted some of that blue chip stock, you got a little extra in the piggy bank, might be the time. Because it's only going to get better. Like the president said, once they get a handle on this, everything is going to come down. I believe we'll be at like $2.80 a gallon, probably by summertime. And I don't have a problem paying a little bit more at the pump if this in a way is going to help the people of Iran, if this in a way is going to help support our military. See, the problem with all of us in this country, we really never see anything further than our own existence. We never see anything other than our own front and backyard, Main Street where we call home, to and from that place we call work. We never see any of it because we have our head in the sand. We don't want to get involved. Hey, don't ask me. I don't want to get involved. Well, guess what? You need to get involved because this is a major story. This is the story that's going to affect everything. And guess what? There's a reason some Democrats are really scared that the president gets this right. You know why? Because they won't be able to use his scare tactics anymore, the price of health care, the price of groceries. And yes, oh, goodness gracious, the price at the pump. And this all kind of ties into taking your Social Security and your Medicare away. So if the president wins this, this will be the exclamation mark on his presidency, this second term, after a 4-year absence. This will have him in history books being talked about 30 years from now. So what goes on with these talks is going to change the course of history if we get an unconditional surrender. And I think Iran right now, that regime knows the reason they want these talks, even though they're talking big and saying they're doing X, Y, and Z, and whether they are or not doesn't matter because they have no army, they have no navy, they have no stockpile of weapons. They're basically dropping just little petals of water and hoping that it will cover a massive landscape, and it won't. So this is their last-ditch effort. But I want the president basically to say, checkmate. And we're going to give you the opportunity to breathe air and see the sun come up the next day. But other than that, you regime, all of you, the few that are left after we took 50 of you out, get out. And be thankful that you're getting that chance. All right, give me your thoughts. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack.
We're only 12 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. News Radio KDKA Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Brian Reynolds homered and the Pirates beat the Cubs 2-0 yesterday in Chicago. 2 teams again today. 2:20 first pitch, 93-7 the Fan. Pens, who clinched the postseason the other night against Jersey, will drop the puck this afternoon at 3 against Washington. And what a Masters the defending champion Rory McIlroy is having. He finished yesterday with a second-round 65. He has a 6-shot lead. The biggest lead for anyone in the history of the Masters after 36 holes. He is at 12 under. Sam Burns and Patrick Reed are 6 shots off the pace. More sports at 937thefan.com.
When you invite a contractor into your home, you got to trust they know what they're doing. You want to feel good. That's why CertaPro Painters and me have gotten along for more than a decade. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Take advantage of getting the most professional job you can and know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your pre-estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. legacybox.com/radio.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. Julie and I got married after I'd spent 3 years in college and 5 years in the Marine Corps. She worked full-time to support us both while I was finishing my degree. One day, we got caught in a major hailstorm. Hail the size of golf balls nearly destroyed our car. When the insurance check arrived, we used it to pay down Julie's student loans and drove that badly dented car around for 4 years. We didn't have much back then, but we had each other, and remembering those years makes me appreciate the blessings we have today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, just one more on these so-called peace talks, and then we're going to get out of here and get ready for some Pittsburgh Works programming. That'll take us till 1 o'clock today, and we'll kind of revisit this tomorrow, and we'll stay close on top of this story as negotiations continue with CBS News and, of course, KDKA News, and we'll regroup tomorrow. And by the way, next week, let me just kind of give you an idea of what we're going to be doing. We're going to start getting into that draft frame of mind because it's about a week and a half away. I saw this story in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette the other day talking about some of the finer restaurants and unique places in Pittsburgh that people are going to want to frequent, including my friend Nikki Giannopoulos' place in Pittsburgh. I've known Nikki forever. But I'm going to bring former president of the Pittsburgh Restaurant Association, Joey DeSalvo Station. They're getting ready for their Taste the Good Life. That's coming up next Friday. But Joey's going to drop by. We're going to talk about some of these unique eateries and why Pittsburgh really is much more than just a football town. There's some great spots, and if you're coming to town and you're going to be a part of the draft, we'll go through the wine list, we'll go through steak, seafood, whatever you're looking to get. And, you know, we had Mr. Corona last Saturday from the Lamont in Pittsburgh, which is going to be busy, busy, busy. Because if you really want to catch a great view of Pittsburgh, there's no better place to be. So we're going to talk to Joey coming up Monday night as we get ready for the draft. He'll join us right after local news at 8. And then Tuesday night, a lot of things that are happening, including how we need to find a way to finance to get new equipment for these first responders, including the incredible Pittsburgh firefighters. Rachel Heisler, city controller, will drop by on Tuesday night. But we'll be talking about everything. But the whole draft thing is starting to really kick in now. As I said, April 23rd is when it begins. That'll be a week from Thursday. But the night before is going to be big, too. We got the big event at Rivers Casino, Jason Aldean. So looking forward to that. Now, let me finish about this peace talk situation. This is why, and for many of you who've been really coming at me fast and furious thinking that I'm totally wrong about why we're there and the president's wrong, we shouldn't be there. Well, listen, we've been under the thumb of this regime since Ayatollah Khomeini, and I've said it before, the hostages. Carter did his best, got them coming back, but Reagan got in there and put the fear of God in them. But the problem was we never stopped. We had the Marines that were killed. We had the Iran-Contra scandal. Obviously, the Shah of Iran, who we brought to this country because they were going to kill him. He wasn't the brightest bulb in the box, nor one of the nicest people on the planet, and committed a lot of atrocities to the people of Iran. But the reason we went in there to stop them from developing nuclear weapons, we struck them in the summer. That was a warning, fired at them, and they didn't do anything but continue to ramp up. But this is after they slaughtered 35,000 of their own people who were simply trying to get a better way of life for their family. The president said enough is enough, and they continue to threaten Israel. They launch missiles and drones. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said, hey, this is the best president we have ever had, the state of Israel, and we're grateful for the partnership, the relationship. And when you think about what these two men have done, even brokered that peace deal now underway, but being threatened because of Iran in the Middle East, it's remarkable. But this is why the president can put all of his chips in the middle of the table. Because if Iran flat out fuses the regime now to back out and to leave, then they have all the reason in the world to attack again. And I believe if the Straits of Hormuz do not open and do not open the right way, there will be another attack on Iran. And they right now are on fumes. And sadly, you don't want to see any civilians killed, but it will happen. And as I have said, every Iranian killed is on the blood is on the hands of the regime that is running Iran and has been since 1979, because they have been given ample opportunity to stop. The president even gave them a 2-week reprieve when he was going to bomb nuclear plants, basically get rid of their energy grid, no electricity to be found in Iran. That's how serious he was. And if it wasn't for the leaders of Pakistan and their prime minister, it would have been go time. But this is why Iran has no other alternative. There's no maybes. Let's think about it. hey, give us this and we'll give you that. They have no bargaining power. This regime is on fumes right now. 50 plus of them have been gone. I don't even know who's running the shop. I have no idea who's making decisions. But whoever that person is, if they got to 50 of the closest and most powerful people, the clerics of that regime, they will hunt you down and they will find you and they will eliminate you. So if you want anything left of your so-called tradition and history, you better get while the getting is good. And the only way any of this works, and the idea of them wanting to charge tolls for these tankers, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You have no bargaining power. You have no opportunity to negotiate. What you basically should do is say, hand me a pen. Where do I sign? And then take some of the money you stashed, trillions, and stole from the Iranian people. Go get yourself some oasis somewhere in some other country, and don't let the door hit you and you know what. This is a very pivotal time, and as I said, I believe that this moment in time will be remembered in 10, in 20, and 30, and 40, and as we approach our 300th birthday, they will be educating students and telling them about Donald J. Trump and what he did to change the course of our country's economy, the world's economy, and he actually made the global economy work. That's how important this time in our history is. All right, that'll do it for the first couple of hours of the broadcast today. Now we step aside, get ready for the news at 7, and then it's Pittsburgh Works programming all the way until 1 o'clock. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Rob Taylor coming up next with that news on KDKA. Good morning.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. People often ask me why our mattresses last so long. The answer is simple. We build them right. Not only are OMF mattresses durable, they give you peace of mind from day one. When you invest in a mattress from OMF, you're investing in better sleep tonight and smart savings for years to come. No more frequent replacements, no more wasted time shopping. To learn more about the true value of durability, visit originalmattress.com and read our latest blog on getting the most from your mattress investment.
At the Original Mattress Factory, we know that convenience is key. That's why we've made mattress shopping simple and stress-free. Shop in-store or online, whatever works best for you. No high-pressure sales tactics or fake promotions. Our prices are clearly marked, and we openly compare our products to other brands. With our streamlined selection, you won't be overwhelmed by duplicate options, and our 365-day comfort policy provides for peace of mind. Experience the ease of buying factory direct. Visit OMF today for better sleep tonight.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play.
Who let the dogs out?
Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock.
I'm Rob Taylor. A martial arts instructor is under arrest, charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl during private lessons at a studio. Allegheny County Police say 22-year-old Steve Bernisky of South Fayette assaulted the girl multiple times at that local studio in Heidelberg. Bernisky was arrested Friday and is in the Allegheny County Jail. Charges include sexual assault as well as indecent assault. Well, a woman died after a vehicle went off the road, crashed head-on into a tree. State police say it happened around 3:30 on Friday afternoon along Route 422 in White Township, Indiana County. She's been identified as 78-year-old Barbara Waltermeyer, who died at the scene. State police are investigating the crash. Well, Pittsburgh police say a man and woman flashed a gun at a school playground. Police say one of the two adults flashed that gun at a child who was at a playground near Pittsburgh King School on the north side Friday afternoon. A Pittsburgh Public Schools staff member intervened, and the alleged suspects ran off. A school security guard gave Pittsburgh police a description of the two adults, and they were quickly located and taken into custody. Police recovered a gun. No shots were fired. No one was injured, and charges are pending. Pittsburgh police are still searching for a father and son accused of beating a man over a parking spot. The alleged incident happened Thursday night along Federal Street on the north side. Now, the victim told police that 40-year-old Tommy Rozier and his son, 20-year-old Tommy Rozier Jr., attacked him with a pipe, a bat, and knife. Victim is in a hospital recovering with broken ribs. Police went to a home on Corner Avenue looking for the father and son. SWAT team was called in, but the two were not found. Drugs and weapons were found in the suspect's home. KDK Radio News Time is 7:02. We've got the AccuWeather forecast next.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. Clouds and sun tomorrow, warmer, high up to 78. Not as warm on Monday. We'll have clouds and a shower in the morning, then some sun returning on the high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Optilux Wellness Center. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, you know, the weather's getting warmer. You got things to do like yard work, a round of golf, maybe some tennis, pickleball, hang out with the kids, go to the pool. More importantly, spring clean. Get up on that stepladder. Well, guess what? If you're in pain, you've come to the right place because they're going to help you at the Optilux Wellness Center. Of course, Doc Ron and her. She happens to be Jessica Festus. She joins us in studio right now, and she's in the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can see this interview and this hour stream live and hear it too. KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch. Seminar on Monday, a twofer. She'll tell you all about that, 12:30 and 6:30. But without further ado, if you want to get a jump back in your step, it's time for people to jump to New Kensington and visit the Optilux Wellness Center. Is it not? Good morning.
It is indeed. Good morning, Rob. How are you?
I am wonderful.
How was your Easter?
Good.
Yeah?
Went by quick.
It did go by fast. I don't know. I remember being a kid in a sundress. Now we're like in jackets with our little ones, like running around.
Don't get
Easter
me
egg.
started. That's one of the lost holidays, and it used to be one of my favorites.
I know. I missed it, but we all had a good time. Good food, family, all that fun stuff. So
You always do.
thanks. So yes, it is spring, and you probably all are out there trying to, knock off the cobwebs of the joints and get up out of your recliners and shut Netflix off and go take care of the leaves stuck in the, the hedges and everything. And you're finding maybe it's a little bit more difficult, or maybe did you not listen to me last year when I said this was coming? So here we are, and I'm hoping to get everybody back on track, on their feet, enjoying the weather that is coming. And so that's what we do: regenerative medicine and chiropractic, some nutrition in there, and of course, massage therapy. But our big thing right now is regenerative medicine and helping people regrow the innards, so to speak, of their joints. So if you've got knees that are really aching and you don't want to get a knee replacement surgery, this is a truly viable option. I had a woman come in last week, and I had done a seminar in the South Hills, which I'll throw this out there again. If you guys need a speaker for any of your events or your groups, or you're curious and you have a group of friends that I could come and speak with, I do that. You just have to contact the office. But I had done a seminar out in the South Hills, and she came in, and we took an x-ray of her shoulder. Her shoulder was really hurting. And I always say this on these shows: x-rays are so much fun to me because you get to see inside, right? And so she was in a lot of pain. She thought these x-rays were going to be ridiculous and like terrible, and it was going to show bone on bone and everything. She had beautiful spacing. So there was just an injury to the soft tissue. She's a prime candidate for what we call PRP, platelet-rich plasma. That is a few $100s. She's going to be feeling great in a couple of weeks. So she's coming in this week. We have a procedure day on the 15th, on tax day. So give them everything but your blood, and then come in and let me spin your blood and turn it into PRP that can help heal the soft tissue injuries. Maybe your knees are hurting. Maybe your shoulders are hurting. This is one of those things that we didn't grow up hearing about regenerative medicine. It's fairly new on the landscape here. And because insurance doesn't cover it, it doesn't get a lot of press. But it's not very expensive. It's way less than whatever you're going to pay out of pocket for a knee replacement. Even cortisone shots add up after a little while with office visits, and then they usually send you through PT. There are copays for all of that, on Medicare or not. My 30 years in this business, insurance has never gotten any better. The copays have gotten larger, the deductibles have gotten larger, and the benefits have gotten smaller. So regenerative medicine is like that perfect, like, I really want this thing fixed. I don't want downtime. I don't want it to cost an arm and a leg, and I want it to work. And that's regenerative medicine, fits all of the above.
Well, here's the thing. You won't be using that insurance card after you get this. And
No,
think about,
exactly.
I know that sticker shock, people are wondering about the price, but wouldn't you rather pay now as opposed to pay later? Because if you don't get this issue fixed, eventually medicine will talk you into a joint replacement and other things, meaning prescription after prescription, anti-inflammatory. So your co-pays will add up, as will your bill. And the next thing you know, you'll be thousands, not able to get ahead, and you'll be still dealing with the pain. So why not invest in this to get ahead of it so you don't have to go through that?
Absolutely. There's no reason not to give this a shot. Literally to come in, have an exam, and let us see if this is something that would work for you, something that we, in our experience, could anticipate a good result for you. The lovely thing about regenerative medicine is that there's no medicine involved. There's nothing for you to react to. You know, in healthcare, you have, oh, you're responding well to this treatment, or, oh, you had a reaction. The reaction part is, pretty hard to come by. The response part is really what we see, because these are cells that your body understands how they work. We just give them back to you in a quantity. So we can buy mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix. We call that regenerative cellular therapy. We can buy that in quantities from 10 million cells for, 1 million cells, clear up to 300 million cells. I mean, you could just, of course, add and add and add. Every one of those gives you healing potential that you did not have yesterday and you will not likely have tomorrow. So whenever you use these mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix, we're getting them from a stem cell bank. That bank gets them from the umbilical cords of live cesarean births. So the moms and the babies and the cords, everything has been tested to make sure that there is no disease and that there's no, anything not healthy in there. But there's this lining on the umbilical cord called Wharton's jelly. And if you look that up, it is rich in nutrient, but it is also rich in stem cells. And these particular stem cells, mesenchymal stem cells, or you might hear them called mesenchymal, they can become many different kinds of tissue. So you don't have to harvest like a piece of cartilage or a piece of bone. These cells can become both of those. They can become soft tissue and they can become bone. So even maybe, God forbid, you've had this surgery and there's a necrosis that is happening. The bone itself is not healing. We've had a few MMA fighters and other people who have come in that they had a broken bone, they had a surgery, it wasn't taking, it was becoming necrotic, and we were able to introduce the regenerative cellular therapy, those mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix, into that area, and the bone healed quite quickly. That saves people from infection, from future surgeries, from a lot of pain and inflammation, missing time of work. But if you can use these kind of cells, even as far as into brain tissue, this is revolutionary. And it's almost so simple that people don't take it that they do take it for granted. And you'll hear this show time and time again, and you'll be like, whatever. But this is actually life-altering information.
So let me throw this out at you. Do you think someday, and again, this is all speculation, just as we have gone through years of this research and discussion, CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, football players' concussions, dementia, Lewy bodies, Alzheimer's. Do you think someday, somehow, there'll be a link to actually being help people because of what you do with stem cells?
We're already helping people in those areas with what we do with stem cells, including Parkinson's. So here's a fun kind of thing. Whenever you have Alzheimer's, there are many different types of Alzheimer's.
Right.
A lot of them can actually be fixed in some regard with stem cells. So the research is ongoing and it's going and going. But what we're utilizing in our office is a sphenocath. So break that word down into two. Spheno, you have a sphenoid bone.
Right.
It's up in your sinus cavities. So you have the spheno, and the cath is a catheter. So it's basically two small tubes or one small tube that we put up each nostril. And you literally just spray the regenerative cellular therapy, that solution of mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix. The matrix is made up of hundreds of different cytokines, proteins, growth factors, all sorts of things that get your body to activate its own army of healing potential. But then in so doing, you've also given it a dose of mesenchymal stem cells within that is then also put to work. But when you do it through a sphenocath, it actually goes up and crosses the blood-brain barrier and can go in and start to help heal neural tissue. That's huge. You don't have to have brain surgery. You need to have cells that can cross over and go in there and do the healing that it should have done to begin with. The reason it didn't is your scale tipped. You got to the point where you did not have enough cells to heal the problem that the degenerative condition was presenting.
All right, we're going to come back and kind of go through the timeline, but tell them about what you're doing on Monday. Two of them.
Yeah, this time I decided to do two of them because one, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but we have a billboard on 28. I'm so excited. I know it sounds kind of geeky, but I'm kind of proud.
Billboard?
I am on the billboard. And we were trying to get it up for this morning's show. I don't know if they were able to do it because I was swamped yesterday and I'm terrible at email. So if you guys ever email me, please give me like a 4-day window. But anyhow, we were going back and forth. So there is an Optilux Wellness Center billboard. We're going to be changing it a lot here throughout the draft. But during my shows with you, and your little name is up there too, we are changing, and we're going to start putting like countdowns that the show is starting in 5 minutes, just to keep it fun, to keep it interactive. But I'm also putting promo codes on these billboards for you guys during our shows. So if you happen to see it, you'll end up with a discount if you can remember what the little promo code was.
So this is an electronic billboard?
It is an electronic billboard. Well, I'm excited because they let me change it as much as I want. So
you control it.
Well, sort of. I mean, I get to ask them to put X, Y, and Z up. So
nice. That's smart.
In doing that, I realized that a lot of people seeing it are the folks leaving Pittsburgh. So it's on your way out of the city, right? The first billboard when you get to Etna on the left, it's right there. And so anyhow, I just wanted to be able to offer a 6:30 seminar. We used to always do 6:30s, and then my kids, are in sports, and it gets crazy. So I texted Cecilia. She had flag football, go Fox Chapel, last night. And I said, Bean, do you have a game on Monday? Because they've had 3 games a week the last few weeks. She's like, no, not till Tuesday. And I was like, perfect. We'll add an evening seminar for those of you coming home from work and you're seeing it. I know that you can't make it at 12:30. So we're going to do a seminar this Monday. We always do a follow-up to our show here with Rob. So it's Monday, the 13th at 12:30. For those of you that don't like to be out late, and then 6:30 for those of you who are coming home from work. But take the time to just come in and get the information. It's not a sales pitch. It's literally just information. Then if you want to sign up for an exam at the end, you're welcome to. But I don't do any kind of like, and you can have another ShamWow if you do it tonight. I don't do that.
All right, but what you need to do is to let her know you're coming, even though it's free. And you can do that right now if you want to call and leave your information. 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210. They are located at 706 Stevenson Boulevard. That's this coming Monday. Again, 12:30 and 6:30. Those free seminars, but they want to know you're coming. 724-335-5210. Jessica Festa, back with more in a moment on KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Brian Reynolds homered, and the Pirates beat the Cubs 2-0 yesterday in Chicago. 2 teams again today. 2:20 first pitch, 93-7 the Fan. Pens, who clinched the postseason the other night against Jersey, will drop the puck this afternoon at 3 against Washington. And what a Masters the defending champion Rory McIlroy is having. He finished yesterday with a second-round 65. He has a 6-shot lead, the biggest lead for anyone in the history of the Masters after 36 holes. He is at 12 under. Sam Burns and Patrick Reed are 6 shots off the pace. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Good Nature Organic Lawn Care provides organic lawn, tree, and shrub care that actually makes sense. It's created for kids, pets, and your peace of mind. Because a great lawn shouldn't come with warning labels. No harsh chemicals, no second guessing. Just greener grass the natural way. Want to know why organic is the smarter choice for your yard and your family? Get the facts and services online at whygoodnature.com. Good Nature Organic Lawn Care. Good for your lawn. Better for everything living on it.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, that doubleheader seminar coming up Monday, 12:30 and 6:30, New Kensington, 706 Stevenson Boulevard. Lots of eye-opening information. You're going to want to be a part of it. It is free, but you got to let them know you're coming. 724-335-5210. You'll get to meet Jess in person, and she'll talk to you about stuff like this. That's right, regenerative cellular therapy designed to maintain, heal, and rejuvenate and regenerate tissue. The type of therapy is great for knees, shoulders, and tears and back pain associated with degenerative disc or damaged tendons and that dreaded word arthritis. So let's talk basically about the stem cells and where they come from and how do you do these procedures. Go ahead.
All right. So we call it regenerative cellular therapy. And what that is a mixture, a natural. It came this way. We didn't add it together, but it comes this way within the Wharton's jelly of an umbilical cord. It's mesenchymal stem cells and the matrix, which is, like I just said, hundreds of different cytokines, proteins, growth factors, all kind of the good stuff that makes cells grow into tissue. And I don't know, I guess people are usually most curious about, were there abortions involved? No, absolutely 100% not. These were live cesarean births. It was pre-planned. It is basically like an organ donation. So the moms are healthy, the babies are healthy, and all of this is predetermined and set up for that time of the pre-planned cesarean birth. And then the stem cell bank, and one in particular that we decided to deal with, only uses the cords of unvaccinated by the newest vaccine that does not have enough research yet to make me comfortable. That vaccine, the moms have not had that because now we are seeing the research. It is proven, it is shown now that that vaccine and its effects, those spike proteins in particular, are crossing the barrier of the placenta into the baby and into the baby's bloodstream, and it is showing that. So we didn't want to, the research on regenerative medicine for the last 50 years was done without that vaccine in play. So that's the research that I trust. And when I'm trying to take the best care of our patients as I can, to keep them safe as I can, I want to go with the research that has been done, not the research that is pending. And I'm glad that we took that step. And I know that it's a controversial thing for people. And here's my reason for it, is to keep you safe, because I do not know what is coming down the line. It has not been long enough for us to see the true effects. But now that I see that our inclinations were right, and that it is showing that it is passing from mother to baby. Some of us didn't want that. And, you know, you have all of these different variations of beliefs that are encamped in this. But when it comes down to it, my job is to provide you with the safest, most effective treatment that I can provide. And so I went with what has 50 years of research shown and what were the cells used in that time frame. And so that's what we're sticking to. If you want to go and get your own thing, that's on you, but it's not going to come through my clinic in the regenerative medicine sector. So having said that, we use two different stem cell banks, and they both do the same thing with unvaccinated moms. And these cells, when they come from a newborn, they replicate at a high rate of speed. So every 24 hours, if you bought 10 million cells, in 24 hours, you'll have 20 million cells. In 24 hours from there, you'll have 40 million, 80, 160, and it just keeps going like that in a replication rate while they're being used making tissue, which this is, when you take it out of the umbilical cord, its purpose in there was to build a brand new human being in 9 months' time. So these were just kind of the leftovers. Now, it's probably not good for business for me, but if you are having a baby, please allow the cord to drain completely into your child. That umbilical cord does not need to be cut 5 seconds after that baby has touched air for the first time. It is so vitally important that that baby has as much of the innards of that umbilical cord as possible. Read up all about it, call and ask me, come in and have a consult. But if you do get to have regenerative medicine by moms who have donated the cord, you are getting cells that have never eaten fast food, that have never smoked a cigarette, that have never had a late night out at college. These cells are super healthy and they are whole and they are ready to continue making tissue in your body at a higher rate of speed. Mine and your cells, Rob, were a little bit older. Our cells replicate every 60 hours, so every 2.5 days. So what I tell people is, if this were your bank account and it doubled every day or it doubled every 2.5 days, which ones would you want?
All right, tell everybody about your doubleheader Monday.
So we decided to do the doubleheader, the seminar, which is just this information in order. I tend to jump around a lot on these shows, but 12:30 and 6:30 in our office waiting room in New Kensington. Excuse me. And I'll give you the full rundown on regenerative medicine and what that could look like for you.
All right, so let me tell you what you do right now as we go to break. You go and make this phone call and say, I'll be there Monday, either at 12:30 or 6:30, 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210. They are located at 706 Stevenson Boulevard in that great community of New Kensington. Coming up, Rob Taylor with a news update, bottom of the hour. Then we come back and we're going to talk about FDA approved. Are they? Also, we're going to talk about some studies and who does this procedure when it comes to stem cells. And if we have time, we'll get into other aspects too. But what you need to do is go to those seminars, either 12:30 or 6:30, free Monday at the Optilux Wellness Center, 706 Stevenson Boulevard. Call and let them know you're coming. 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean. Hell yeah, but that's the way we get down. In a hick town underneath this Amarillo. Hey, let's go!
Radio.
You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police searching this morning for a father and son accused of beating a man over a parking spot. The alleged incident happened Thursday night along Federal Street on the north side. Now, the victim told police that 40-year-old Tommy Rozier and his son, 20-year-old Tommy Rozier Jr., attacked him with a pipe, bat, and knife. Victim is in the hospital this morning recovering with broken ribs. Now, police went to a home on Corner Avenue looking for the father and son. The SWAT team was called in. The two were not found there. Drugs and weapons were found in the suspect's home. A martial arts instructor under arrest charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl during private lessons. Allegheny County police say 22-year-old Steve Berniski of South Fayette assaulted the girl multiple times at a local studio in Heidelberg. Berniski was arrested on Friday and is in the Allegheny County Jail. Charges include sexual assault as well as indecent assault. A Derry Township man facing charges by state police for allegedly attempting to contact several underage girls. 21-year-old Wilmer Olson, accused of attempting to make contact with at least 4 underage girls when he was 19 years old. According to police, the 4 victims range in age from 12 to 15 years old. One victim telling state troopers that Olson offered to buy her a soda in exchange for a sexual favor. Olson is facing charges of involuntary deviant sexual intercourse with a person less than 16 years, also corruption of minors, unlawful contact with a minor, stalking, and harassment. A woman died after her vehicle went off the road and crashed head-on into a tree. State police say it happened around 3:30 Friday afternoon along Route 422 in White Township, Indiana County. She's been identified as 78-year-old Barbara Waltermeyer. She died at the scene. State police are investigating the crash. KDK Radio News time is now 7:32. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up 2 minutes away.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high up to 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. A warmer day tomorrow with clouds and sun, high up to 78. Not quite as warm on Monday, starting off with clouds and a shower, then sun returns with a high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Optilux Wellness Center.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Jessica Festa, Optilux Wellness Center. Don't forget seminars this Monday, 2 of them, 12:30 and 6:30. They are free, but you need to call right now to let them know you're coming so they can make space for you. 724-335-5210. There is not a charge for these seminars. 724-335-5210, 706 Stevenson Boulevard. Okay, let's talk about how the FDA has said, okay, we approve. Go ahead.
Right. So these are not a drug. They are biological. And so everything that needs to be approved is approved. I always joke that I don't look good in orange. I am not going to go to jail for you to have new knees. But no, these are been completely approved. The research is being done at Mayo Clinic, at Stanford, at Harvard, heck, even here at UPMC. There are stem cell clinics and research laboratories all over the world, literally all over the world. We have friends who have clinics in Colombia and in Costa Rica. If any of you are interested in a wider option list, you can actually leave the country with me and go and do some cool things that we are not allowed to do here in the United States, but that are safe and that are effective. To be honest, I think it just takes too much money out of their pockets and they won't let us do them here. So if you are interested in that, we do medical trips to Costa Rica, excuse me, for regenerative medicine on a large scale for some of the bigger diseases that face the American people. One of 3 people will die of here in the United States. So if you are curious about that, come to the seminar and I can tell you in person more about that. But, you know, when you see stories like Mel Gibson, right, he took his dad out of the country and he had stage 4 cancer and he lived quite long and he left that place without it. And it's interesting to me to see the research in the stories that come out from all around the world. This is not something that it's risky or that it's still in its trials. They're still doing research because they want to see how far can it go. How can we, like in the U.S., you're not allowed to manipulate the cell. In another country, you're allowed to replicate the cell up to 3 generations. It's still safe for you to replicate the cell in a lab, in a petri dish, so to speak. Here in the U.S., we don't do that, especially not in our clinic. Ours is simply that we buy quantity from the stem cell bank. So all of the checks and balances are in place for everybody down the line. And then we inject that solution into, say, your knees. If your knees are hurting and they're creaking and they're clicking and you can't walk and they're inflamed, people come in fully leaning on canes and walkers and are getting these procedures. And then I have, like this past week, a college athlete. This can go in any age range. There aren't a lot of people that we've had to turn away and say, you've just waited too long. Like there's just not enough tissue here for us to work with, for your own body to really to regenerate that much tissue would take a lot of cells and time. And so, we have an orthopedic surgeon that we refer out to who does knees and hips. And so if that is something that it comes down that we do our exam and we realize that this is just too bad, we do have a good referral for you. He's in the South Hills. So, I mean, we're willing when the time, if it's necessary, if somebody needs the surgery, we fess up and say what we do is just, it's not likely going to help you. But in most of the people that we're seeing, whether it be the use of regenerative cellular therapy or the use of PRP, we're getting great results. So we stick with that. So all of the approvals, back to that FDA question, all of the approvals and the laws are being followed.
So we kind of hit on a little bit about the studies, and we talked about the procedure. We talked about how you can recommend someone to an orthopedic physician if need be.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the other thing. You realize the majority of people that have been doing this have been some of the most high-profile athletes. There's no way they're going to risk life and limb. It's their profession if there's any danger involved in this.
One of my very favorite Pittsburgh Steelers used it right before his last Super Bowl where he was MVP. 2 weeks, 2 weeks before. And I'm pretty sure that I know who the doctor was, and he's a friend of mine. But of course, we don't talk our patients' names, so I don't know for sure. But just knowing that he's in this game with me, but he had PRP, from what I understand, put in his knee, and he not only played in that game, but he won MVP. Now, I have a lot of football guys, and I love my athletes. I got to work Steelers training camp as a massage therapist for 2 years, and I love those guys. I would never look at their names when they signed in because I didn't want to know who they actually were. Without their numbers,
and
I can't. I'm not the girl that's following them on social media, so I don't know what their faces look like most of the time. So when they would come in, they'd sign in and they'd come in with me, and I had a few that just would come to me only, and the one would have to duck and kind of turn a little sideways to get in the door. And the first time I met him, it was his first year with us. And I was like, oh man, they gave me the little guy. And he laughed. He completely eclipsed my massage table. And then there were running backs that were just so cut that it was fascinating as somebody who works on bodies to actually see the curve of every muscle on a person.
The ripple effect.
It was... See, I did a cadaver lab, right? And I know that seems strange to be excited about. But
explain what that is, too.
Oh, a cadaver lab is when you have an unalived,
right?
Yes, person, and you go through their anatomy and
study it.
And I did it with a guy named Joe out of Allegheny General. Brilliant guy. I wish I could find him. I didn't write everything down. But anyhow, when you get to see this body opened up, I was just in absolute awe. My favorite muscle, there are two of them actually, is your psoas muscle, which is tucked down in your hip. It's like the size of a little pork tenderloin. You can reach down there. In a cadaver, you can reach down in there and really grab it. Fascinating muscle. It has so much to do with your hip health and your low back. And then a deltoid muscle up here on your shoulder, that muscle that you could just grab. It's beautiful. It looks like a rose in person, uncovered from skin. But it gave me this appreciation for the human body. And so when I got to see, some of the Steelers and the way that they have to perform and the way that they have to train and what it takes to do their job is incredible. And then when we started doing regenerative medicine and I realized that I could keep them healthy, a lot of them end up with double knee replacements and all of this sort of thing and the concussion. I want to take care of them so bad. I'm an athlete. I'm not nearly to that level. But when you're putting your body through it, whether you're a secretary, a mom, a mill worker, construction, desk job, your body is degenerating at some rate of speed. This is where you take back time. With regenerative medicine, it regenerates tissue that is broken down for whatever reason in whatever area, and it gives you the opportunity to rebuild it back into a great space where you can function and perform normal.
We're going to summarize everything when we come back, but please, I highly urge you, these are free seminars. You can go to both if you want, one at 12:30, one at 6:30. They're happening in New Kensington, and she's going to tell you right now what you're going to witness in person with her, but I want you to call and just say, hey, I was listening to the radio. I will be there either at 12:30 or 6:30 or both on Monday, 706 Stevenson Boulevard, 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210.
All right. So at the seminar, I just do a PowerPoint so that it kind of keeps me in a linear motion. And we'll just go through regenerative medicine, sort of the history of what have we used, how it has worked, and what do we do now.
So make the call. Let them know you're going to be there 12:30 or 6:30 this coming Monday. That number is 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210. One more segment with Jessica. Next hour, Brian Carrantes, Secure Money Advisors, in which we'll be taking your calls on all the financial news, tips, and tricks that you need information for. Brian will be talking to you in just less than 20 minutes on KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio, KDKA. Sports.
Sports is brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. Brian Reynolds homered and the Pirates beat the Cubs 2-0 yesterday in Chicago. 2 teams again today. 2:20 first pitch, 93-7 the Fan. Pens, who clinched the postseason the other night against Jersey, will drop the puck this afternoon at 3 against Washington. And what a Masters the defending champion Rory McIlroy is having. He finished yesterday with a second-round 65. He has a 6-shot lead. The biggest lead for anyone in the history of the Masters after 36 holes. He is at 12 under. Sam Burns and Patrick Reed are 6 shots off the pace. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city. This is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good Nature Organic Lawn Care provides organic lawn, tree, and shrub care that actually makes sense. It's created for kids, pets, and your peace of mind. Because a great lawn shouldn't come with warning labels. No harsh chemicals, no second guessing. Just greener grass the natural way. Want to know why organic is the smarter choice for your yard and your family? Get the facts and services online at whygoodnature.com. Good Nature Organic Lawn Care. Good for your lawn. Better for everything living on it.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs, with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACK Vacations.com. That's SWACVacations.com.
If you want to know how good it feels to get professional paint work inside your home, go with CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard, and a big opportunity right now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And remember, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, you and Dr. Ron do incredible things at the Optilux Wellness Center, and I want you to take all the time you need to wrap up this final segment. It's time for the review of today's edition of the Optilux Wellness Center. They'll get you out of pain, get you back into life, put a smile on your face, and don't forget, seminar, 2 of them, 12:30, 6:30 on Monday. They're located at 706 Stevenson Boulevard, 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210. They are free. They just need to know you're coming. Jessica.
All right, you guys. So just to give you our website, OptiluxWellness.com, we have done a little bit of work on it. We've tried to make it a little easier for you guys to schedule appointments and upload your insurance cards and all sorts of things on there. You should be seeing some ads coming out from us shortly on hair restoration. That's not something that we talk about very often, but we're having some really great success with that. So we wanted to let you guys know that it is available. But what we want you to be able to do, if your knees are hurting, I mean, knee pain is huge, hip pain is huge. You can't be mobile. You can't go and do the things that you enjoy doing. Regenerative medicine is your answer. Most of the time, people come in and it's a no-brainer. Once they get to see their x-rays and they get to see the doctor and they get to hear how regenerative medicine works, which it's just an injection. There's not an over and over and over. So if I would say, okay, you're out there right now and you have one knee that is just really bothering you, maybe it's both, but if you have one knee that's really bothering you and we wanted to do, even if it were a regenerative cellular therapy protocol where we're going to use mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix and PRP, within these protocols, you're going to get platelet-rich plasma, and then you're going to get some stem cells, and then you're going to get more platelet-rich plasma. So there is a series of 3 to 4 injections over the course of about 2 months, maybe 3 months, and then we just leave you be for about 6 months, and we bring you back and we see where you're at and how it's going. Most of the time, by the second injection, you're already feeling a difference. So that's within the span of a month. What else are you going to do in the next month that is going to take away that knee pain and restore you to normal and natural function? We're not looking to numb, dumb, or cut the body up. We want to honor the body. We want to honor the spaces that have done well by you. They have walked you miles and miles and miles on this journey of life. It has done your job. It has raised your kids, but the tissue has worn out. What you want to do is to regrow that tissue. You don't want to cut the knee out and put a mechanical version of yourself in there. So many things can and have gone wrong for a lot of people. And a lot of times it goes right. But I'm not the kind of person that gambles with that. When I have an opportunity to simply do a few injections, I know most of you out there go to cortisone after cortisone after cortisone. That is an injection. So don't be scared of this. This is a really simple procedure that doesn't require you to be sedated. You don't even need somebody to drive you home. You can drive yourself home from this as long as you're not somebody that like passes out when when you see a needle. But you could hang out in the office for that extra 10, 15 minutes until you get yourself together. But this is the simplest way to get you back on your feet and to do it without drugs, to do it without surgery, to do it without downtime, without any real harsh medical intervention or anything that you're going to have to do or deal with for the rest of your life. All we want to do is put these cells back into the tissue that is lacking, allow it to have the time to regrow the tissue, and that's it. That's all you have to do. There is nothing more that you need to do. If you are interested, we can do some things on the nutritional side of you to get the chronic inflammation out of you. Do you understand so many diseases stem from chronic inflammation in the body? there are some simple fixes. You don't need to change everything about your life. I know that people get overwhelmed because I hear it all the time, that they don't want to take all of these pills and they don't want to do this. But here's the thing. You're either going to take supplements and things to make or keep you healthy, or you're going to end up on a medication. And those medications are intended to be with you until the day that you die. They are expensive. They are dangerous, they are damaging, and no matter what that darn commercial said on the NCAA finals, medicine is not health. I almost threw my phone at the television when I saw them say medicine is health. It is not. Medicine is the absence of health. Health is the absence of medicine. And that is just as plain and simple as I can put it, and my hands are sweating because my adrenaline just started pumping through my body. If you are on medicine, you are not living in health, and you deserve to live in health. You don't have to stay in that little whirlwind of medicine at all times. There are so many things that we can do, that we can advise you about, that I can refer you out to, that will allow your body to actually heal from the inside out. It doesn't need to take forever. But what if it does? What if it does take from now until the day that you die for you to feel better every day, feeling a little bit better? Is what you're doing right now working? Is what you're doing right now promising you that you're going to feel better, do better, live better in the years to come because you are swallowing that pill or because you are going under that knife? I know the answer to that. But I want you guys to honestly sit with that question. Is what you have done in the past to handle the problem and that pain that you are in, has it worked? Is it going to work? Is there a guarantee that you are going to be better off and healthier for doing it? And there's not. So if you can use regenerative medicine and actually regrow tissue and actually restore the function and you getting to go live your life, why not look into that? And it starts with a call to our office, a visit to our website, coming to the seminar on Monday, whether it be 12:30 or 6:30. Meet me in person, look me in the face, tell me what is going on with you, and let me offer you a solution.
I can't thank you enough. You are a whirlwind of information. It just never stops. Good stuff. And I know you and Doc Ron do such great work. And look for the billboard down there near Etna. It'll definitely be a timely reminder for all of you to do this. 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210, 706 Stevenson Boulevard, New Kensington. Call today. Tell your friends. Tell them to call. Let them know you're going to be there. 2 seminars on Monday, free, but they want to know you're coming, 12:30 and 6:30, 724-335-5210. Have a great month.
Thank you. You too. I'll see you soon.
All right.
The preceding was paid for by Optilux Wellness Center. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 44 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A martial arts instructor is under arrest charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl during private lessons. Allegheny County Police say 22-year-old Steve Bernisky of South Fayette assaulted the girl multiple times at a local studio in Heidelberg. Bernisky was arrested on Friday. He's in the Allegheny County Jail. Charges include sexual assault as well as indecent assault. A Derry Township man facing charges by state police for allegedly attempting to contact several underage girls. 21-year-old Wilmer Olson accused of attempting to make contact with at least 4 underage girls when he was 19 years old, according to police. The 4 victims range in age from 12 to 15. One victim told state troopers that Olson offered to buy her soda in exchange for a sexual favor. Olson is facing charges including corruption of minors, unlawful contact with a minor, stalking, as well as harassment. Well, splashdown successful. Artemis II and crew successfully returning to Earth Friday after going further into space than any other human has before. Artemis II entry flight director Rick Hempfling with some stats on the mission.
4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target.
Also, a woman died after her vehicle went off the road and crashed head-on into a tree. State police say it happened around 3:30 Friday afternoon along Route 22 in White Township. That's in Indiana County. She was identified as 78-year-old Barbara Waltermeyer. She died at the scene. State police are investigating the crash. Pittsburgh public safety officials laying out their security plan ahead of the 2026 NFL draft coming here. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush with the details.
Officials say coordination is key with agencies like the FBI, ATF, and Pennsylvania State Police all involved in security. At today's press conference, FBI Special Agent in Charge Richard Ivanchik told me there are currently no credible threats, and agents will be working around the clock to keep the event safe.
We do have a few days before the event, and one thing that I would just remind the public of is that you are our greatest asset. If there is someone out there who is of concerning or posting comments or planning some type of an event here targeting the draft, we certainly want to be aware of that.
Ivanchik is also urging residents to report anything suspicious by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or 911. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time. It's 8:03. It's time to call Highwood Cemetery to ensure your family's grave sites are protected now and in the future. 412-766-6600. The AccuWeather forecast next.
This is Greg Truzinski of the Original Mattress Factory. People often ask me why our mattresses last so long. The answer is simple. We build them right. Not only are OMF mattresses durable, they give you peace of mind from day one. When you invest in a mattress from OMF, you're investing in better sleep tonight and smart savings for years to come. No more frequent replacements, no more wasted time shopping. To learn more about the true value of durability, visit originalmattress.com and read our latest blog on getting the most from your mattress investment.
At the Original Mattress Factory, we know that convenience is key. That's why we've made mattress shopping simple and stress-free. Shop in-store or online, whatever works best for you. No high-pressure sales tactics or fake promotions. Our prices are clearly marked, and we openly compare our products to other brands. With our streamlined selection, you won't be overwhelmed by duplicate options, and our 365-day comfort policy provides for peace of mind. Experience the ease of buying factory direct. Visit OMF today for better sleep tonight.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. Clouds and sun tomorrow, warmer, high up to 78. Not as warm on Monday. We'll have clouds and a shower in the morning, then some sun returning on the high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, the opening comments from Brian Carant, Secure Money Advisors, on the money this week in retirement, moments away. But here is what we've been doing in recent weeks. If you're out there and you have any questions about your portfolio, information that you need to know, this thing that is the Wall Street bulls and bears, and of course all the different things that kind of entice your thought process, such as annuities, now's the time to call. When to hold them, when to fold them, all the good stuff that you need in one program that'll be on the air for the next hour. But you have an opportunity right now, early on this Saturday morning, a little after 8 a.m., April the 11th. Call now, 866-391-1020. All of our lines are open. Any financial questions you have, line up early, get in here, and we'll get to your calls in just a couple of moments. But don't forget, Right Track Your Retirement too, righttrackpittsburgh.com. That's the book. He wrote it. We'll send it to you absolutely free. But right now, it's time to get going with Brian Caranta for another edition of Secure Money Advisors on the Money. And if you have a financial question, talk to the man right now, 866-391-1020. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Rob. How are you today?
I am fantastic. And let me just say, your Studio 77 is getting a lot of good feedback.
It sure is. They wrote up a really nice piece in the Tribune the other day, and, we're happy to do it. I mean, we've had a lot of nonprofits reach out that have, because I don't know if you know this. I think you do, but I'm offering the studio to nonprofits at literally no cost, just to come in and record their message and get video or do a podcast or whatever. So, if you're a nonprofit out there and you've been trying to figure out how to get exposure and get your message out there, Studio 77 was really built at first. It was just it was my studio to create content for Secure Money Advisors, because I didn't want to have to travel to Arizona anymore because of my little kids, right? And I was away from them all the time. So I said, well, let me set up a few cameras. Well, a few cameras turned into a few more cameras and a few more cameras. And I realized that I was able to record my content very, very quickly. So then all of a sudden I record my content in about a week, and you got 3 weeks that, the studio's not doing anything. I said, what good can I do with this? And so that's when we started thinking about Studio 77. My sister Michelle, who's been
excellent,
been part of some major networks in Hollywood, has come in to run the studio. So, it's a nice luxury studio, man. It's a beautiful place. You've been there.
Listen, I can tell you this: I'm a grizzled veteran. I've done it all. Been there. Network television, downtown at the Golden Triangle location of the great KDK television, the pioneer broadcasting station of America, KDK. Did television for 20 years at a palatial studio. But I can tell you unequivocally, beyond a shadow of a doubt, nothing is quite as palatial as Studio 77 in that great community of Warrendale. And if you're a nonprofit, take that opportunity, because I promise you, it'll be a great way to get your message out, and it won't cost you a thing.
Yep, it's our way to give back. So let's talk about this week in retirement, because there's a lot going down. I want to break down what's actually happening right now in the markets, because if you're watching the headlines, it feels like things are going pretty well. But when you really look under the hood, it tells a little bit of a different story. So let's start with the Dow. Right now, the Dow is sitting just under about 48,000. It's up about 3% over this past week. But here's the part I want you to really pay attention to. For the entire year, the Dow is basically flat. And that just shows you kind of how choppy things have been. and it hasn't gone anywhere all year. The S&P has been pushing higher. The NASDAQ has been leading, especially with tech. We even saw the NASDAQ jump about 5% in a single week. Now, here's what's interesting about that. A lot of this movement is not being driven from long-term confidence. It's actually being driven by positioning. In other words, investors that have shorted the market are buying back in. So essentially, shorting the market would mean that I borrow a stock, let's say I borrow a stock and I sell it back into the market for $100, and I'm going to hope to buy it back at a lower price. So let's say I buy it back at $50. The difference between that is my profit. That's shorting. So when they have to buy back in, whether the stock goes down or up, when they buy back in, that forces the markets back up. So investors were betting against the market, are being forced to buy back in. And then, that's not investor confidence. It's that's uncertainty when you see, short positions like that being bought back in. And there are three big forces that we need to talk about. Number one is inflation, because it's still hanging around. We just saw one of the bigger jumps in consumer prices this year, driven by energy and gas. So even though people thought inflation was coming down, it's proven to be sticking around. And number two is the Federal Reserve, and this is a big one. Just a few months ago, everyone thought the Fed was going to start cutting rates this year. Now that's getting pushed back, and there's a real possibility that rates may stay higher for longer. And of course, as everyone knows, that means borrowing stays expensive. So it's going to cost you more for a mortgage, cost you more for a car loan. That slows the economy down, and it also, creates volatility in the markets. And what else creates volatility is obviously all these global events going on, and this is really the wild card, and it is a wild card. You've got geopolitical tensions affecting oil prices. Markets jump one day, jumping the next, going down, going up, and we literally saw the Dow move over 1,000 points in a single day just on headlines alone. Now, if we talk about the banks, because this is something I think a lot of people are missing right now, we're heading into earnings seasons, and the big banks like J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo are in a really interesting position. On one hand, higher interest rates have helped their profits because that's how they make money. They're making more money off of their loans. But on the other hand, loan demand is starting to slow. Of course it would, right? I mean, who wants to borrow money at a higher interest rate? Not a lot of people. So what you have is this push and pull, strong earnings, but underlying stress, and the market hasn't decided which one matters more. So what does it all mean? And let's tie this back to retirement planning. You've got markets going up with not very strong conviction. Inflation still hanging around. The Fed's stuck on interest rates. Banks showing mixed signals, and the market's reacting to headlines. And yet, most people still feel like everything's fine. And this is where I want you to really lean in for a second, because retirement is not about what the Dow did this week or what the market did yesterday. It's about answering three questions. If you're going to be retiring, where is your income going to be coming from? How predictable is it going to be? And what happens if the market drops 20 or 30%, especially in your first few years of retirement? And these are the things that we've got to think about, because these are the things that are going to have a big impact. And this is why I always say, Rob, you got to have a philosophy around your money, because if you don't have a philosophy around your money, you'll really fall for anything. And what I mean by that is most people chase returns. I remember I had a great mentor. He is no longer around, but I remember telling him back in probably 2005, he said, "Why do you want to be in this business?" And I said, "Well, I just want to help as many people as I can." He says, "Well, how are you going to do that?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to be the best trader. I'm going to get him the best rate of return." And he started laughing at me. He says, "You, Brian Quaranta, you think you, Brian Quaranta in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, is going to be able to get these people the best rate of return and beat everybody else, all these guys on Wall Street, all these institutional firms, all these, hedge funds." He says, let me tell you what you really need to think about if you really want to help people. You better understand how income works in retirement. You better understand everything about Social Security, when to take it, how to optimize it. You better understand pension options if people still have a pension, whether they take single life, joint life, etc. You better understand how their taxes work on these things, their retirement account and their taxes, their health care and their Medicare premium, their estate planning. Because if you really want to help people, it's not about those returns. It's about those 5 areas that I just talked about.
This is why they do what they do every day, and people absolutely love them, including me. So here is that number. If you want to join us right now, we've got Chuck. We're going to get to him in a moment. Anybody with any financial questions, we have added this in the last month. You can call in real time, and Brian will help you right now on the air. 866-391-1020. Always we have that staff standing by at 412-286-1470. Again, Right Track Your Retirement, the book. They'll send it to you. Pick up shipping, absolutely free. He wrote it, easy read, a real game changer. Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, or you can call the troops standing by at 412-286-1470. But again, to get your financial questions answered, now is the time to line up on the phone lines. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Brian Caranta hosting another edition of Secure Money Advisors on the money for Saturday morning at KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Is there constantly someone in the family fighting a cold? Fight back with Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills viruses and bacteria, and it won't hurt your skin, your pets, or our environment. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Get Sniper. It's safe to use in your home and office. Simply spray and walk away to kill germs for maximum protection. Pick up a bottle of Sniper at your local True Value store or visit disinfectwithsniper.com. Get it now.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on the dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Think back to the last time you were in nature.
What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the US, we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I can't speak highly enough of them, know them. I understand what they can do and how they can help you. So when we give you a chance to get these financial questions answered with Brian Caranta or any of the great crew from Secure Money Advisors, you need to take advantage of it. And I know it's new, baby steps, but people are starting to buy in. But first come, first serve. And the earlier you call, the better. So we've got Chuck and Shayla and Nancy and Arnold. Chuck was first, so he's on the air with Brian Caranta, Secure Money Advisors on the money. Good morning, Chuck. Welcome to KDKA.
Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Chuck. How you doing today?
Okay, good. As promised, you had your Hershey's Nuggets. And as a bonus, you had Tim Hortons K-Cups. So I said, no, I definitely got to buy an annuity.
He sent me a picture.
Did he?
Yes.
I love it. I love it, Chuck. That's fantastic. Thank you.
So I just recently turned 59 and a half.
Yep.
So I stopped on Tuesday with Neil and got a financial plan set up. And I was actually surprised that the rates were still pretty high.
Yeah.
I was a little nervous about what the rates were going to be. I bought two annuities. The one was unbelievable. The first year was 9.55.
Yep.
And the next 5 years was 4.55.
Yes.
And the other one I bought was just flat out 5% for 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to give me a lot of income options.
It's going to give you a ton of income options. I don't think at the bank right now. I have a money market that went down to like 2%, and I think a lot of people don't realize. So Chuck, that 5% account that you just purchased, I just put more money in that myself. And that's with a great local company. If I recall the one that you're referring to, right? I mean.
That was GBU.
Yeah, I mean they're fantastic. I mean they're local. They're right down there on Route 51. They're going to be moving their locations, but I mean a lot of people don't realize we've got these incredible fraternal insurance companies here: GBU, GCU, NSS, and I mean when you look at like what the banks are offering, 2-3% right now, and then GBU's offering 5 years at 5% or a little bit more. Right now, I mean, it's absolutely incredible to lock that in for the next 5 years because, the banks are not what they were just even 6 months ago with CD rates and so on and so forth. So, but to know that both of those annuities, I know what you're referring to, you got a ton of income options going into retirement now on how you're going to be able to take income, whether you just take one, take both, stack them. That's exactly how I'm positioning mine, right? Is making sure that I've got that foundation with that protected income and those protected interest rates so that I know that without a doubt, no matter what happens to the market, I've got that stream of income and I'm not going to lose any principal.
Oh, I said, Neil made it easy. I said, I did in-service rollover. That was really easy. So I just got to wait. I'll be sending him the checks next week. As soon as they come in, the 401k has to send them to me, then I have to send them back to you. They won't send them directly to the
right. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? They won't send them directly to the company. They send them right to your house in an envelope. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, okay.
Whoops.
Yeah, the other thing was more scary. I made the mistake of looking at my 401k like, hey, where'd all this money go?
Yeah. Yeah, right. Well, listen, go ahead.
He really made it easy, and especially when you have that giant screen and he put up the numbers, like if you let it go for this much or if you want to take this much or you can even take a little bit more.
Yeah.
He gave me a couple different scenarios, and when you can visualize it and see it on the giant screen, and you can see the real numbers. You can say 5%. Okay, what's that mean? I'm going to get this much money.
Yes.
I'll let it go for another year. I'm going to get this much more money. You
Yep.
know, it's easy. It's easy. No pressure.
Chuck, with you being able to, I'm glad you brought up the big screens, because I always tell people
I've seen it.
when you put up those things on the big screen and we're looking at real numbers, not charts and graphs and all that stuff that the financial firms like to show, but how easy was that for you to really grasp the concept of that planning?
Oh, it made so much more difference. I could see, like, okay, this will give you $2,000 a month, or you can take that $3,000 if you really want to, because you got the 10% option on both of those to withdraw the money. I mean, it gave me some options. I'm going to see what life brings me. I know now when I'm getting ready to leave my job. I'm not sure exactly when, but at least now I know I'm going to be okay.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, that is one of the greatest feelings in the world, is to know that you're going to be okay. And well, Chuck, welcome to our family of clients. I mean, I really do mean that from the bottom of my heart. And I'm glad that you got to sit down with Neil. He's one of the best. And I'm glad that you got to go through the planning process that you did. And that sense of security that you have is priceless right now.
Yeah, well, that's why I requested Neil, because I was there about a year and a half ago, and that's the first time we bought an annuity. And now I got my income plan complete, and I just got to figure out what I want to do with the rest of my life. But I was on cloud nine when I walked out the door, like, okay, me and my wife are going to be taken care of now.
Yeah.
And there's not a price tag you can put on that, Brian. There really isn't.
Well, that means the world to me. I try to communicate that in my message, with Rob every weekend. It's hard to communicate, but when you hear it from somebody like you, and you share that experience, it helps a lot of people understand how different we really are at Secure Money Advisors.
See, here's the thing that they do, and Chuck realizes it, and I realize it, because we're a couple of just blue-collar workers. He drives a UPS truck, and this microphone is my hammer.
Yes.
This is who you cater to.
That's right.
The working-class people.
Yep.
That's who Secure Money Advisors is.
Yeah, we never wanted to put a dollar figure on, who we were going to help. To me, I just wanted to help people like my mom and dad. And that's still that way today. And, at the end of the day, we've never judged anybody on how much money they have. We look at the problem in front of us and we say, can it be solved? The dollars don't matter. It's the problem that we're looking at, and can it be solved, and can they be put in a better position? That's what the definition of fiduciary means.
Well, and he'll attest to this. They put it on the big screen, but you explain it in layman terms. For people who don't deal with numbers every day, this is how it works, and if you do this, you're going to be okay. So, hey, Chuck, great hearing from you. We'll talk to you, I'm sure, very soon. Got Nancy and Arnold. We got Jim in the North Hills. Keep the calls coming. Opportunity right now to get all your financial questions answered in real time for simply making a call. 866-391-1020. Don't forget, we have the crew standing by at 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. You want to set up an appointment. That first in-house review is absolutely free. And if you want Brian's book, Right Track Your Retirement, let them know, or go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. But our number right now, line them up. Get those questions answered. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Coming back with more of Secure Money Advisors. Brian Caranta, KDKA, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Good morning.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on the dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can. and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on May 5th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
When it's happening, News Radio KDKA is telling you about it.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell.
To the Rooney family, to Art, to Jim Rooney, to now young Dan Rooney, they define Pittsburgh in so many ways. They represent that city in every which way with pride. And I think this draft is something that is really important to all of them and to the Steelers in general.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is 44 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police continue to search this morning for a father and son accused of beating a man over a parking spot. The alleged incident happened on Thursday night along Federal Street on the north side. The victim told police that 40-year-old Tommy Roser and his son, 20-year-old Tommy Roser Jr., attacked him with a baseball bat, also a pipe and a knife. The victim's in the hospital recovering with broken ribs. Police went to a home on Corner Avenue looking for the father and son. The SWAT team was called in. The two were not found there. Drugs and weapons were found in the suspect's home. Derry Township man facing charges by state police for allegedly attempting to contact several underage teen girls. 21-year-old Wilmer Olson accused of attempting to make contact with at least 4 underage girls when he was 19. That's according to police. 4 victims range in age from 12 to 15. One victim told state troopers that Olson offered to buy her a soda in exchange for a sexual favor. Olson is now facing charges including corruption of minors, unlawful contact with a minor, stalking, harassment, and more charges. A woman died after her vehicle went off the road and crashed head-on into a tree. State police say it happened around 3:30 on Friday afternoon along Route 422 in White Township in Indiana County. She's been identified as 78-year-old Barbara Waltermeyer. She died at the scene. State police are investigating the crash. Well, the mayor's proposed budget amendments to move funding for EMS vehicles into other areas of spending are coming under fire by the city's GOP. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
The proposed money move comes after UPMC agreed to provide money for EMS vehicles. GOP Chair Todd McCollum says he's been calling for the handling of those donated dollars to be transparent, and he feels the money should not be reallocated.
And it just goes to show you that we do agree with Barb Warwick in public safety, and this whole issue should be bipartisan because we don't agree with her very often.
Given the dire situation that we are in with our fleet, the logical step to keep all money that is dedicated to fleet in fleet sort of overrides political party. That would be my response to that, because that's correct. I don't agree with the GOP on really anything.
The administration's proposal would move some dollars into vehicle spending for future years, but Warwick is repeating her call for a fleet fund so that money can only be spent on vehicles to avoid the temptation of using it elsewhere. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time, it's 8:32. The AccuWeather forecast next.
I still remember the first time CertaPro painters did their magic in my kitchen. Professional, beautiful, no worry. Loved everything about it. So there was the next room, and even outside. And know that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. It's so easy. And take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. So go with CertaPro Painters.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high up to 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. A warmer day tomorrow with clouds and sun, high up to 78. Not quite as warm on Monday, starting off with clouds and a shower, then sun returns with a high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Brian Caranta. We're going to go right to the phones because they are picking up this Saturday morning. We do have one line available, 866-391-1020. Welcome to Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Good morning, Nancy. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for taking my call. I have a FlexGuard annuity, and it offers me like protection in case of down markets. Mm-hmm. It has these buffers, and it's based on the S&P 500.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see much of a gain on this every year because it does go down when the S&P goes down.
Yep.
And plus the fact that I'm at the age where I have to take that RMD.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is this a good fit for me, or, it's like I said, it's called a FlexGuard annuity?
This is such a great question because there's so many different types of annuities out there, and the FlexGuard annuity is somewhat similar to what they call a fixed indexed annuity, but you're still exposed to losses up to a certain amount. Correct, Nancy?
Right. Yeah, it's like certain percentages.
Right. So,
like the longer you have it, I think the less the buffer. Yeah, it's like, anyway. Yeah, it does. It has buffers like for every year that you have the annuity.
Yep. So here's what I would recommend. So we have a process at the office called the annuity escape process, and basically there's about 15 to 20 questions that we will call directly to the insurance company that you have the annuity with, and get all the information in regards to what kinds of fees are you paying, because typically with the FlexGuards, it is essentially a variable annuity, not a fixed, but your variable is buffered on the downside, but you still are exposed to losses, and that's probably why you haven't seen much gain, is because of those losses, even though they're limited, right, on the downside.
Mm-hmm.
Plus,
Right,
on top of it, you're forced to take that RMD out. So if the at the time that your RMD comes out, that annuity is down, right, you're going to compound that loss and lock into that loss as that RMD comes out. The other thing is the annuities that are still invested directly in the market. In this case, you're directly invested in the S&P, even though you have a downside buffer. They're a little bit more expensive on their fees. So there's a number of different fees that you pay on them. There's the M&E charge, which is the mortality expense charge. There's the admin charge, and then there's what they call the rider charge or the income charge. Were you also explained to this that it also would provide a stream of income in the future if you ever wanted it to? Or was it more just about, we can protect this and limit the downside for you? So, rather than you potentially losing 20%, maybe it only loses 5 or 10 on a downside, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
they say that a 10% buffer, and if the return is down 15%, then you only lose 5.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Do you agree with that? Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of them, Nancy, just because I always say zero is your hero. I want to stop at zero, right? I don't want to have any.
Oh, I wish I would too.
Yeah. I don't want to see any losses. But at the end of the day, too, someone like you could just benefit from a straight, annuity offering a 5% guarantee, because you would be growing your money at the same time that you're taking your RMD. And what I would recommend is, if you were to call the office, the 412 number, and I believe Luke is standing by right now, if you were to call there, 412-286-1470, you can set up a time, and I would really recommend that you go through the annuity escape just to see in comparison what you have. So what would happen is they would call FlexGuard with you on the phone. You would hear them ask all the questions about the annuity, and then they would be able to come back and say, okay, Nancy, here's how your current annuity works. Here's your fees. Here's what this is going to look like in the future. And then here's what you could do if you wanted to make a switch, if you're able to make a switch. And I would recommend that just to make sure that you're in the best position possible.
Okay. All right.
All right, Nancy.
One more thing about that RMD.
Sure.
I don't really need it.
Mm-hmm.
And, I would like to just leave it in. Can I, take it out and then put it back in? I don't think they allow me to do that.
They don't, but this happens to a lot of people. This is a very common question. You're not alone here, where people do not need the RMD. It's causing them to pay more in taxes than they would like because it gets added to their income. So some of the things that we recommend is, if you give to a charity or your church. I have a lot of clients that give to their church every year. You can actually give your RMD to charity. So, I have a client that gives $5,000 a year to their church, okay? What we did when they had to start taking RMDs, we said, well, we're not going to take it from their checking account anymore and give it to the church. We're going to take it from the RMD and give it to the church. And if we do it that way, that RMD is not taxable to them at all, and they don't have to pay the taxes on it. But unfortunately, the reality is, this is where I always talk about the fact that these forced RMDs become a major problem later on, because someone like you that doesn't need it, all it does is cause additional income, additional taxes. And then what do you do with the money after you pay the taxes on it? Most people just throw it right back in the bank, not earning a whole lot, right? Because they can't put it back into the account that it came out of.
That's what I've done.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I would tell you, call the 412 number, 412-286-1470, and Luke's answering the phones today, and you could set up a time to talk to him. And I would tell you to go through that annuity escape that we've built and get some clarity on that, and then even get some ideas of what to do and how to redirect that RMD.
All right, thank you for the call. Let's get Jim from the North Hills here. Jim, you're on KDK Secure Money Advisors on the Money with Brian Caranta. Go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. I have a question about annuities. I don't own any. I never did. I'm in my 70s, and I was wondering how something like that product could benefit me and my wife.
It may not. It all depends on what your overall financial situation looks like. The main reason we use the annuity is because the majority of people that we're working with are coming in and the only guaranteed source of income that they have is Social Security, and they don't have a pension. So are you retired, Jim?
Yes, I retired at 55 years of age.
Right, and
I retired for a long time, and I had both Social Security and a pension.
Yeah, see, if you have both Social Security and a pension, you're probably not going to benefit a whole lot from an annuity, because the way I look at the annuity is it's a private pension that someone can get that doesn't have a pension to provide an additional stream of income.
Okay.
There has been, a few cases where, someone of your age might come in and say, look, I have concerns about healthcare cost or whatever, and there's annuities out there that can provide a stream of income to help protect, let's say if you had an untimely health event and you needed a way to pay for it, those annuities can help pay for the cost of care. But if you've got a pension and Social Security, you're probably not going to get the maximum benefit from an annuity at this point in your life, is what I'm feeling.
Okay. I was wondering if annuities, I really don't know that much about them, but I understand that what they call a fixed annuity,
yes,
I believe it's called, that if I was to choose some sort of an annuity, that would probably be the best fit.
Yeah, so the fixed annuity is probably one of my favorite for a lot of people because it's essentially just a bank CD. So, for example, you heard Chuck earlier, a great company, GBU here locally, $1 billion insurance company right in our own backyard, a 5-year account at little over 5% interest. Here's what I really like about the fixed annuities. Compare that to a CD paying 5%. The CD doesn't allow me to take money out, where the annuity allows me to take up to 10% of the account value every single year during that 5-year term. So not only are you getting a really nice fixed interest rate and it's tax deferred, but you also have the option of taking money out and using the interest to add to your income if you wanted some additional income, and you could do that without even touching the principal. So fixed annuities are exactly like bank CDs. They're just with insurance companies. So you want to work with a big, strong, safe insurance company to protect yourself. But they're really, really great for just straight fixed interest rate. And a lot of our clients will use those just to pull the interest off and maintain principal.
All right, listen, Jim, I got to get to a break. Anything else in closing? Final minute. Go ahead.
The last. I do have a CD that where you are permitted to take out the interest only, but not the principal.
Yeah.
Periodically.
Yes.
And I don't know too much about the guarantees of the annuities. Many years ago, I knew some people who lost money when a company had to fold. They just couldn't meet their obligations.
Yeah. Yeah, you will see that happen, and the annuity companies have something called the State Guarantee Fund. It's a little bit like the FDIC that will protect an investor up to a certain amount. But this is why I always say you got to work with big, strong, safe companies, because a lot of those companies that have gone into receivership that you read about, where people have lost money or they were delayed in taking money, usually has to do with the fact that they've worked with a really poor rated insurance company.
All right. Hey, thank you for the call, Jim. We appreciate it. Anybody wants to get a hold of the crew, Luke standing by, 412-286-1470. You can ask about Right Track Your Retirement, that book that Brian has written that is a big-time hit because it's easy reading and it can really help you navigate everything that's happening in the world of finance. Of course, with that great partnership, hopefully you'll form with Secure Money Advisors. You will be on a winning team for sure. Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com as well. But don't forget, first in-office review free. We'll take a break. Anybody else, feel free. We got one more segment, 866-391-1020.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
Hey, your Pratt Pack for my other home, the Janoski's Farm, Route 30 in Clinton. The Garden Center is your one-stop shop for perennials, trees, shrubs, decorative garden accessories, pots, mulches, soils, compost, and yeah, so much more. I was out there the other day doing some video work. It looks absolutely tremendous. Things are blooming as we speak. And if you're thinking of planting and you want to start planting from trees and shrubs and more, what are you waiting for? They've been open almost an hour already. All roads lead to the farm. Janoski's Farm, Route 30 in Clinton, Pennsylvania.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country. And you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. And you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back. Couple of minutes left in the broadcast. We got some questions we want to put forth, but explain why we're taking these calls now, and obviously a great response today. Brian Caranta.
Well, I think it's important that the audience has a chance to ask the questions and drive the show and get the answers that they need. Because I think I've always said there's a lot of noise in the marketplace today. With your ability to go online and ask a question in Google or any browser, or today even with AI going in and ask. There's just a lot of confusion around financial products, what to do, and there's so many different opinions. I mean, look, when I started doing seminar events, right? I'm going back 20 years ago. Nobody was out there doing them. I think you could probably go out to eat on a financial advisor every day of the week right now at some type of restaurant. And so people are getting bombarded with information. They're getting bombarded with different philosophies and strategies. And what happens is they become paralyzed. They don't know what to do. And the worst decision you can make is doing nothing. And so my goal is to try to bring some clarity to the marketplace around annuities, the stock market, positioning your assets for retirement around the 5 key areas that we talk about: income, taxes, investments, healthcare, estate planning, all of that stuff, which matters.
You know why I want to take calls and I kind of convinced you to do it?
Yeah, you did.
Because I want people to know you know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
and you can think on your feet. There's no rehearsal here. These are callers, we didn't even know that Chuck was doing business with you, but I know Chuck. Yeah. But I know how smart these people are. Nancy knew what she was talking about.
Yes, she did.
As did Jim. And you guys are trained to do what you do, and you more or less tailor make it for what people need for their personal needs. They have the final say. And that's why I think it's been so successful in recent weeks, because people are starting to buy in that you're the real deal and you help working class people.
Well, my philosophy has always been go solve the problem. We're not. There's nothing to sell. There's problems to solve. Well, what is the problem? Like Nancy bringing up what she brought up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here she's got RMDs coming out. She also has an account that, even though it has a buffer on it, she still can be, have potential losses. And that RMD, if it's coming out at the wrong time, is compounding loss, and therefore she's not seeing any growth. For her, something as simple as just a fixed rate account would make all the world of a difference. She'd be able to take her RMD and see her account value still go up. So, it's just the little things. And people don't know this. I mean, when they sit down, I'm sure when she sat down with whoever she sat down with, it was appealing for her to know that she had something that wasn't going to expose her to the full losses of the market, right? Which made sense. But, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know what other options are out there. I think the reason I was so passionate about going independent back in 2008 is that I didn't want to be beholden to any specific company. I wanted to sit down across from people and say, tell me your situation. Let me understand the problem, and let me go find the very best product to solve that. You can't do that when you're with the big box firms. The big box firms say, hey, Brian, if you want to work with us, here's the grid of investments that you can recommend from. Now, they'll never tell you that, okay? They'll let everybody that works with a big box firm, financial firm, will act as if they are independent, but they are told what can be recommended and what can't be recommended. And I don't like that. No. That's why I changed.
And that's why they are Secure Money Advisors. Don't forget, you can get the book, Right Track Your Retirement. He wrote it. Easy reading, can be a big help to you. Absolutely free. You can call Luke if you want, 412-286-1470. If you have any questions, you want to set up an in-office review, call him right now, 412-286-1470, 412-286-1470. And if you want to get that book, you can also go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. They'll send it to you and pick up shipping absolutely free. Final 2 minutes. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, look, I'm going to share a story. I think I've said this before, but I think it's good to understand again. But, we did a movie event a couple weeks ago called the Psychology of Retirement. It was based off of the book that Morgan Housel wrote called The Psychology of Money. It was a New York Times bestseller. He's written for the Wall Street Journal for a number of times. And, the one thing that I told at that movie event, and I kind of told it a little bit at the beginning of this show, but my mentor had said to me a while back, he said, Brian, if you really, really, really want to help people, if you really want to make a difference in people's lives, it is not going to be about the rate of return that you get them. It's going to be asking them the real questions about helping them understand, do you know what accounts you need to pull from first for your income? Do you understand your Social Security and how to optimize it and when's going to be the best time to take it? Do you know how to reduce your taxes? Look at Nancy. She's got this RMD coming that she does not need, right? Causing her to pay additional taxes that she doesn't need to pay. Do you understand what happens when your spouse passes away? There's called a spousal penalty, Rob. When your spouse passes away, everybody thinks that the costs are going to go down, right? Well, we're going to have one car. We're not going to have as much insurance. But here's what they don't take into effect. They go into a single filer tax bracket, which means their taxes go up. I call that the widow penalty. Do you know how to protect your income if the market drops 20, 30%? Because we know that stuff will. These are all the things and more that we do at Secure Money Advisors. But more than anything is we give you a plan, just like Chuck talked about, that you can really visualize and see on our big screen that you will understand and will give you the peace of mind and confidence like Chuck had.
All right.
We're talking to him.
Until next week, Brian Carranza, Secure Money Advisors, everything you need, righttrackpittsburgh.com.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 45 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A martial arts instructor is under arrest charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl during private lessons. Allegheny County Police say 22-year-old Steve Berdisky of South Fayette assaulted the girl numerous times at a local studio in Heidelberg. He was arrested Friday and is in the Allegheny County Jail. Charges include sexual assault as well as indecent assault. A woman died after her vehicle went off the road and crashed head-on into a tree. State police say it happened around 3:30 Friday afternoon along Route 422 in White Township, Indiana County. State police, or the coroner, has identified her as 78-year-old Barbara Walter Meyer. She died at the scene. State police are investigating the crash. Pittsburgh police say a man and a woman flashed a gun at a school playground. Police say one of the two adults flashed at a child that gun who was at a playground near Pittsburgh King School on the north side. This happened Friday afternoon. A Pittsburgh Public Schools staff member intervened and the suspects ran off, but a school security guard gave Pittsburgh police a description of the two adults. They were located, taken into custody. Police recovered a gun. No shots were ever fired. No one was injured, but charges are pending. Well, Pittsburgh public safety officials are laying out their security plan ahead of the 2026 NFL Draft. Here's News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush.
Officials say coordination is key with agencies like the FBI, ATF, and Pennsylvania State Police all involved in security. The FBI Special Agent in charge, Richard Ivanchik, told me there are currently no credible threats, and agents will be working around the clock to keep the event safe.
We do have a few days before the event, and one thing that I would just remind the public of is that you are our greatest asset. If there is someone out there who is of concerning or posting comments or planning some type of an event here targeting the draft, we certainly want to be aware of that.
Ivanchik is also urging residents to report anything suspicious by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or 911. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Splashdown successful. Artemis 2 and crew successfully returned to Earth Friday after going further into space than any other human has before. Artemis 2 entry flight director Rick Hempfling with some stats on the mission.
4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target.
KDKA Radio News Time 9:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
This is Greg Trusinski from the Original Mattress Factory. I want to share the story of a couple I worked with recently. After receiving a quote from a competitor for a mattress, they visited OMF and found a mattress that was a great fit for them. They were so pleased with our quality and value that they ended up purchasing 2 mattresses, a box spring, headboard, and frame. Their total at OMF was roughly $400 less than what they would have spent on just the one mattress at the competitor. If you're ready to get better sleep for less, visit us at originalmattress.com.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at StAnthonyKids.org.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. Clouds and sun tomorrow, warmer, high up to 78. Not as warm on Monday. We'll have clouds and a shower in the morning, then some sun returning on the high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, he is here. And he is none other than Sean Horn, MediConnect, the inside connection. We always have those advisors standing by until noon, 888-818-6334. Lots of stuff to get to, including one of our favorite guests in studio.
That's right.
And by the way, if you go to the Metropolitan Window video screen, you can see this show and hear it stream live. So please do that, or if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, so you can always see what's happening. How are you?
I'm tired, but very good. How are you?
You know why you're tired? Because you've been celebrating since they beat Jersey on Thursday night, and they're in the playoffs.
You're not wrong there. You're not wrong.
You know what, though? When you did that little thing with me at Coons Market, you're very good at sports.
Well, thank you.
And you probably know more about the Pittsburgh Penguins than anybody I know, even in this profession, that I happen to get paid for.
I mean, so for me anyways, I grew up at my pivotal years where when
they were winning.
Lemieux, Yager, Kevin Stevens, Mark Recchi, Rick Tocchet, Tom Barrasso, the list goes on, right? And so when you have a championship team during those years that is kind of, taking over your teenage years and everything, it's going to leave an impact on you that just carries forward. I think about that with the baby boomer generation that we often help. I mean, think about it this way. 1979, the Pirates won the World Series, right? As a result, they are the most loyal fans that have stuck through thin and thick.
I was there opening day. You're telling me. Unbelievable outpouring of love.
And they, of any people that deserve some good to come through their sports team, it is the Pirates fans. So I'm excited that they signed that 19-year-old to the 140
Thank goodness, because he was going to be the first player chosen in the NFL draft. Everybody's talking about this kid, Connor Griffin.
Yeah, and rightfully so, too. He's going to be a phenom. So to see that the Pirates are investing some money into the team finally.
But by the way, Sidney was 18 when he got called up.
Let's not compare, though, right? Let's not compare. We're talking... regardless of how you got there, phenomenal stories regardless, right? So, but happy to see that the Pirates are starting to get theirs. Penguins, all year long, they were supposed to be one of the worst teams in the league, and they just kept battling. And, anytime you have Sidney Crosby on your team, you have a chance. That's just what it comes down to. It's like having Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback. I mean,
but honestly, between you and Lance, I could plug you in any medium that I do, and you would do all the work. You guys are two of the most sports-oriented enthusiasts I've ever met. It's crazy.
Well, anytime you want to have a Sports Center cast-off or anything like that, I'm your guy. Let's go, Ron.
No, you were great. And by the way, the deli's never been the same at Coons Market. People are still talking about you. But here's the other thing.
I'm sorry for that, guys.
Here's the other thing. You're helping people like me who were there in 1979 when we were family get Medicare, and that's what you guys are all about. And you have great relationships like with our guest in studio, these healthcare providers. You're out and about in the community. You do amazing stuff. So go right ahead and do some more amazing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm looking at the weather coming up here next few. I mean, it's a beautiful time of year, right? I mean, it's a lot of reason for optimism, hope, and get your grass cut this weekend, which I very much look forward to doing. And, there's a lot to be excited about in our own community. You were even hitting at it with the NFL draft coming up here in the next 10 or so days.
Big deal.
Nikki Campbell from the Flourish Group, we have a awesome opportunity to engage in the community for those people who are looking at retirement in the next 5 or so years. And the concept of that subject brings anxiety to you. And I totally understand why. We've helped many thousands of people go from the working end of their life and onto Medicare. So we are very well experienced in the mindset of the client who needs the help navigating all of this on their own. And we're going to talk in the next segment a lot about why this event, which I think is rather innovative, unique, and how about this? Fun. We're going to make it actually fun to think about retirement.
Everything she does is fun. I follow her on social media. She has more fun probably in a week than I've had in a lifetime.
Well, that's why she's a good friend of mine as well. So.
And nobody would drive all the way back from Columbus last night and be in here with you this early in the morning unless they appreciate you.
Well, and the feeling is mutual. I mean, she's a strong partner of MediConnect for a very simple reason. We have a lot of synergy around wanting to help the community around difficult subjects that are hard to, really grapple with. She is an expert when it comes to, the health end of things, making sure you're staying on top of body, mind, spirit, and everything. And, her passion with that, again, collides with people who are on Medicare now and starting to look outside the traditional scope of medicine a little bit further. So there's an obvious intersection there for her and I. We've been partnered together now for a couple years, and I think that this is just the start of something amazing because what we're doing and what we're going to be bringing to the community, which we're going to talk at high level about starting in the next segment, we want to come to your neighborhood, bring you the experts for you to ask questions that are relevant to you as you look towards retirement so that you're not like a lot of people we're helping right now where they didn't plan ahead and now they feel rushed.
And I'm going to ask her one question because then you guys are going to spend the rest of the morning talking about a number of things. But you know what I'm dealing with right now, Nick, and you too, Sean. I'm probably in the best physical condition that I've been in the last 20 years. Because, I was always burning the candle at both ends, but I think I've figured it out. But chronologically, being 69, the idea of, what's behind curtain number 3, even if you feel good, at 69, you just never know. So how do you deal with, even if you're taking your vitamins and walking and exercising and eating right, how do you deal with the mental aspect of this is the third act? How do you deal with that? Or people say, just don't pay attention. It's only a number. Well, it's not 49. It's 69. How do you deal with that?
I mean, from my perspective, it is staying active, staying connected. So there are studies that show people live longer. The number one indicator of longevity is your social network. And I'm not talking social media, but who are you connected to? What is your community? Where do you have support? And so there are these places called the Blue Zones. If you've not heard of these, they're really cool. It's like 7 or 8 of them in the world where people live. They live the longest, so up to 100. And so they studied these people, and it wasn't stopping smoking. It wasn't a specific diet, although they had all of those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
It was their community. And that's why they live longer, is they're connected. They're not isolated. The worst thing you can do when you hit retirement is to stay still. And I think that's the challenge.
Guess what I saw yesterday? The most deadliest year that you spend on this earth is the year after you retire.
Yeah.
Yes. In particular for men. And you want to know why?
Why?
Because men do not make the social connections that women do outside of work. So as I'm speaking for myself, but as a mom, right, you make those connections. You've got that social circle. You're the one who, in my case, again, it's just me, made all the friends in the neighborhood and, dragging my husband to things. Men do not have the connections outside of work. And so when they retire, they're like, oh, it's just me. Like either, their friends are still working or they've retired and moved away or whatever it is. But men in particular are at the highest risk of that dangerous year.
This is what she can help you with. Definitely something you want to plug in. I mean, it's
such a
good
happy
stuff.
topic.
But no, it is. But it's fact. Even the great John Travolta, the actor, who's a year older than me, he lost his beautiful wife, obviously to cancer, lost his son, been through it all.
Yeah.
They asked him getting older, because this guy's been a star since he was in his early 20s, right?
Yep.
He says, well, even when I hit 65, I thought, I got maybe 30 more years.
Right.
He said, and when I was 35, I kept thinking, well, when I'm 65, that's 30. So I'm looking at life as though I still have 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't dwell on the negative, and you have to look at the alternative. You could have another 20 or 25 years, and you don't want to waste time worrying about stuff that you can't control.
Well, and one of the things that we're highlighting in some of the marketing for this event that we have coming up is that retirement now is lasting 20 to 30 years. People are retiring, and in the past, that might have been 10 years. That might have been 15 years. But now people are healthier, people are more aware, and retirement's lasting longer. So are you prepared for it?
Here's the mindset. Dad's been gone 25 years. He gets cancer, after 13 years retirement. He retired at 58. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. And you know what he said to me? He died at 73. He went, this is the day he gets diagnosed with cancer, and it's pretty much fatal. He said, thank goodness I had 13 years retirement. Most of my friend only lasted 5 years. That's why I retired at 58.
Right.
So it's a different ballgame now.
It is.
Good stuff. All right. What do you say we take a break?
And when we come back, we do have some trivia.
All right. We're going to do that. Well, we're just trivial kind of guys, aren't we?
We are.
All right. Stay with us. Much more to come. Nikki and, of course, Sean, MediConnect, Inside Connection, KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200.
You served behind the desk. You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted. You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you. When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get to that trivia question.
Yeah, and, again, we got the draft coming up here, and I think I went easy for the audience because I, want to give that get-go gas card away. So
right now, that's like worth its weight in gold.
Well,
that might not make it to the door.
I know, but listen, I'm happy to send it out. So we're taking it back 90 years, however. It's a famous name, although not quite the famous player. But what I do want to know from the audience is who was the very first player ever selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers in an NFL draft? We have to go way back to 1936. And remember, the hint is it's a very famous name, not a famous player per se. Huh. So you get into your Google machine, you'll see it pretty quickly. So first player ever selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers in an NFL draft, go way back to 1936. You'll see the answer right there. Call in with the correct answer and get your get-go gas card.
All right. Now, number to dial is 412-922-1020. If you think you know it, you get a $15 get-go gas card.
That's right. And I am elated and proud to have my good friend, Nikki Campbell from the Flourish Group here with me today. Strong partner of mine, not just a great business relationship, but I consider her a close friend. And it's because we share a passion when it comes to providing great information and education to the community. And with her, I am super proud to launch the Flourishing Future Retirement Panel. We are having our first event in Cranberry at the Council Chambers on April 21st at 5:30. And Nikki, I was kind of hinting at it before we went to break. We're talking an innovative, a unique, but fun experience.
Yeah. I mean, I'm involved. It's
fun. Yeah, it's going to be fun, absolutely. And we want to take away some of that anxiety that people may be facing as they're getting ready to plan for retirement. Because I know if I was on the doorstep, which I can't wait for that day, if I were there, I would be incredibly excited, but also nervous because of how many big decisions you have to make. And really what I want to start off in talking about with this opportunity we're building is we need to let the audience know that when you approach retirement, unfortunately, you lose the benefit of your HR department and your benefits administrator, who all of your working life, they've put together your health benefit packages, your retirement plans, all these other added perks that you've had, right? You lose that when you retire.
Right.
So how do we bridge that gap with this event?
So I think the event itself really came out of the idea that people who are retiring now or getting close to retiring are very busy. They're still working,
Yep.
right? And so they have that HR support. When you leave or when you get close to leaving, it's more than financial, right? So it is your health care when you retire. It is your estate plan. It's your real estate. What are you going to do with your house? Things like that. So this event is bringing it all together. It's like your own mini HR department where people can come and get all of the questions answered versus I have to go meet with an estate attorney and then I have to go meet with my financial planner and then this and then Medicare. All of those things, we're bringing it together in one setting in a really relaxed way. No one is going to feel pressure. No one is going to feel like it's a never-ending sales pitch, right? It is going to be low-key. There's food. We're keeping it very casual, almost like a networking event. That's how I've been comparing it. Like there are going to be people there your age. We were just talking off, on the break about socialization as you age and as you get close to retirement, how important that is to your health. So not to say this is, the be all end all, but we're bringing all of these people together in one place to make it convenient and to give you that peace of mind across all of those different areas.
And I'm proud to say in working alongside Nikki that we've been able to put together a panel of true experts in each denomination where you're getting top-rated knowledge and guidance and advice from people who are in the community.
Right.
Which is, I think, key. So we're talking local experts who are at the top of their field, providing free knowledge on things that you need to plan for as you head towards retirement. So
and I think free is
free.
Because if you look at an hour with an estate attorney, an hour with, your financial planner, you may not, pay them by the hour, but the cost of meeting individually, not only the monetary cost, but the time, right? Your time is valuable. And so getting all 4 or 5 of these people in one room, like you're saving.
And this idea was born out of the fact that we do these events already in school districts.
Yes.
So we've been north, south, east, west, everywhere, hosting a very similar type of opportunity inside of schools where the HR and business managers for these school districts come to these events and say, thank God you're here because when it comes to retirement, we don't do any of that.
Right.
We take the paperwork when it comes to when's your last day. We help you process, make sure you have everything, your ducks in a row for your last day of employment, and then it's all on you, basically. So taking that concept and moving it out to the community, into the neighborhood, I think is a critical piece now.
All right, we're going to do much more with Nikki in just a moment, but our winner is Andrea from Ross Township, and the winning answer, now that she has got that $15 Get-Go gas card, is...
Believe it or not, William Shakespeare. That was the first player ever drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers way back in 1936.
And the way he ended up playing, they wanted to get him out of town, so they put an apple on his head and they fired him. You got to go.
Oh, Rob.
All right, listen. We're going to take a break, but when we do, we're going to come back and what we're going to discuss.
We're going to keep going about this retirement panel. It is too important for the community. We need to dive a little bit deeper as to why this is so important. Cranberry, April 21st, 5:30 start time, free event. You do need to register, 888-818-6334. Bring your neighbor, bring your friend. Hear the questions that your neighbors have, because I think that's also important as well, and we'll talk about that more in the next segment.
And by the way, we have advisors standing by until 12 noon, so you can call right now and reserve your space. It is free. You don't want to miss it. So 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Next hour, time to get out and kick up some dirt in the yard, right? Plant some grass, do some shrubbery work, and whatever else. Mulching. We're going to get the guys in here from True Value to talk a little bit of home improvement on the outside your living space. The guys from True Value from 10 until 11. And then it's Royal Caribbean Day today on AAA East Central's Talking Travel. And then we're up on the roof with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing. All still today with your Pratt Pack till 1 o'clock on KDKA.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know the KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
It's the KDKA Radio Super 7, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And now through Sunday, we're set to honor the best boys and girls in the WPIAL and Pittsburgh City League. Vote early, vote often. Let your voice be heard at KDKARadio.com. High school basketball lives on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is 46 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A martial arts instructor is under arrest this morning, charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl during private lessons. Allegheny County Police say 22-year-old Steve Berniski of South Fayette assaulted the girl multiple times at a local studio in Heidelberg. Now, Berniski was arrested on Friday in the Allegheny County Jail this morning, facing those sexual assault and indecent assault charges. Well, splashdown successful. Artemis 2 and the crew successfully returned to Earth on Friday after going further into space than any other human has before. Artemis 2 entry flight director Rick Hempfling with some stats on the mission.
4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target.
KDK Radio News Time, it's 9:31. Next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. My first job out of college was as an assistant golf pro at Butler Country Club, earning $2.10 an hour. There was no work for me in golf in the winter, so to survive, I took a job at Armco Steel, working on a labor gang. Some nights I did janitorial work. Others, I labored in the rolling pits. I'd come home covered in soot to the tiny apartment my wife Barb and I shared with our newborn daughter Sarah. Now 40 years later, Sarah and I are business partners at Botkin Family Wealth Management along with my son Lester. I like to remember my beginnings and to share those stories with my children and grandchildren. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high up to 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. A warmer day tomorrow with clouds and sun, high up to 78. Not quite as warm on Monday, starting off with clouds and a shower, then sun returns with a high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Sean is here, Nikki is here. This is MediConnect, the Inside Connection. Don't forget we have that event coming up, but you have to let them know you're coming. 888-818-6334. One of a kind, one size fits all, everything you need to know. One date, don't miss it.
It is the Flourishing Future Retirement Readiness Panel happening in Cranberry on April 21st. And by the way, if you're not in Cranberry, no worries. We're going to be bringing this event to the South Hills. We're also going to be going to Moon Township, Greensburg. We're in early discussions about maybe doing a strip district as well. Yeah. So we're going to be coming to your neighborhood if you can't make it on April 21st. But if you're near and dear to the Cranberry area, you're up in the North Hills somewhere, we would love to meet you at this event. And this is really aimed at those folks who are 5 or so years away from retirement. They can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And as much as they're excited about the prospects of not having to work anymore, there's a bit of anxiety because you're walking away from everything you've ever known. This is your career, what you've worked your entire life for, your nest egg, everything. So around that, we really want to make sure that you have the questions answered leading into retirement so that you don't make costly mistakes. And Nikki, really where I want to start out is, we can talk ad nauseum about this from many different layers. Let's talk long-term care insurance, for example. Very few people have it. I don't have it.
Right.
I don't want it. I'll tell you that straightforward. And that's not to denigrate those people who do have it, but it's so expensive. It's hard to get approved for.
Yeah.
It goes up in cost quite often, and it's covering less as time goes on. So if you're one of those people who have a policy from like 10, 15 years ago, keep it forever. But I won't qualify probably because I had a brain tumor a couple years ago, right? So for that reason, I need to come up with another way to protect my nest egg, my home, everything I worked my entire life for. And these are the type of questions we're going to be delivering. Social Security, when do I take that? How do I reduce my tax burden? Because you've paid taxes all your life.
Right.
How about we drop that amount down a little bit while still making sure you have a comfortable retirement where you're able to hit your goals? Medicare, you said the number, and I'm sure you're right about this. I just know it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to cover healthcare and retirement.
Yeah. When I looked just recently to do a little bit of research, it was $172,000 per person.
Oh, scary number.
Yeah.
And that's why we're here, is to ensure that hefty burden, you don't have to feel all of that.
Hey,
right?
you want something else will make your skin crawl and the hair on the back of your neck stand up?
Sure.
So, you're always thinking, my kids, I want to do a little bit more. So, thinking I wanted to give my daughter a little bit of extra life insurance, separate policy. She gets the house to take care of utilities, taxes, all that stuff.
Yep.
You ever thought about trying to get life insurance at 69?
Uh-huh.
Now listen, I had the $1 million policy, went through that for 20 years, and at the end they said, thanks for your money, we'll see you.
Yep.
Okay, that was it. No, nothing. All right, and Tony said, well, you should have got a universal. I said, well, somebody should have told me. That's why you need to go to this event. But I'm thinking, okay, let me get her a couple $100,000. It'll all be hers.
Right.
She'll be able to stay in this house, 3 floors, pay all the bills. House will be done. She can kind of go from there. It's like $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
And not to say that I don't make a decent living, but I'm not putting $1,000. So I basically said 401k, just like your mother's apple pie, cut it up, good luck. But that's everywhere. So, and my person who I've had since I was 18 said to me, Rob, that's kind of like the going rate. So, being the kind of journalist or reporter, $100 here or there, but that's the going rate.
Yeah.
So you need to get into something like this early to make sure you have all your ducks in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have that $1,000, we're probably a bit better off putting it in some other investment.
That's why you have those other folks.
That's right. And
I don't know what that is, but yes, that's why we're bringing these people together. And as somebody who's in their mid-50s.
Well, listen, you work with Baird. Those are smart people.
They are.
I work with them for years. They're brilliant.
And really what it comes down to is, look, let's just boil it down to the most obvious and most common, which is we're going to be talking to a lot of people who've worked their entire life to build their retirement plan, pay off their home, try to have a nice retirement where they can travel a little bit if they want or whatever their goals are. But one illness or injury,
you're done,
can really wipe away a lot of that if you don't have the proper pieces in place.
Well, here's the other thing, and you're going to have people can help with this whole elder law thing. It's like about $14,000 a month.
Yeah.
And people think, and they just start writing checks if they have the wealth and they've really saved. But you can get on Medicaid even if you have a few bucks. So you're going to want to make sure before you start writing checks that you don't need to write, even if you have a nest egg or life savings. And at this event, you can figure all that stuff out. You got to be at this event.
Yeah, there's protections in place by law that you don't have to spend everything that you have worked to accumulate, that you want to be able to give some of this to your kids or your...
You know how quickly that will wipe out your bank account?
Oh, my goodness.
In a year.
Yeah.
Gone.
Oh, yeah. Easily.
Absolutely. And we want to help protect against that. So I think you've said before the keyword free.
Yes.
This is a free event. And we're even giving food.
Yes, we're going to have catered
raffles.
Food. We're going to have some prizes. And it's a chill event. It is just come and ask your questions. So there are no presentations.
What made you come up? This is a brilliant idea. And I've been at this a long time. I've never heard of this concept. What made you come up with this?
So Sean and I worked together on a corporate event where the HR people, very smart people, said, we have a lot of employees in that sandwich generation in their 40s and 50s, and they're concerned about their aging parents. They also have kids in high school, college. Can we bring together some experts to help with all of these questions? So it was a bigger and broader event, but what came out of it and what Sean and I saw from that is there are so many questions about retirement, and people are, even when they think they might be prepared, when they start to ask questions, and you brought this up earlier, when they hear someone else ask a question and then they're like, oh wait, I need to know that too. And so we purposely made these events, and like I said, we took them to the school districts first, but we made them to be very interactive. So there's 5 minutes for each panelist to introduce themselves, say what they do, what their company is, and then it is Q&A. We've got a moderator. We've got planned questions if things don't take off right away. But it is open. It's an open floor, open mic. Ask your questions.
And I think that's circling back to hearing the questions of your neighbors. Because look, if I know just my personality type, and I'm sure I'm not alone here, I would be very intrigued to hear all this information. I don't know if I'd be the one asking, though. Mm-hmm. But this information would be critical to me. There will definitely be people in my neighborhood who want to know this information, would be gladly throwing their opinions or questions out.
Right.
So this is something that everybody can glean some education, some information from to help them plan for retirement better. And as I alluded to in the second segment, in that you lose the benefits of your HR department and benefits administrators and coordinators at work when you retire.
Good stuff. We're going to come back one more segment. But, since we started this show, one of the questions I would always get from people, friends, family, listeners, I'd be at the grocery store. Well, I always thought when I turned 65, they just sent me Medicare and I just switched over. A lot of people, this show has educated people to where, hey, you got to do some, homework. You got to spend some time with somebody at MediConnect, but it's so difficult to understand it because there's so many moving parts and it changes from second to second. It just does. A card just doesn't show up and you replace that in your wallet or purse. You put time into it. And that's why this show is so invaluable. And that's why what you're doing with Nikki is incredible.
Yeah, we're proud of it. And to your point, it's so much information, so overwhelming, so confusing. And these are a lot of anxiety points for people that we assist. But we also know that people have questions outside of the Medicare spectrum. And we have the partnerships to be able to, local experts to be able to guide and advise you through your biggest problem areas to make sure that you land safely when that retirement bell tolls.
Tell them the date and location.
April 21st, 5:30 at the Cranberry Council Chamber right in the big community center.
Yes, the Municipal Center, Cranberry Township Municipal Center on Rochester Road in their council chambers. And
5:30 p.m. You have to call and register so we know you're coming. 888-818-6334.
Back one more segment. Next out of the guys from True Value. Stay with us.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
You shouldn't go anywhere without Sniper. Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value Hardware.
Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all those germs, bacteria, viruses, mold, everything, Larry. Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant. You need it for your home, your office, your car, everywhere. Let's get those germs killed now.
Simply spray and walk away. Available at participating True Value Hardware stores or online at disinfectwithsniper.com.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit WWF.Earth/plastics.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, one more segment for these dynamic duo. So let's get back to it. Sean, Nikki, go right ahead, sir.
So once again, April 21st, Cranberry Council Chamber, which is in the Cranberry Community Center. Very well-known establishment there, very high traffic area. We're very excited to bring this event to you. 5:30 p.m. It is free to attend. Free food. We got raffles. It's going to be a fun evening to talk about some topics that might bring you anxiety. But when you leave there, Nikki,
Yes.
what do we want to deliver when they walk out? What are we hoping is the feeling they have?
Right. So a fun time is great, but if you don't leave there with some call to action or next steps or resources, it really isn't, worth your while. So we always build in time within this, 2 to 3 hour event for people to speak with those experts one-on-one, because as you said, maybe, you don't have a question right away, but then you sit and think about it, or perhaps your question is really detailed or unique
or personal,
and you want to have that one-on-one conversation. So all of our experts are prepared to stick around, have those conversations, give you next steps. I mean, there's so much value in the people who are sitting there. And if you added up all the money it would take to get appointments and the time you would spend, this is like a one-stop shop for all of those retirement issues.
I did an event this past weekend. We had a new to Medicare seminar in East Liberty, a location that I love. It's such a melting pot, right?
Love it.
couple ladies who were, and it was so cool too because they were obviously neighbors who'd known each other for quite a while. There was five of them who just wouldn't stop talking amongst each other. It was so cool, right? But the one of them who came a little bit early seemed to be the ringleader, probably listening right now as well. So
we're talking about you,
We are talking about you. But she got there a little early and she was talking about how I have been with my company 38 years. And I could go till 40 years because that will put me at 67 years old in my full retirement age. But she's like, Sean, I'm done. I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. And I would imagine that there's a lot of people listening right now who've put in their 20, 30, 40 years. I'm probably looking at one of them right now, right? Like you put in all of your life's work into a career. And now it's time to enjoy the labors of your fruit, but yet you have to jump over these hurdles to make sure that when that plan comes together...
If you're not going to know anything else, here's what you're going to learn after your event. If you can or cannot take that next step.
Yeah, and honestly, it is far more within reach than most people imagine. We're coming across people all the time who are retiring at 50, 55, 60 years old. She just told me the retirement age is 67. I believe her. Because that's when you get full Social Security and you're not penalized for working. So she's right.
Right.
But most people, if they don't have to, they don't want to go that long anymore. Exactly. So how do you tie all this together? How do we make this happen? You make it happen by coming to the Cranberry location, April 21st, 5:30 p.m., Cranberry Council Chamber. It's going to be, you're going to come in listening to the music that you grew up with. Meet with your neighbors, meet with the experts, do a little bit of networking, and then from there, it's all about you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, like I said, it's a very relaxed environment. There's no high pressure sales pitch. You're not going to leave with, hey, you have to sign up for an appointment or anything like that. And like you said, it's, you hear what your neighbors are facing. And maybe you come to this thinking you're ready. And then you hear it and you're like, oh, I'm glad I came to this because now I know I've got maybe 2-3 years before I really am ready. The people I'm most concerned about who should attend this event are not the people who know they're not ready, right? Like they've not put a will in place. They know they need to come. It's the people who think they're okay. I think that is a danger zone. You think, oh, I'm good. I did a will 10 years ago. I'm fine. I've got beneficiaries on my policies and whatnot. Those are the people who should come. Check in, do a checkup on all of these things that you think you're prepared.
Well, if nothing else, I'll hearken it all the way back to Medicare. There are 63 Medicare Advantage plans on our market, Nikki. There are dozens of Medicare supplement providers on our market. There are more than 10 different drug plans to look at. And they're all going to be blitzing you with information as you get close to Medicare. It is too much information from just the Medicare side of it. We're not even talking about the Social Security aspect, reducing your tax burden, making sure your finances are going to last as long as you do and leave some to the family, what you want to do with your home, if you want to downsize. All of that is going to be covered on April 21st, 5:30, free to attend. We just need to know you're coming so we can bring food for you.
Yeah.
888-818-6334. We got the advisor standing by right now who will gladly take your registration. Bring your friends, bring your neighbors. Get the information you deserve. Education, advocation. That's what we're always about.
Nikki, we're going to give you the last word, sir. You're our guest. You got the final minute. Go ahead.
All right. Well, one of the things that as a healthcare provider and health coach is the stress of not being prepared for retirement. So from my perspective, I see people all the time with stress-related conditions, and it comes from a lot of financial worry, right? And so if nothing else, for your health, come to this event. It'll relieve some of the worry that you have and take some of that stress off of your mind. That stress, constant chronic stress, is a slow killer. So
it is.
Get there, get your questions asked, get that off your mind.
And get some food.
Yeah.
Get some food.
All
Have
right.
a raffle.
Thanks, guys. Good seeing you,
Thank
Nick.
you. It was good to see you.
You're the best. Keep up the good work. All right, listen, we got to take a short break. We'll take it. We'll come back. Guys from True Value, Coast to Maine. Melissa's going to tell you all about what that amazing product is about as we just continue to roll for a Saturday morning on KDKA. Stay with us.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. You know, it's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
April showers bring great savings to Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all natural whole pork tenderloins are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, Fresh Express Caesar salad kits, 9.8 to 10.75 ounce bags, 2 for $7. In the deli department, 3-pack street taco meals, $5.99 each. Additional savings, selected varieties of Folgers coffee, 9.6 ounce cans or 10-count K-cups, $6.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 47 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are still searching for a father and son this morning accused of beating a man over a parking spot. The alleged incident happened Thursday night along Federal Street on the north side. The victim told police that 40-year-old Tommy Roser and 20-year-old Tommy Roser Jr., father and son, attacked him with a pipe, also a knife, and a baseball bat. Now, the victim is in the hospital this morning recovering with broken ribs. Police went to a home on Corner Avenue looking for the father and son. The SWAT team was there as well. No father and son were found. Drugs and weapons were found, though, in the suspect's home. Well, a Derry Township man facing charges by state police for allegedly attempting to contact several underage girls. Wilmer Olson, who's 21, is accused of attempting to make contact with at least 4 underage girls when he was 19 years old, according to police. The 4 victims range in age from 12 to 15. One victim told state troopers Olson offered to buy her a soda in exchange for a sexual favor. Olson is facing charges including corruption of minors, unlawful contact with a minor, stalking, harassment, as well as more charges. Pittsburgh public safety officials are laying out their security plan ahead of the 2026 NFL Draft. Here's News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush.
Officials say coordination is key with agencies like the FBI, ATF, and Pennsylvania State Police all involved in security. The FBI Special Agent in charge, Richard Ivanchik, told me there are currently no credible threats, and agents will be working around the clock to keep the event safe.
We do have a few days before the event, and one thing that I would just remind the public of is that you are our greatest asset. If there is someone out there who is of concerning or posting comments or planning some type of an event here targeting the draft, we certainly want to be aware of that.
Ivanchik is also urging residents to report anything suspicious by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or 911. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time coming up on 10:03. The AccuWeather forecast next.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. I recently had two sets of customers who had vastly different stories. One had purchased elsewhere 3 years ago and spent $5,000. And the other had purchased from OMF 12 years ago and spent $1,000. The difference? Our customer's mattress lasted 4 times longer and cost them 5 times less. Don't waste money on overpriced, overhyped mattresses. Visit the Original Mattress Factory for unbeatable quality and value. Sleep better, longer, for less.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. Clouds and sun tomorrow, warmer, high up to 78. Not as warm on Monday. We'll have clouds and a shower in the morning, then some sun returning on the high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Well, the gang's all here at Piper True Value and Mars, Mike Broniszewski, Sarber True Value, and Andy Amrine. But we are so happy to welcome Melissa, coast to Maine. So we're going to spread it and spread it wide and far and get the good news out and why when you spread it, it works. Go ahead.
Good morning, Pittsburgh. Yes, we are very, very excited here in Pittsburgh, Southwest Pennsylvania, and so forth, our neighboring states. True Value partnered with Coast of Maine the beginning of this year to really have the best of the soils. And Eddie and I and Mike, but Eddie and I, we joke all the time of loving to play in the dirt. And what better dirt, Ed, than Coast of Maine? So I want to welcome to KDKA Radio, Melissa Gantz from Coast of Maine. Melissa, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for having me. So excited to be here.
All right. So what can you tell us about Coast of Maine? Why do you think the three of us here on this side are so excited about Coast of Maine? Why do you enjoy the company?
I love being an avid gardener myself, too, and just use in my own backyard and my gardening experience. The game of gardening for me, I will say. So just some ways that we stand out. We are 100% organic, OMRI listed. So, our core beliefs are that we want to grow healthy, chemical-free food for families, communities, allow people to just have, beautiful gardens and flowers and enable them to do it in a chemical-free, organic way. And the ingredients that we use in our products, all of our cured compost is from sea products, the lobster and crab shell meals particularly. When the company was started, we actually partnered with the local fishermen in Maine to take all of their fishing scraps that were, previously just kind of going to a landfill and then composting all those shells and lobster meal and putting that within our soil. So, everything's super nutrient rich. You have all that beautiful slow release nutrients to support your feeder plants, fruits, veggies, etc. And we're compost based, like a lot of other companies. They use peat as their base or bark. So yeah, just unique ways that we are very different.
Well, we do love the Coast of Maine soils. Eddie, what are some of the ones that you're using the most of?
Well, there's no question. There's absolutely no question, Andy, that the finest raised bed soil on the market is the Coast of Maine raised bed mix. And I know this not because I sell the product or because I read the label, but I had multiple experiments going over 3 or 4 years in my own raised bed gardens. And I found that nothing could perform like the Coast of Maine product. Its moisture retention qualities are absolutely second to none. The nutrient-rich nature of the soil itself, it is alive with biological life. And that is the thing that you can't buy in low-cost, low-quality soils. You can't buy biological life in a soil unless you buy the Coast of Maine type product. This stuff has active mycorrhizae, and what that is it is active and mutually beneficial fungus alive in the soil. It works with your plant to help the plant photosynthesize, grow, and develop stronger and stronger roots by increasing root mass. This is the type of stuff that comes in the Coast of Maine raised bed mix. Andy, I got to tell you, ever since I was a little kid, let me tell you, when I was a little kid, I wanted to be one of two things when I grew up, either a writer or a mountain man, because I love the outdoors. I wanted to write about the outdoors or live in the outdoors, and the mountain man in business shut down in like the 1850s, and writing's not a good way to make a living. So here I am selling hardware for a living, but I love to dive into the things that I love the most. And when I see nature taking its course and doing well in my garden because of natural ingredients, I am absolutely thrilled. And if you're into that, like if you like developing soil quality in order to grow wonderful vegetables or flowers, this is the product for you. Nothing else brings to the table what the Coast of Maine soils bring. Melissa mentioned the lobster products and the seafood product. What that does in the compost is it brings all natural forms of calcium and nitrogen, macronutrients that help to develop stronger, healthier plants. And when you use it, you will see the difference.
And Melissa, you have many different types of products, though, too, don't you? Not just the raised bed soils.
I use everything. Yeah, I'd say our best selling and best useful products are generally the raised bed mix that Ed talked about. And then we also have 2 different potting soils.
Okay.
In my experience, again, because our product is compost-based instead of peat-based or wood-based, it generally holds moisture amazingly well. Peat sometimes, after a little bit can become hydrophobic and water resistant. And then some of your wood-based soils, they don't always hold nutrients super well. And generally you have to start immediately applying fertilizer to them because, again, they don't have that compost that's breaking down throughout the season to feed your plants. But in my experience, the potting soil, there's two kinds that I can talk about.
Yeah.
The first one it's called Bar Harbor. So at the stores, everyone you'll see is a purple bag. And in that blend, there's, the lobster, crab shell meals we talked about. There's some aged bark and perlite as well for aeration. And with this one, the number one thing I experienced was, yes, my plants will look healthy and flowering and budding throughout the season, but then also the way that it holds moisture. I don't have to be watering, every day. I may be able to get away with every couple of days in the beginning of the summer. And then the other product that's actually new for us this year is called Acadia Blend. If you guys notice, all of our soils, they're named after towns and areas in Maine, which is just something fun that we do.
It is fun.
But this blend in particular, it's plant-based. It's 100% plant-based, vegan, and also peat-free. So instead of peat, we use compost coconut coir to lighten it up a bit. And then there's also some alfalfa and kelp meal in there, just as like a bit of a starter charge for all the bacteria.
So for all our vegan growers out there, this is a perfect product for them too.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. If they want to get away from the lobster and crab shell meal, this is leaf compost instead, something totally different for them.
Okay. Well, Melissa, we have to take our first break, and when we come back, I'm looking forward to hearing about some of the other dirt products that Coast of Maine has available at all our True Value stores.
All right, we'll do that on the other side. Stay with us. Much more with Melissa and, of course, Ed and Mike. This is the True Value Home Improvement Show, KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Hey, folks, appliances are big purchases. Mistakes can quickly become expensive. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned since 1960. Pittsburghers have trusted Voss for decades because they do right by people. The Voss family and their entire team are experts who know appliances and TVs inside and out and provide helpful advice. Before, during, and after your purchase, shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, Melissa Gantz is here, of course, Coast of Maine. We're talking about this incredible product available at True Value, such as Piper True Value in Mars, Sarver True Value Rental, and, of course, the host with the most, Mr. True Value himself, Andy Amron of EV True Value Rental. Andy.
All right, Melissa. Along with your potting soils and the different potting soils, what other type of soils does Coast of Maine have available for our True Value stores?
We have quite a few. Aside from potting soil and raised bed mix, we do also have a lawn soil that does really well for us. It's unique, like our other products. It has compost. This one in particular, it uses composted manure, a little bit of peat moss, and aged bark. And I think it's always helpful to kind of draw comparisons to other products. I know generally a lot of people will use like a Scott's Turf Builder, which will absolutely work perfectly fine to grow your seed for your lawn. But if you want very quick germination, I would lean towards a more compost-heavy product. Like if you open up our bag, it's not chunky at all. I know the turf builder can have some of those bark chunks in there, but ours, again, it's compost-based, so you really notice a difference. It has this beautiful, rich, golden brown color, and it works great as a top dressing. I've used it myself, and my seed generally will germinate within a week or so. If that, I know sometimes other products, they may take a few weeks. So, if it's the end of April and you want to get your yard seeded and looking fresh, it's definitely the way to go. Black earth lawn soil.
Yeah, Melissa, I think that is a great point. We do, at Mike's store, Andy's store, my store, these True Value stores in the Pittsburgh area, we do a tremendous amount of grass seed sales, and we sell those products, the grass seed products, with the information that goes along with how to get the best result. And the black earth soil, I have done multiple experiments with it. I actually have an experiment with this going in the store right now. You can stop at my store and see it, where the black earth soil enhanced to your native soils. It has an incredible germination success, but also when that seed germinates, when that grass seed germinates, it grabs a hold of some very valuable ingredients right off the bat. And it starts to strengthen the plant, the grass plant, really quickly. So the developed seed that turns into the grass plant is that much healthier as it gets its start in life. And we're talking about spring now. We want those seeds to jump. We want your grass seeds to jump and get off to a very strong start, because they're going to be exposed to increasing daylight every day. So as the daylight increases and photosynthesis increases, we got to have those seeds get a hold of some healthy.
Also, your yard will have so much more of a rich color, and it will be more resistant as the season goes on. So the roots will run deeper, and it'll last and just be stronger throughout the season.
Yeah, and I think that's the key on the coast of Maine soil. You're not just growing a plant, you're developing a healthier plant. And, when conditions are right and we're getting the right rainfall and the sunshine's good and all that kind of thing, you can grow plants. I can germinate grass seed in my hand for what that matters. Yeah. But it's when times get tough. Yeah, but when times get tough, the plant needs to rely on the soil. And that's what these products bring to the table. They bring an incredible ability to grow sustainable, healthy plants during the hard season.
And how about gardens? So you talked about the grass and growing the grass and grass seed in your potting soils. Does Coast of Maine have anything to offer for the gardeners?
Yes, absolutely. So a couple different products. Since we're kind of in early season, I know a lot of people right now are in the process of revitalizing their gardens. So we make a compost blend. It's called Quaddy Blend, and it is previously known as just lobster and crab compost. That's what's in there. So this one, it really is for revitalization purposes. So I always tell people, yes, you can use it for gardening, but you really can use it for anything. That's like a top dressing. So this time of year, I'll take about 2 inches, maybe 3 inches of this, and top dress my in-ground garden with it. Again, it's super calcium rich with all the lobster and crab shell meal, which of course we've been saying, to stronger root development, more budding, flowering, fruiting plants. And there's also some bark fines in there to add a little bit of structure to your soil. Generally, Pittsburgh is a very clay-dense soil. So
yes, we are.
Does lighten it up a little bit for you.
Yeah, and Melissa, the one thing that's really nice about that lobster compost or the Quaddy Blend, it works its way into the soil column over time. So the value of the lobster compost or the Quaddy Blend does not go away. It actually continues to enhance the soil as it works its way down in, and the biological life of the plant and the soil work together. The value stays. It's a product of accumulated value. So using it repeatedly year after year is really what you want to do. And I got to tell you, when you do that, you'll find that this product is incredibly valuable at building soil quality over time.
All right, good.
Okay, yeah, Melissa, we're going to go to our next break. And any of our listeners out there, please give us a call. Melissa's here, and so are we, and would love to take your questions, whether about gardening or growing seeds or whatever. So please give us a call with any questions here.
We'd love to hear from you. Melissa's with us for the entire show, 866-391-1020. The sun coming up. Looks as though we're not going to have any more rain to deal with for a while, so a lot of you are going to want to get the True Value, pick up this great product, and get out and get going, all right? So 866-391-1020. Coming up, bottom of the hour, Rob Taylor stops by with a look at the news. 11 o'clock, we get more news, and then it's Royal Caribbean Day with Sidney Young, and Jim Garrity will be in studio with me from 11 until noon, and then at noon, we're up on the roof with J.P. Roofing. Joe Potoshnik will be here, and a rare appearance in prime time by Larry Richard, who actually had his roof done by Joe Potoshnik and is absolutely in love with it. All that and more still to come today. KDKA.
I never thought of myself as the type to settle down. Never knew where the team's next lunch was coming from. But then I met you, Easy Cater.
Workplaces everywhere are saying, I do want delicious food at work. And they're ordering from beloved restaurants with Easy Cater.
You were reliable. You had great options for every budget, even when marketing ops did keto again. We got through that together. With you, it's just so easy. Easy Cater, will you keep showing up at my workplace forever?
Find love at first lunch. Order at easycater.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
If you ask enough people, how are you, you'll eventually get that trendy response, I'm living the dream. Well, at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we help people live their kitchen and bathroom remodeling dreams. For almost 60 years, Petite has delivered the creative and professional services required by homeowners to help them realize their ideal bathroom or kitchen. And it all starts with a visit. People love the experience of browsing our beautiful showroom, and they tell us that it's truly a stress-free environment. To our past customers, we sincerely thank you. To our future customers, we ask that you let us transform your vision into reality, the Petite way. So when you tell someone you're living the dream, you really mean it. Visit us soon. We're just minutes off the Carnegie exit of the Parkway West. Call us at 412-279-2222 or see us on the web at PetiteKitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 48 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A woman died in a crash yesterday afternoon in Indiana County. Her vehicle went off the road and crashed head-on into a tree. Now, state police say it happened around 3:30 along Route 422 in White Township, Indiana County. That's 3:30 Friday afternoon. She was identified as 78-year-old Barbara Waltermeyer. She died at the scene. State police are investigating. Pittsburgh police say a man and a woman flashed a gun at a school playground. Police say one of the two adults flashed a gun at a child who was at a playground near Pittsburgh King School on the north side Friday afternoon. Pittsburgh Public School staff member intervened and the alleged suspects ran off. School security guard gave Pittsburgh police a description of the two adults and they were located and taken into custody. Police recovered a gun. No shots were ever fired. No one was injured. Charges are pending. KDK Radio News Time, 10:31. Next update's at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDK has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife Shelley and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high up to 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. A warmer day tomorrow with clouds and sun, high up to 78. Not quite as warm on Monday, starting off with clouds and a shower, then sun returns with a high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
You know, you can't do anything this time of year unless you got the right soil working for you, and that's what Coast of Maine can do, can jumpstart the process. We've got Melissa Gans here today representing that great brand. So if it's outside, it's soil, it's grass, it's things you need to do this time of year, get on the phone and give us a call. She's here until 11, 866-391-1020. And here's Bob in the North Hills. He's got a question. Good morning, Bob. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I have a question about using weed and feed and planting grass seed.
Okay.
What should I do first and how long in between?
Well, weed and feed typically has a very high level of nitrogen, way too high for young seedlings. Okay? So make the decision if you want to plant seeds and grow grass, or if you want to do weed and feed, but you're not going to be able to do both within a reasonable time window. Typically, the best way to approach starting seeds or young seedlings is to use starter fertilizer, that being high in phosphorus, and that gives the root development in its early stage a lot of what it needs to become healthy. Weed and feed contains no phosphorus, and it contains an herbicidal treatment that could also be detrimental to the grass. So make a decision now. What do you want to do? Do you want to grow grass, or do you want to do your weed and feed? And then just proceed accordingly.
And Bob, the other key to it, and a lot of folks don't know about this, weed and feed primarily is killing broadleaf weeds and growing weeds. Some of them have some systemic play into them, but generally speaking, weed and feeds kill actively growing weeds, a la your dandelions, right? And it's just too early for that right now. We're going to probably start seeing them real soon, but this is where you really want to use either, there's probably three choices, like you said, Eddie, the starter fertilizer, or I know Scott's makes a pre-emergent that you can use with seeding. So it's a step 1 for seeding. So it has a different product in it. So you can do both. You have that preeminent or pre-emergent crabgrass preventator in it, and you can crabgrass. And what was the third? I guess that's it. There's the two options.
Well, you can do no seeding.
Or no seeding.
Just wait.
Add to this one. Yeah, I'll just add that. So composted cow manure, it's a rich source of organic matter it's a low nitrogen fertilizer.
Mm-hmm.
So it won't burn the plants. If you want to start seed with the lawn soil that I mentioned, let that seed grow strong first, and then, later in the season, that's when you want to add some of your weed prevention tactics.
Right. Yeah, I generally, our rule of thumb over the years, it's better to plant grass seed now in April and get it to germinate and growing. And once you have cut that grass twice, it's durable enough to put a weed and feed on, but not before that. So you're talking a good month after the grass seed is going to be planted and germinate. And then from there, it'll grow. And once you've cut it twice, it's durable enough to use a weed and feed on.
And, I generally talk people out of planting grass seed in the springtime for all intents and purposes. There's so many things you can do to revitalize your lawn that you currently have, right? You aerate it. You put some Magical down. We get the pH level up. You get a pre-emergent fertilizer on it. And you'll see your existing grass grow like boom because of the weather. All of these things are in your favor to really get that grass growing. Now, there are situations where you literally have dead grass and you have to grass seed and you have to plant. And, God bless, we do sell a ton of grass seed in the spring. You know me, I'm a big mantra about planting grass seed in the fall. That is your best time to plant grass seed. But just to be aware, you could do a lot without having to put grass seed down. My opinion.
Yeah, but that's a good point, Mike. But I will tell you this, though.
That's a great point. It is.
Hey,
really,
thanks, Rob.
It really
Thanks,
is.
Rob. All right, Rob. I got
Makes
Rob.
all the
That's
sense
why
in
we
the
brought
world,
him.
though. Makes all the sense in the world. That's why we got Melissa here. We got lots of calls, too. So go ahead. Finish up.
Just to Melissa's point, back when Bill Clinton was running for president, they had his big thing in his war room said it's the economy, stupid. That was how he was elected president, was based on the economy. When it comes to growing grass, to Melissa's point, it's the soil, stupid. It's always the soil. The soil's always the foundation. If you don't get that right, you might be making big mistakes that will never wind up correcting themselves.
That's why he was in a rose garden one day and said, "Look at my lawn. Doesn't it look good?" All right, here we go. Up next, it's Anne Marie. We throw some humor in here once in a while. Melissa,
we're dating ourselves.
Very little humor. Melissa's doing a great job, coast to Maine. Here's Anne Marie, South Fayette. How are you, Anne Marie?
Good morning. I was asking if the toasted Maine products have a fishy smell.
Oh, good question.
That is a good question. And I will tell you, it's so funny that you ask that, because when you open up, particularly the Quaddy blend, you will smell the ocean. Okay, and it's faint and it's very soft and mild, but you'll smell the ocean. You won't smell a rank, horrible fish smell. But you will smell the ocean. If you're familiar with that, the salt air, you'll get a whiff of that when you open the bag. And I think it's fantastic. Melissa, what's
your thought?
Absolutely. Yeah. When you open a bag, it does not smell like low tide or sea product. It smells like something that is super, I would say, like mineral rich. The ocean. I mean, and it smells like the earth. Like, it does not smell like anything bad. It kind of reminds me like when you're by a creek and you dig into some of the mineral rich dirt on the side. You get that smell when you open the bag up.
Okay.
The only product that does smell very fishy, we just came out with new fertilizers actually this month. And again, they're OMRI listed, they're organic. When you open the bag up, you physically see there's lobster meal, there's fish bones, there's chunks of sea product, and that absolutely does smell like the sea.
Okay, but that's
our
one of your
compost blend-
fertilizers.
Yeah, but our soils, they're composted for so many months that the sea smell is not apparent.
Did that help you, Ann? Did it help you?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
All right, nothing like that smell of the ocean, man. When you hit the causeway, you see
Love
waters.
it.
Oh,
Mike, I was waiting for Ed to say it smells like suntan lotion.
I wouldn't have any idea what that even smells like. My vacationing is very minimal, Rob.
So you open a bag of this and that's
So
your
I just hang
vacation?
out with the soil.
So, Ed, at the stores, I know you're having some new products launched today.
So what a coincidence. So this is crazy.
Yeah, it goes hand in hand with Melissa in Coast of Maine.
So as we're at the True Value Buying Market back in early March, I come across a company called North Spore. And as an interesting tie-in, they are also from Maine. But the best part about this is that this is a natural and organic mushroom growing company.
Oh, wow.
And so what we offer now in the True Value stores is grow at home mushrooms. Mushrooms have always been a big question mark. Unless you're an experienced forager and you really know what you're looking for out in the woods, mushrooms can kill you. So why not cultivate and grow your own mushrooms that you can guarantee the safety of? And that's what the North Spore Company offers. Interestingly, they're from the coast of Maine, just like Coast of Maine soils. And if you're using the Coast of Maine soils, it's a wonderful growing medium for the grow-at-home mushrooms if you're going to do it in the garden. And the cool part is, if you don't have a garden, if you're an apartment dweller, you can grow your own mushrooms on your countertop with an at-home grow kit, a countertop grow kit. And the coolest part of all of this is that for the impatient gardener, mushrooms will flourish and become a full flush of edible mushrooms about 2 weeks after you start the process.
Oh.
And then 2 weeks after that, they'll do it again. So you get 2 full harvests from your mushrooms, and you get them within a month and a half. This is an amazing and super fun way to do some gardening at home, whether you're out in the soil in a raised bed with the Coast of Maine soils, or if you're on your countertop. It's super easy, super fun, and if you are a mushroom eater, which everybody at this table is, you know you love that flavor. Isn't it great to be able to do that yourself, grow them yourself, have a special dinner? You can actually kind of time it. You start your mushrooms, 3 weeks later you're having some guests over for something special. You can harvest mushrooms from your own grow kit and have them on the table. It's really cool.
That's pretty cool. All right, we'll get a break in here. Tell everybody who's with us today, Andy.
Okay, Melissa from Coast of Maine. She'll be with us for one more segment. We're very, very excited to have her with us and representing her company, Coast of Maine Soils. And they're available at all your area True Value stores.
Short break, coming back with Melissa and the guys from True Value next at your Pratt Pack KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Kraus.
Sergeant Hugh Abercrombie of Allegheny County was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross in World War I in France on July 15, 1918. During the night, Sergeant Abercrombie, in charge of the ammunition detail, realized that all the supply of the guns had been used up in a barrage that prevented the enemy from crossing the Marne River. He immediately organized his detail and carried the supply by hand to his battery about a kilometer away. While so engaged, he was severely wounded, but refused to be evacuated, directing carriers to the various kinds of ammunition whose location he alone knew. His utter disregard for his condition was an inspiration to his comrades.
To nominate a qualifying hero for the Hall of Valor, visit online at soldiersandsailorshall.org.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
Concerned about traveling during the upcoming draft? Don't be. KDKA Radio and AAA Traffic have you covered. We'll expand our draft coverage with all-day traffic reports on your radio and your social media feeds. It's brought to you by AAA Travel. Travel with someone you trust. And by 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Join us this weekend for the Butler County Home Show at the Family Sports Center on Route 68, presented by Armstrong Comfort Solutions with free admission. Find specialists for all your home improvement needs. Sponsored by Mike Kelly Automotive.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, Melissa is here. What a pleasant surprise she has been today. A plethora of knowledge about Coast & Main available at these great True Value dealers that we promote. Now, look, we've got the three here, Pfeiffer, Sarver, and True Value as an Evie, but there are others.
Oh, there is. We've got almost 5,000 stores worldwide there, Rob, but the stores that help out with the True Value Home Improvement Hour, in addition to the ones you just mentioned, are Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance, RC Walters & Sons True Value, and Slippery Rock True Value Hardware.
Sydney Young, next hour, it's all about Royal Caribbean. Jim Garrity making a rare appearance. Last time I saw him here, he was going, I'm Jim Garrity for KDKA News. It's been a while, so looking forward to seeing him.
We have to give him a tour of the newsroom.
He knows his way around. Here is Melissa once again. Melissa, we got a couple of minutes left in the broadcast, so let's give you a couple of minutes just to summarize about your incredible product. Go ahead.
Sure, yeah. So again, our product is compost-based. So if you're shopping other stores or if you're looking at other products, you want to lean towards something that is compost-based rather than peat-based or wood-based. Again, peat-based products, they tend to become hydrophobic over time,
right,
and challenging to rehydrate. And then your wood-based products, some of that matter starts to decay. It does not hold nutrients well. And then our product, it's heavier. It holds nutrients. It feeds your plants continuously with the compost. And then it also does a really good job at preventing both over and underwatering. Where we are a product that includes unique feed blend ingredients. So lobster, crab shell meal, super calcium rich, and we have a ton of unique ingredients. So like at the beginning of the show, Ed talked about our raised bed mix, and this is my favorite product to use because it completely changed my experience of gardening because of the inputs in that bag. So you have really everything that you would want to incorporate into your raised bed already included in the bag. So that being biochar, green sand, mycorrhizae, that lobster crab shell meal. There's some bark in there. Truly a big bag of beautiful nutrients that will probably give you the biggest veggies you ever grown.
So, Melissa, sending our listeners to our stores today for different gardening type projects. So if they're going to do grass seed, along with their bag of grass seed, what is the product they should buy? Question one.
That product is called Black Earth Lawn Soil, or the Monhegan blends. Like I said, this one is unique in that it's composted manure rather than the seed products. But it will really give you a much higher germination rate than any other product you've used, and it will also allow your grass seed to have super strong root development and be resistant against really anything through the season.
Okay, now if they want to start preparing their garden, it's too early to put their tomato plants out, but a lot of people want to go start preparing the soil. Like Ed said, everything in our world revolves around healthy soil. We have healthy soil, we have healthy yards and healthy gardens. So what product should they be getting to maybe till into their soil to prepare their garden for the planting season in a couple of weeks?
Great question. So if they have raised beds, buy the Castine raised bed mix that we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So this one, top dress. Use the first 3 inches. Comes in a 2 cubic foot or 1 cubic foot bag. Spread that all around your raised beds. And then you can also add in the compost blend with the raised bed mix. If you have an in-ground garden, so like outside of beds, add compost blend to everything. I can also add, even if you aren't getting your garden ready, like if you're just getting your flower beds ready,
mm-hmm.
same thing. Add the compost blend. It's a bag of, we call it like a bag of revitalization restart for your soil right now.
Okay, and I know it might be just a little bit early, but some people are starting to put hanging baskets out already. Next couple of weeks, we're going to be in the 70s and 80s, so the weather has turned for us. Putting hanging baskets together, what would be the best choice of soil?
That one, you have 2 options. So the purple bag called Bar Harbor, that's the potting soil with the lobster and crab shell meal.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can also use the plant-based vegan option. That's called Acadia. That is a bright yellow bag. You can't miss it at the stores. And both of those products, they work really well for any kind of potting purposes. It can be hanging baskets. It can be just a container for your flowers, anything that's potting related.
Okay, and in a couple weeks, probably people start putting the flats of flowers in the ground. What can they be adding when they're putting the flats of flowers in the ground? What could they be adding when they're digging that 3-inch hole to put the little plants in?
Yeah, so this one we didn't even talk about yet, but I knew the stores that do carry it. We just have a general in-ground, that one, it's called Cobb's Cook. Mm-hmm. And it's more of, rather than a bright yellow color, we'll say it's like a dark lemon color. But yeah, it helps break up clay soil. There's some bark in there, compost and manure, and a little bit of peat moss for nutrients and aeration. You can just add that and blend it into your in-ground garden where those flowers are going to go.
Okay. Well, Melissa, it's been wonderful having you join us today here on KDK. And our listeners who actually want to come out and meet Melissa, I have her spending Thursday, April 31st at EV True Value Hardware in Bethel Park. Melissa's going to be there from 9 o'clock until 2 o'clock. And to top that off, our good friend Mr. Doug Oster is going to be joining us from 11 o'clock until 2 o'clock. So that's on the 31st. We can come out to our store and talk anything you want about dirt and gardening with two amazing, knowledgeable people, Melissa and Doug Oster. But Melissa, thank you very, very much for spending the hour with us here on KDKA.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me, and look forward to meeting everyone if they can come out in a couple of weeks.
All right. Thank you, Melissa.
It's so nice to have a real pro on this show. She
finally,
did great.
Right? Yeah, finally.
It took 30 years, but we finally got a star. She did really good.
She did.
It's not easy when you're flying blind. We couldn't put her on the Zoom because we got too many people in the studio, what have you. And to be on the phone and answer questions like that, and you guys filled in questions, she did a really good job.
Absolutely.
All right, that's it, guys.
All right. I'm heading out to the Butler Home Show. So
there's another home show.
My last home show of the year.
Wow.
So heading out to the Butler Home Show. I'll be following these two up to their stores because it's up their way. But looking forward to it. It's what's the sports complex we're going to? I don't know. It's on Evans City Road.
Oh, cool.
Off of 68. So it's their sports complex up there. But the Butler Home Show, just Google Butler Home Show and follow me up.
Jim Garrity in studio today. Sydney Young, it's Royal Caribbean Day. AAA Central's Talking Travel. Next.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 49 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A martial arts instructor is under arrest charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl during private lessons. Allegheny County Police say 22-year-old Steve Berniski of South Fayette assaulted the girl multiple times at a local studio in Heidelberg. Berniski was arrested on Friday. He's in the Allegheny County Jail. Charges include sexual assault as well as indecent assault. Splashdown successful Artemis II and crew successfully returned to Earth on Friday after going further into space than any other human has before. Artemis II entry flight director Rick Hempfling gave some stats on the mission.
4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target.
Pittsburgh police say a man and woman flashed a gun at a school playground. Police say one of the two adults flashed that gun at a child who was at a playground near Pittsburgh King School on the north side on Friday afternoon. A Pittsburgh Public Schools staff member intervened. The alleged suspects ran off. School security guard gave Pittsburgh police a description of the man and woman. They were located and taken into custody. Police recovered a gun. No shots were ever fired. No one was injured, and charges are pending. Well, the mayor's proposed budget amendments to move funding for EMS vehicles into other areas of spending are coming under fire by the city GOP. More from News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
The proposed money move comes after UPMC agreed to provide money for EMS vehicles. GOP Chair Todd McCollum says he's been calling for the handling of those donated dollars to be transparent, and he feels the money should not be reallocated.
And it just goes to show you that we do agree with Barb Warwick in public safety, and this whole issue should be bipartisan because we don't agree with her very often.
Given the dire situation that we are in with our fleet, the logical step to keep all money that is dedicated to fleet in fleet sort of overrides political party. That would be my response to that, because that's correct. I don't agree with the GOP on really anything.
The administration's proposal would move some dollars into vehicle spending for future years, but Warwick is repeating her call for a fleet fund so that money can only be spent on vehicles to avoid the temptation of using it elsewhere. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time, 11:03. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. We've got the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Have you saved enough? What are you going to do with Social Security? What will your taxes look like in retirement? Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane at Accurate Solutions Group believe retirement planning should be easy and you should be able to get all the information you need in one place. That's why Kurt and Ethan's team created the Your Retirement Kit, a comprehensive resource for your retirement. In it, you'll find a copy of the Retirement Income Planning Booklet. This booklet will help guide you through retirement with insight on taxes, Social Security, income, and more. To get a copy of your retirement kit, text KIT to 412-515-3355. In addition to the booklet, you'll also receive updated resources on some of retirement's most common concerns. Help simplify your retirement planning. Claim your retirement kit from Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane now by texting KIT to 412-515-3355. Investment advisory service is offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It is going to be cooler today with sun and a few clouds, high 59. Mainly clear tonight, low down to 39. Clouds and sun tomorrow, warmer, high up to 78. Not as warm on Monday. We'll have clouds and a shower in the morning, then some sun returning on the high of 71. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Matt Rindy, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
My former colleague, all grown up, a family man now, and doing incredible things with AAA Central. He is the PR guru. It is so good to see him, and you can see him and Sydney Young from Royal Caribbean right now. Metropolitan Window video screen. Go to kdkradio.com and click on KDKA Watch, and of course our YouTube channel and the conventional way, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. So how does it feel to be back in your old home?
A lot's changed, but I'm happy to be back. Great to see you, Rob. And, you know, I'm just getting off of a cruise. Yesterday, I came through Pittsburgh International, that new airport. I was on Wonder of the Seas. It was a fantastic 5 days. So I'm happy to be here talking about it. A little bit of a sunburn, but for the most part, I think I did all right.
Well, it's great seeing you. You look wonderful. Always wonderful to see Sydney. And before we go any further, to your dad listening, hello, Dad. You raised an incredible young woman. All right, let's get started. Royal Caribbean, it's all about that great cruise liner.
Yes, it is. So, you know, and Sydney, we could go on for the entire show here just talking about why Royal stands out among all the cruise lines that are out there. It in my opinion, and I've been on several ships at this point, but in my opinion, it redefines convenience, it redefines luxury, it redefines class, convenience, all of this. It's all wrapped. You unpack once, which is great about cruising, right? You unpack, you're on a floating city, largest ships in the world. They go from one beautiful destination to the next. Incredible family trip, incredible solo trip. If it's just you and a couple friends, I mean, you know, and Wonder, it's only a couple years old, but there's still more ships coming out, right, Sydney?
Yes. You package the company and the brand so well. I think more and more people are seeing the value in cruising, especially multi-generational families, and there's something for every demographic on board. So I think you really got the whole.
Yeah. And I'd say, you know, on this, I sailed out on Monday, just came back yesterday. And this might have something to do with it being spring break. The ship was full of families.
Yes. Yeah.
I have two kids we were talking about at home, very young children. And I'd never really thought before about, oh, this would be a great family trip. But it really is, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I think, too, something that's huge for families especially is just how much food is included, because we all just, if you plan to go to the beach for a week and rent a beach house, thinking of all the groceries you spend the money on and eating out. If it rains, there's, you have to stay inside. And so for kids, there's tons of things to do, and as well for the adults and grandparents, whoever's joining.
Yeah, I had that thought because you figure, Rob, you go to the beach, go down to the shore, you're going to spend the same amount of money. So there's nothing, you know, especially if you've never tried a cruise before, it's something you got to do.
It's like you're on a floating beach.
Oh, it's fantastic.
There you go.
I love it.
The food, although somehow I got off, and this is a first for me. I got off the cruise ship lighter than I got on.
Really?
Yeah, because I forget where I heard this, but I followed someone's rule that is, don't take the elevator, only stairs. And
works.
I was on the 12th deck. That's a pretty long climb. But man, it is easy. Whatever kind of a vacation you're looking for, Royal will satisfy whatever itch it is that you're trying to scratch.
So let's just get it right off the table. Caribbean or Caribbean?
Well, it depends. We just had this conversation. I say Royal Caribbean unless I'm talking about Pirates of the Caribbean, the movies. So that's, yeah.
What would Charlie say?
I don't know.
The
Maybe
legend, Charlie
Caribbean,
Kuzma.
I think that's what she says, honestly.
Well, whatever she says, that's what we say.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's really good to have both of you here. But this show is so big, we've got 4 opportunities today.
Yeah, you know, instead of trip of the week, it's trips of the week, Rob. And let's get right off the bat. The phone number is 800-354-8761. We have AAA travel advisors waiting for you to call to talk about our 4 trips of the week. We'll do one per segment. Here's the first one. It's aboard Independence of the Seas. It sails out September 16th to the 26th. You're going to see Canada and New England on this cruise. Boston, Massachusetts, Portland, Maine, Halifax, St. John, New Brunswick. Imagine the food, right? Or imagine the scenery of checking out that area of the world from a deck, from maybe your balcony room. And if you call in today at that number, AAA member price today is $19.55 per person, double occupancy, $19.55. Again, the phone number is 800-354-8761. If you have something else in mind, we have 3 more trips of the week coming your way throughout this hour.
So when he mentioned that itinerary, what comes to your mind?
Well, fall is the best time to see Canada, New England area because you have all the beautiful fall foliage. The weather is perfect. So with the AAA pricing too, this is something we set up specifically for AAA, and the prices are always going to be either the same value on the website, if not lower. And as a AAA member, you're getting AAA benefits that somebody else wouldn't get just by booking directly through Royal Caribbean. So
yeah, absolutely. And hey, while we have you here, we got to talk about some of what's new coming from Royal Caribbean. Tell me about Hero of the Seas.
So the Hero of the Seas, we just announced last week. This is our 4th Icon class ship, and the Icon class is the largest ship class in the world.
So is this the new largest ship in the world?
They're all sister ships, so all 4 of them are relatively the same size. One might be a foot longer.
That's what I thought. I thought what they would do, the new ship, they just add a foot on. Now it's the new largest ship in the world. But it is like an engineering miracle.
It is. It's really cool. The Icon class actually has retractable smokestacks because the shipyard that they're built in Europe goes under a specific bridge, and the smokestacks retract so it can fit under.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Is that a first?
I think so for the Icon class.
That's incredible.
And the Hero will be based out of Miami starting August 2027. So currently the Icon of the Seas, which is the first of its class, is in Miami, but it is repositioning to Galveston next summer. And then the Hero will replace the Icon in Miami, sailing 7-night Eastern and Western Caribbean, and all stops include our private island, Perfect Day at Coco Cay.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about Perfect Day, but real quick on board the Hero. Tell me about Coconut Cove.
Coconut Cove is a new infinity pool on the Hero, and it is overlooking Central Park, so it will have a laid-back atmosphere. It's for all ages, but definitely more of a quiet pool area, and that is brand new to this ship class.
So there's that, but then there's also the 18-only area.
Yes, there is. We always, on all of our Royal Caribbean ships, we have an 18-plus adults-only pool area. So on the Icon class, it's called the Hideaway. And the Hideaway is getting revamped for the Hero of the Seas. So we'll have 2 different pools in that location. So one is an infinity pool that overlooks the aft of the ship. So it's really great. You just see nothing but ocean as you're looking out. And then we'll also have the largest swim-up bar at sea in Hideaway. So we'll have a new swim-up bar pool too.
I'm going to embarrass myself because I was just on a ship. Aft is back.
Yes,
I
the
should
back
know
of the
that.
ship.
So the view from the back of a ship, when you're looking out and the propellers, what's coming to the surface behind them, and the trail that the ship leaves behind it, and that blue water, which is the bluest blue you've ever seen. I mean, that is to know that there's an infinity pool that you can hang out in and enjoy that view, that's incredible.
Yes, it really is.
All right, Jim, tell everybody who is here today and what we're doing.
It's Jim Garrity from AAA. It's Sydney Young from Royal Caribbean. The phone number, if you want to get into that booking process right now, AAA Travel Advisors are waiting for your call. 800-354-8761.
Since I saw you, we know that you had the look to be in television. You could have been an anchor, but now you have the radio voice to go with it. So you've grown into your voice.
That's good to hear. It's only taken a couple years.
It's working. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. We'll come back. Jim Garrity, Sydney Young. This is AAA East Central's Talking Travel on KDKA. Say it with me, Pittsburgh.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Ireland is calling in 2026, and AAA can take you there. Right now, AAA is offering $350 per person in savings for a limited time on your dream trip to Ireland. Discover the beauty of the Emerald Isle on Shades of Ireland, October 16th through the 25th. Travel from lively Dublin to the breathtaking cliffs of Moher. Experience rolling green hills, charming villages, and centuries-old castles along the way. Kiss the famous Blarney Stone, enjoy traditional Irish music and dance, and end your journey with an unforgettable stay in a fairy tale castle. This guided vacation starts at $4,949 per person, double occupancy. Plan your Irish adventure today. Visit your local AAA travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to learn more.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Big day on the big show, and here he is once again, Mr. Jim Garrity with our special guest, Jim.
Thank you. Special guest today, Sydney Young from Royal Caribbean. We're talking cruising. One of the, if you haven't tried it, you have to. One of the best vacations you will ever take, especially if you take it with Royal. I just got off Wonder of the Seas yesterday. But let's talk about, Sydney, Legend of the Seas. Arriving this summer in the Mediterranean.
Yes, so the Legend, we just talked about the Hero in the first segment. The Legend is our third Icon class ship, and this one comes out this summer. So this is the newest of the Icon class. And it's I would say the most unique in a couple ways because of the 4 Icon class ships that we'll have out by next summer. The Legend is the only one currently that's seasonal, so it will sail in the Western Mediterranean, Spain, France, and Italy through all the summer months. And then once it returns to Fort Lauderdale for the rest of the year, it will do a 6-night Western Caribbean and an 8-night Southern Caribbean, which people love because that includes Aruba, Curacao, Dominican Republic, and of course, Perfect Day at Coco Cay.
Beautiful. I am so used to the warm weather locations, the Bahamas, the Caribbean. What is it like cruising the Mediterranean and Europe?
So I think one of the best things about trying a cruise for your first European trip is that you, like you said earlier, you just unpack once. And a lot of the times people that are going to Europe, you're taking trains and motor coach from different countries. So one of the biggest perks of cruising is not having to do all of that and having the comfort and convenience of being able to sail through the European countries on the coastline and be able to just unpack once. So.
And is there a good time of the year to go, or is it always a good time of the year to go?
I mean, honestly, when anyone asks me this question, I always say whenever you have the most time, because that will give you the most options, and seeing different countries and different seasons is always exciting too. So, whenever you have the most time.
Yeah, I think to that point, what's really great about what Royal's been doing over the last couple years is offering different itineraries that will fit your time, no matter how much time it is you have. So I just did a 5-day, but if you just have a couple days, my sister, she just did a 3-day not that long ago over the weekend, went down to Coco Cay, had a great time. I mean, that seems like, is that something Royal's doing more of?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, with AAA East Central, Short Caribbean is one of the top 3 most selling itineraries. So we have the Wonder of the Seas that you got to go on this past week, and the Utopia of the Seas. Both sail year-round 3- and 4-night Caribbean, and all itineraries go to Nassau in the Bahamas, as well as our private island, Perfect Day at Coco Cay. So you can find some really good deals. I was just telling Rob and Jim that my college friends who are hopefully tuning in, we just all booked a 4-nighter in November on Utopia, and we're paying like maybe $800 a person, and for 4 nights I got a Central Park balcony room, and we get to go to the new Royal Beach Club and Perfect Day at Coco Cay. So
yeah, and when you factor in that out of Pittsburgh International Airport, which by the way, I finally got to go through from the leisure, just as a traveler. Wow, what an experience! I can't believe it. It's beautiful. Everything's so accessible. But the Florida locations, which are the top leisure destinations out of that airport, it's such an easy flight. It's a direct flight to get down there.
Yeah.
It's an easy transport from the airport to the ship. To Sydney's point, it really does take any hassle that you might run into in terms of transportation completely off the table. These trips. We got to talk about Coco Cay.
Yes.
You've brought it up a couple times. Before we get to that, I want to talk about our second of 4 trips of the week this week. This is going to be Oasis of the Seas, October 3rd through the 11th. I will say Oasis of the Seas, I honeymooned on that ship, and it is as good today as it was then. This is a 7-night sail. You're going to hit Nassau, Bahamas. You're going to hit Perfect Day at Coco Cay. You're going out of Orlando, Port Canaveral. If you call the AAA member price, $1,835 per person, double occupancy. If you call the AAA travel advisors who are waiting for you right now at 800-354-8761. Again, that's 800-354-8761. Let's talk about Coco Cay.
yes.
How many years now has Coco? Are we closing in on 8-9 years that it's been around?
We've had this location for many years, but it's been built up for many, like I would say the past 5 or 6 years, it's really been built up to what it is now. So people who've gone pre-pandemic, there's a lot more you can do. With Perfect Day at Coco Cay, your drink package that you purchase for your cruise works on our private island, as well as your Wi-Fi package. And we also have unlimited dining, as well as a large complimentary freshwater pool with a swim-up bar and multiple beaches with completely different atmospheres depending on what you like to do.
Yeah, I mean, talk about that convenience. You're going to this stunning location, crystal clear waters. The weather is unbeatable. And you don't have to worry about bringing cash along because the food is there and it's covered. If you have the drink package, you just bring your room key, go to the bar. It adds on to that. You want to. There are things you can purchase. One year I went and I wanted to go to the water park. Water park, unbelievable. I put it on my account. I don't have to bring cash. I don't have to bring a credit card. Just had to bring that card for my room. That water park. Let's talk about that for a second.
Thrill Water Park. I actually got to go last summer.
You did?
Yes, we. My friends and I got to go, and there's 12 water slides. There is a wave pool.
Did you do the big one?
No, my friend did. Though.
I did too.
She said it's very fast.
The tallest water slide in North America is on this island. Unreal.
Yeah.
Great time. But you know what? This time around, I didn't go to that. I just went to the ocean.
Yep.
If you just want to do that, you can just go chill out at the ocean, and it's beautiful.
Number 2 of 4 today, so 800-354-8761. And I know you want to say hi to your friends listening who went to college with you, so I guess they made bail.
Yeah, they did.
All
Shout
right.
out Pace University.
All right, where's Pace University at?
Lower Manhattan.
Wow, what was that like? That probably gave you the thrill to want to do this business called travel, because, man, that's a thriving metropolis.
It is. Every single college in New York City, they all advertise that the city is your campus, and it really is. So.
Well, I tell you, if they were your college roommates, all of you are definitely worth the hire because you're doing really well representing them here today. All right, short break, coming back, much more with Sydney and Jim Garrity back in the building at KDKA. AAA Central's Talking Travel continues in a moment. Stay with us.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-300-4411 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-300-4411. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-300-4411 now to find out how much you could save.
It started with a single room. Now, more than a decade later, many rooms and outside too. That CertaPro Painters has visited my house and made an amazing transformation. Get a free estimate quickly. Do it now. Take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And know that each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Oh my goodness, let's go! Don't let me down, don't sell me out, don't blow my cover, don't fall apart, yeah, come on, heart, don't tell me now.
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 50 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A martial arts instructor under arrest charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl during private lessons. Allegheny County Police say 22-year-old Steve Bernisky of South Fayette assaulted the girl multiple times at a local studio in Heidelberg. Bernisky was arrested on Friday. He's in the Allegheny County Jail. Charges include sexual assault as well as indecent assault. Well, splashdown successful. Artemis 2 and crew successfully returned to Earth on Friday after going further into space than any other human has before. Artemis 2 entry flight director Rick Hempfling gave some stats on the mission.
4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target.
KDKA Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Draft weekend is coming to Pittsburgh. Kick it off at Nova Place. Join them Thursday, April 23rd from noon to 6 for a free, family-friendly afternoon with live music, DJs, games, food trucks, and local vendors. Park at the Nova Place Garage, just steps from the draft footprint. Test your skills in the mini combine, grab a drink at Federal Galley, and get ready for an unforgettable football weekend. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. Schley Deck and Fence Company. Call today for an estimate on your rotten, rusted, paint shipping railings. Get your railings safe again. Call 412-515-6575.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and a few clouds this afternoon with a high temperature nearing 60. Tonight will be clear early, then some clouds move in late, low 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some intervals of sun becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, let's get back to Jim Garrity, who's here today with Sydney, and it's a big day to set sail with that brand that we love. Go ahead.
That's right. We're setting sail with AAA Travel and Royal Caribbean International. If you missed any of the shows so far, to catch you up to speed, Royal Caribbean has a vacation for you. Doesn't matter where you are, at what phase of your life you're in, if you got a young family, if you're retired, if you're young and looking for something to do on the weekend. It is some kind of a trip out there for you. And I want to talk, before we get into a little bit more about what's new at Royal, about AAA's third of 4 trips of the week. This is an Eastern Caribbean cruise, again, Oasis of the Seas. It sails out October 24th, comes back November 3rd. You're going to go out from Port Canaveral in Orlando. You're going to hit Perfect Day at Coco Cay. You're going to hit San Juan, Puerto Rico. I've been there. Fantastic, fantastic port. You're going to hit Puerto Plata. And all of this is going to come at the AAA member price of $2,095 per person, double occupancy. If you call right now at 800-354-8761. Again, 800-354-8761. We've talked about Coco Cay, which is, it's called Perfect Day for Perfect Day Coco Cay, and it lives up to its name. Let's talk a little bit more about what's new, though. So on the trip that I was just on this week, stopped in Nassau. Typically, I'd go to Nassau, maybe go to Pearl Island, maybe go on one of the boat excursions that they have.
Right.
But this time, I tried your new Royal Caribbean exclusive beach club. Tell us about that.
Yes, the Royal Beach Club, Paradise Island. This is a brand new beach club. There's a series, actually. So this is the first one that has opened in December 2025 in Nassau, Bahamas. So a lot of people that cruise frequently, they are used to going to Nassau, and a lot of the times people don't get off the ships anymore. So that's why, they like to go on the bigger ships, because that's also a destination in itself.
Mm-hmm.
But now our guests have an option to have a full all-inclusive beach day when they purchase the day pass to the Royal Beach Club.
Yeah, and it's an affordable pass, and it's amazing to me that it only opened in December. It is so well done, and the beach is stunningly beautiful. The water is crystal clear. I'm trying to remember. I think were there 2 or 3 pools?
There's 3. There's 3 pools in 3 different sections of the island. So we built a section for different demographics. So there's a relaxing section, there's a family-friendly section, and then there's a party section.
Yeah, the food was really good. They had crab cakes. They had other, of course, there's your fish options. But if you want a hamburger and a hot dog, they have that too.
Of course.
And kind of like we talked about in the last segment, you have all the conveniences of being on board at shore. And you add in that you're at one of the most beautiful places you will ever go, which is Nassau in the Bahamas. I'll add this too. There was a little bit of rain while I was down there, and everyone was having fun in the rain.
Still,
that's because the rain was warm. Everyone's wet already from going swimming.
Right.
So people were rolling with it and just having a great time.
That's awesome. And how was your water taxi transportation? What was the trip like?
Easy, quick. What's really nice about when you get off the ship in Nassau is that the harbor area that you're at is kind of pretty.
Yeah.
And there's always a couple really high-end yachts that are there.
Yeah.
I think, am I right that I think a lot of the rich and famous have their summer homes there, right?
Nassau is definitely a favorite.
Yeah, because you'll be going along and someone will say, "Oh, that's so and so's house. Oh, that's so and so. That's Oprah's beach house or whatever it is." Yeah. So no, the water taxi is easy. It's convenient. It's always going back and forth. And you're going to be opening these Royal Beach Clubs where and when?
Yeah, so this was the first one that we've opened, like I said, December 2025. So it's brand new. So first in the Caribbean. We're also opening a location in Cozumel this year. We don't have the date released yet, but it will be called Royal Beach Club Cozumel. So it'll be very similar to the Paradise Island location in Nassau. And you'll have, beach space, pool space, unlimited dining, drinks are included, like I said. So that's also something I wanted to discuss because we have different types of passes you can buy. So because the Royal Beach Club is built like an excursion, you can buy a day pass that includes your alcoholic beverages. And that means you don't need to purchase a beverage package for the cruise. You just have to buy your day pass to the beach club. So for someone that doesn't think they will utilize the cruise beverage package, they can just buy their day pass, or there's a bundle option if you know you're going to purchase both. And like right now for my cruise in November, my bundle package is 50% off. So I'm definitely going to be purchasing that soon.
Is Royal running, it seems like they're running specifically right now, some really great deals.
Yeah, there's always really good deals around holidays. So we just passed Easter. I'm sure Memorial Day weekend will have some really good ones. I think it was National Beer Day last week, so they ran a sale for that.
Oh, okay. And when you're talking about these new locations, Cozumel, for example, tell me about the food. Do they tap into the local flavor at all?
Absolutely, yeah. So you mentioned, you had crab cakes in Nassau. There's also Bohemian, I think, mac and cheese. Did you get to try that?
I saw it, but I didn't get to try it.
Okay, and they also have like a special dessert as well that has a Bohemian theme to it. Of course, cocktails and mocktails that are specially made with rum and all the fun stuff. So same thing that'll happen in Royal Beach Club Cozumel. We'll definitely have some really delicious Mexican food.
And how about those swimming pools? I mean, infinity pools everywhere, swim up bars everywhere. If you like to just chill out at the swim up bar, I really can't say I had such a great time there. I didn't know what to expect walking in, but it was a very similar level of convenience like you get with Coco Cay, and it was a very kind of chill afternoon,
Yeah, it's definitely for anyone that just wants a true beach day. If you're looking for something relaxing or even, something more upbeat, we have the party pool with a DJ and everything. So there's definitely something for every demographic, and it's fully ADA accessible. And also children 3 and under can enter for free.
And if that's not what you're looking for when you have your stop there, you call us at AAA, we'll find you an excursion that you're interested in. If you want to go snorkeling, if you want to go out, what are the boats that go out? Or you
catamarans.
Catamarans.
There's snorkeling. There's like glass bottom boat excursions. Right. There's all kinds of things.
There's historic tours of the downtown area. Whatever your vibe is, there's something there for you. I would say, and this is a good time to remind everyone, do not, if you are thinking about your next trip, get on the phone with a travel advisor. Even if you have a vague idea of what you want to do, find one of our AAA branches. We have many of them in this area. There's one close to you if you're listening in the Pittsburgh market. Go find a travel advisor and just talk to them. Think about a travel advisor the way you would think about like a travel therapist. You go in because something's on your mind, and they help guide you towards a trip that maybe you didn't even think about. And if you're going Royal, there is something out there for you. We already talked about there's options all over the world. I mean, what's the longest cruise that Royal will do for you?
Probably over 2 weeks, I'm sure.
Okay.
Because we have transatlantics, and those, take at least 4 or 5 sea days.
Yeah, so you could either do that, or you could do one that's a couple days. I just did one that was 4 nights.
Yeah.
There's a trip for you, but I would not advise going down that path alone. You never know what's in that fine print when it comes to things like going overseas, when it comes to things like travel insurance, making sure that you have a policy that protects everything you expect it to protect. You don't want to go to use your travel insurance policy, find out, it doesn't cover what I thought it did because you missed something in the fine print. That's why you use somebody at AAA and a travel advisor, because that's their job, is to know that fine print.
We got another itinerary, more with Sydney and, of course, Jim Garrity in today. AAA Essentials Talking Travel. Next hour, Joe Potocnik. We're nailing it down. JP Roofing. Don't you dare touch that dial.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
This is Greg Trusinski from the Original Mattress Factory. I want to share the story of a couple I worked with recently. After receiving a quote from a competitor for a mattress, they visited OMF and found a mattress that was a great fit for them. They were so pleased with our quality and value that they ended up purchasing 2 mattresses, a box spring, headboard, and frame. Their total at OMF was roughly $400 less than what they would have spent on just the one mattress at the competitor. If you're ready to get better sleep for less, visit us at originalmattress.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We are back. Joe Potocnik, next hour, JP Roofing. But let's get back to Jim and Sydney.
Sydney, before we were just talking off air, we were talking about the beach clubs, Royal's new beach clubs, but you were pointing out that you're doing something a little bit different for your itineraries that hit Greece.
Yes. So we, on the last segment, discussed Royal Beach Club Paradise Island, which is in Nassau, and we have a new location opening this year in Cozumel. And these are all-inclusive style day passes that you can buy through your shore excursions, through Royal Caribbean and AAA. And so the third beach club that's opening is called Royal Beach Club Santorini. So this is going to be the first one in Europe. So if anyone is out there listening and they have Greek Isles cruise booked, or, any Mediterranean cruise that goes to Santorini, you actually have the option to book today. It's open for booking.
That sounds to me like a bucket list trip.
Yes.
Like a trip of a lifetime.
It is. And so the Royal Beach Club Santorini is going to be quite different from, our Cozumel location and our Nassau location, because it's Europe. People want something a little bit different. So this excursion is a full day tour around Santorini. So the guest will actually be able to go to 3 different stops. And once you get off the ship, you'll board a ferry, and the ferry is your mode of transportation for the day. So you'll have, in the first stop, you'll stop in the town of Ia, and you're there for an hour and a half. You can explore, get some souvenirs, take the pictures. You'll get back on the ferry, and then you'll go to the Royal Beach Club Santorini for 3.5 hours. So you get some food and drinks included. There's some nice Greek cuisine. And then from there, board the ferry one more time, and you'll stop in the town of Fira. So it's a nice hour and a half stop in another local town. So this full day excursion really gives guests a nice overview of Santorini, and you get to see and do quite a lot.
Yeah, outstanding. I want to talk a little. We hit a little on the last segment. Sometimes I think this is a travel hack. One of the best ways to enjoy these floating cities that are known as Royal Caribbean ships is when you're actually at the dock, because a lot of people are off the ship. That's a good time to do some exploring if you're so inclined, right? So I want to talk a little bit about what I experienced when I was on Wonder of the Seas, what I saw, maybe some of the things I'll do next time I'm on one of the ships that I didn't get around to this time. Before that, I want to talk about the 4th and final trip of the week that we are offering. If you call in today to one of our travel advisors at AAA, who's waiting for you, it is a perfect day Bahamian cruise, Odyssey of the Sea. We're going to do December 5 through 13. You're going to leave from Orlando, Port Canaveral. You're going to hit Nassau. You're going to hit Perfect Day Coco Cay. This is going to be a 7-night trip. AAA member price, $1,820 per person, double occupancy. If you call right now, it's a great price. Think about it. If you're going to go to the ocean, for example, you're probably going to spend that much per person anyway, or potentially. So 800-354-8761. It's a great experience. If you haven't tried it yet, it's something new. 800-354-8761 to talk to somebody at AAA right now. They're waiting for your call. Let's talk about on board the ship. Wonder of the Seas, which at some point was the biggest ship in the world.
At some point, yep.
At some point it was. Has so much to do on board and such a variety of things to do on board.
Absolutely.
What would you say to somebody who has not been on a royal ship yet is an absolute must your first time?
It depends on the ship you're on. But if you're on an Oasis class like you just were for the Wonder, I would say the entertainment is something that you definitely want to prioritize.
Yeah, I saw that. It's unbelievable, Rob. There is a ice rink on the ship. I saw a beautiful ice show.
Yeah.
And I think they do them kind of regularly.
They do, yeah. So for all of our cruises, if you're on a ship like that, the entertainment, we have the ice show on the Oasis class, and also you can free skate as well.
Yes.
During the day when the ice rinks open. We also have an aqua theater, and that is on the aft, which is the back of the ship, so you can see the ocean behind it. It's
I've
really
seen those
cool.
shows before. They're jumping from how high?
I don't know, but they're like
high.
Olympic level divers on board.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So, and then we also, of course, have our Broadway style theater too. So there are theater productions, ice shows, aqua shows, and there's typically a comedian on board every ship too with comedy shows.
On Wonder, they had a 2-comedian bill that was every day. And I just saw, you said it's kind of new. They're doing The Price is Right.
Yeah. So we have Jeopardy on some ships. We also started The Price is Right. And I think when
they were
I
giving
was
away
on
cars.
Yes, when I was on the Wonder back in October, our sales team was like a guinea pig, and then they launched it that week. So it was pretty cool.
So, I mean, listen to this, though. You can go on your trip, have a great time with your family, and maybe win a car.
Yeah, they can't complain.
It was so much fun. And then, there's always the flow rider.
Yes.
That's kind of like a staple of the ship. It, when you look at those big airborne shots from behind, it sticks out where you can learn to surf.
Simulator, yeah,
And
or
if-
boogie board. Yep.
And if you fall, no big deal. It happens. This ship had a variety of slides. It seems like Royal's been adding new water slides and not water slides
Who
over the
doesn't
years.
love a water slide? I went on all the water slides on the Star of the Seas last year, and we have 6 on board that ship.
6 on the
6.
ship.
Yeah,
Wow.
we call it a water park because there's that many. So we also have mini golf up top there near the surf simulator. Some of our ships have a laser tag area. We also have on the ship you were on, the Oasis class has a zip line. Did you get to do the zip line?
You know what?
free.
I'm a little afraid of heights, but no, you're right. It is free, and it's really cool. It goes right over the
Central
carousel
Park,
area.
You're up.
Yeah, and if you have kids, there's rock climbing walls.
Mhm.
There's kids only water park areas. There's the arcade. There's the carousel down on towards the aft of the ship. If you're looking for a more adult vibe, there's the solarium where you can go and relax, and it's scenic and beautiful. Mason jar, we talked a little bit about that. With a variety of fun drinks. There's fun drinks all over the ship, obviously, and food like you wouldn't believe, and plenty of it.
All right, guys, time to say goodbye. So please, if you can, in the final 30, Jim, wrap it up.
That's 800-354-8761. If you heard the 4 trips of the week and you didn't hear one that was for you, call anyways, because there is a cruise for you. Doesn't matter what your budget is, doesn't matter what your time frame is, there's something for you out there. You're never going to find out until you make that call at 800-354-8761.
Great job. Good seeing you.
Good seeing you too, Rob. Thank you.
Best to your family, Sydney, your dad, your friends, your college roommates, and the people putting the backsplash on your kitchen today.
Thanks, Rob.
Have a great day. Stay with us. Going to get really good next hour. It's all about Up on the Roof, the best. Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing, minutes away, KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. It's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city. This is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
At Easy Cater, we believe every workday gets better with great food. The 9 a.m. staff meeting? How about breakfast burritos and lots of coffee? Big client presentation at noon? Let's do Mediterranean bowls. Accounting's gotta work late. Keep them pepped up with spicy noodles. With Easy Cater, you get a huge variety of favorite restaurants with tools to help meet dietary needs and stay on budget, all on one platform. So make every workday better with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm with Joe Potocznik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-6000. 7711.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 52 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A woman died after her vehicle went off the road and crashed head-on into a tree. State police say it happened around 3:30 Friday afternoon along Route 422 in White Township, Indiana County. She's been identified as 78-year-old Barbara Waltermeyer. She died at the scene. State police are investigating the crash. A martial arts instructor is under arrest, charged with sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl during private lessons. Allegheny County Police say Steve Bernisky of South Fayette assaulted the girl multiple times at a local studio in Heidelberg. Bernisky was arrested on Friday and is in the Allegheny County Jail. Charges include sexual assault as well as indecent assault. Derry Township man facing charges by state police for allegedly attempting to contact several underage teen girls. Wilmer Olson, 21 years old, accused of attempting to make contact with at least 4 underage girls when he was 19 years old, according to police. The 4 victims range in age from 12 to 15. One victim told state troopers that Olson offered to buy her a soda in exchange for a sexual favor. Olson is facing charges including corruption of minors, unlawful contact with a minor, stalking, harassment, as well as other charges. Well, Pittsburgh public safety officials laying out their security plan ahead of the 2026 NFL Draft. Here's News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush.
Officials say coordination is key with agencies like the FBI, ATF, and Pennsylvania State Police all involved in security. FBI Special Agent in Charge, Richard Ivanchik, told me there are currently no credible threats, and agents will be working around the clock to keep the event safe.
We do have a few days before the event, and one thing that I would just remind the public of is that you are our greatest asset. If there is someone out there who is of concerning or posting comments or planning some type of an event here targeting the draft, we certainly want to be aware of that.
Ivanchik is also urging residents to report anything suspicious by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or 911. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time. It's 12:02. We've got KDK AAA traffic, or rather the AccuWeather forecast. That's coming up next.
April showers bring great savings to Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA Choice boneless chuck shoulder steaks or roasts are $5.99 a pound. In the produce department, easy to peel clementine, 3-pound bags, $2.99 each. In our deli department, Silver Star ham off the bone is $6.99 a pound. And additional savings, Turkey Hill ice cream, 48-ounce containers, $3.99 each.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach. full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly sunny this afternoon with a high near 60. Clear early tonight, then increasing cloud late, low near 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some sun, becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by JP Roofing. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, there are certain reasons why you get up with a smile on your face. And when I woke at 2 o'clock this morning, I went, it's okay, because Joe's going to be here later today, Joe Potocznik. You've heard my story. You've seen it on video. And I must tell you, there is not a day that I leave or return home that I don't gaze into the beautiful blue sky or the stars above and look at that roof that was provided and taken care of by JP Roofing. I can unequivocally, beyond a shadow of a doubt, tell you, if you right now are thinking that you need a roof or you need one, there's only one call to make. JP Roofing, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. The company, JP Roofing and Metal Buildings, Inc. Joe Potocznik is here, owner, and we're going to talk about insurance claims. We've had a year and a half worth of weather that I've never seen in my life with these microbursts, so you may have damage, and he can help you. Look, one thing he and I have in common, and Joe, I realized last week, 42 years, I've never missed a weekend here at KDKA. And you've been in business close to 50 yourself, so you and I obviously have been down the same road. And the reason we're still here, because I think we're really good at what we do. Rated and accredited with Better Business Bureau. This is the guy, inspectors, lead safe certified by the EPA, family owned, very key, not a private equity. He is the guy. He's the turnkey operation. He signs the checks. And he joins us right now. And, of course, they have that wonderful location, 1131 Lincoln Highway in North for Sales. But he's in studio with us today in Green Tree, Pennsylvania. I have to say it, there's not a day that goes by that I don't appreciate what you did for me and my family. And to that, I say good afternoon and welcome back.
Thank you, Rob. I really appreciate the compliment. And it's an honor to be here with you.
Listen,
we do this for a reason, because we love what we do, and we enjoy it.
You do love what you do. And
sure do.
It's difficult work, but the thing that's different about you, and I said you're no private equity, you are the face, but you actually used to sling shingles back in the day, so you've got it the old-fashioned way by working for it, right?
Correct. Yes, 30 out of the 45 years that I've been in this business, I did the work. Did the work every day, raised 5 girls and a boy, and I enjoyed what I do. I enjoyed back then when I did the work. I would be up there singing "I Love Roofing," and because I enjoyed it. I liked the physical workout. What I enjoyed most was the outcome and doing a good job, making myself happy that I know that I did a good job. And when I left that roof that day, and I know the customer got a good job, and I was happy, and the customer was happy.
You realize how you change lives. So just today alone, 2 people I've given your number to, because they've all said the same thing. One a commercial building, one a residential building. And the one was the young woman who just left here, 30 years of age, works for Royal Caribbean, has her own home. And they always say the same thing. I just got to get the roof done. I got to get the roof done. Or we had some storm damage. I got to get the roof done. That's still the biggest part of your biggest investment. It's the hat on your house. And when you get it done by JP Roofing, I can tell you firsthand, it gives you such a self-feeling of satisfaction. There's nothing like it.
Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. I will put a clipboard in your hand, and you can work for us part-time.
Well, let me tell you, listen, I've seen your workers. And look, they didn't even tell you, this is what you call an eye-opening situation. They come to the door, and you're like, oh, maybe you've heard me on the radio. They had no idea who I was. And they do this for everyone. Knock on your door. Can I do this? Can I do that? And talk about service after the sale. He checks in. He's down on the ladder. He's just inspecting things. But then they clean up as though they were never there. Any loose nails, this, that, go around the yard with a magnet. I've never seen anything like it. And I can't tell you how many of my neighbors. So where's this JP Roofing located? Man, they're here on time. He said, one neighbor said, I can't believe they actually showed up every day at the same time.
Yes, we're pretty prompt and efficient as we do things. It's like a well-oiled machine. Everybody's accountable. We have such good culture at our company. And everybody does their job, the processes. You have to have good processes in a company, and especially in a roofing company. And there are just so many things that you need for all the employees to be accountable and to do what we got to do to have that kind of outcome.
I'm going to ask you this, and we're not sticking to the script. The first segment is always mine because I like to speak from the heart, especially stuff I've witnessed firsthand. There's a massive thing going on now with private equity, taking over these companies that have been around that have no longer have any connection to the original owners. You have decided to stay the course. I want people to understand, more power to whomever, whatever. But when it comes to JP Roofing, it's your neighbor, it's your family. These are people you see in the grocery store, church services, maybe you work with. Bottom line is, when they call JP Roofing, it's Joe Potoshnik Company, right?
Correct. We are a family business. We answer the phone. We're live. Our girls in the office, I answer the phone now and then, and when they get overloaded there, and we're not turning this into AI. We're not turning this into private equity. They don't have enough money to buy me, and I wouldn't sell it anyhow. I want to keep it a family business. I have 2 son-in-laws that work for me, and they're going to take the reins as I get, as the years go by.
And the other thing, a lot of times you see people driving through neighborhoods and they have a truck and they've got ladders and they've got some excess shingles in the back, and you think, boy, I'm going to save some money here. There's so many things, accreditation, license, all the things that go with it. Bottom line is, you could be causing yourself more trouble than you could ever imagine if you decide to go with one of these wannabes, right?
Correct. What we're experiencing is the phone calls, the homeowners, the customers that call us, they tell us that so glad to hear a live voice, that we're a family business. They've complimented that, and they told us about it, that it's AI or it's a recording that it's from a private equity firm that records the calls or answers the calls in a different area or different state, or it's AI answering the phone. It's so difficult to talk to AI. I've been through that. I've had some experiences with AI on the other line, and it's so difficult to say the right thing to get the right response.
Bottom line is, all the AI, all the technology, all the science, all the tools. Bottom line is, he was doing roofing right the first time. Even though we have some modern aspects of it, you still have to do it start to finish the old-fashioned way. Put some sweat equity into it. Stand back, be proud of what you've done, and make sure you're giving the consumer everything they paid for.
Give them the visual effect. The visual effect. Be honest, Rob. 40% of your the roof. 40% of your exterior visual exterior is your roof. You look at your house after you have a new roof done. It's 40% of your house. And it makes it all the difference to have a nice roof that has a nice contrast with the rest of your house.
Listen, I wear my emotions on my sleeve, and this is the fact, and I've never told you this. After your crew was done, I went out to cut the grass one day, and I was in the far end of my backyard with my heels up against my fence, and I slowly, from the ground up, looked at my roof. I broke into tears. And that's a fact. that changed my whole house, added a whole lot of value to my house, because every once in a while you get these companies who want to buy your house, or they're talking remortgage, this and that, refinance, and the value of my house has gone way up, all because of that roof.
Sure.
And my house was built in 1918. So curb appeal is one thing, but also adding value to your house.
Correct. And it's the customer that we see that on their face when we're finished, and they see how hard we worked and how the process was, and at the end of the day, how we cleaned up and did the final job walk. That's what makes us the company we are. A happy customer makes us happy.
And listen, it's got to be right with this guy. I don't care who you are, where you live, how many zeros you have at the end of your name. I don't care if it's a home that's only been around for 20 years or a home that's been around 100 years. You're going to get it the Joe Potoshnik way. And even if he has to crawl up and check on that roof himself, it will get done. That first segment was mine. I wanted to speak from the heart. We're going to break it all down when we come back. And another satisfied customer, maybe one of his biggest fans, Larry Richard, will drop by for a segment at the bottom of the hour. But I want to remind you, this is the guy, the same one you see on television. You make the call. These are the people that come to your house. JP Roofing and Metal Buildings, Inc. That phone number, you can call today, leave your name and number. They will get back to you, but it is filling up quickly, their appointment sheet. You're going to want to get in there ASAP to get it done in the next couple of months. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. We'll talk product. We'll talk financing. We'll talk everything between now and 1 o'clock. Stay where you're at. Your Pratt Pack today. My friend Joe Potoshnik, JP Roofing. He's here until 1 o'clock on KDK. Don't touch that dial. 412-829-7711.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Time to bring some fresh colors to your home. Call Serta Pro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. Indoors, outdoors, get the quality job you want at a price you'll appreciate with a detailed estimate. And each Serta Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com, that's Serta with a C, and take advantage of the spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. That's Serta Pro Painters.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Out north for sales, JP Roofing and Metal Buildings, Inc. They have asphalt shingle roofs, rubber roofs, metal roofs, composite roofs, EchoStar. You know the names, right? PVC and reclaimed rubber, retail sales to residential customers, insurance, restoration, steel buildings, and more. And that's where I want to begin. Two things. Owens Corning, from what I hear, withstood the test of time with some of your clients during all these microbursts and winds in which trees were coming down, telephone poles. I saw a stop sign literally pulled out of the ground during one of them on my way to work. But Owens Corning, the best, withstood the test of time. But it's time for homeowners to be proactive. So go ahead, Joe.
Correct, Rob. What we saw this year with the ice dams, the winds, the heavy winds, 70, 80 mile an hour winds, we had homeowners writing us emails saying that all the shingles around their house, all the neighbors' houses, their shingles were missing here and there. All the roofs around them. There was a telephone pole down at the end of the road. There was a tree down in the backyard. He had some siding damage, some fascia damage, but his roof, he wrote us that email to thank us for the job we did and the product that he chose with Owens Corning. The wind resistance was just phenomenal. The Shornell technology, the adhesive that's on the Shornell technology, those shingles withstands the highest winds that we've had around here. And we're just happy to hear that from homeowners that give us that kind of feedback. But one thing I'd like to talk about, Rob, is the homeowners being proactive. We experienced all that ice and all that cold. We haven't had that since 1979. And, wow. And it hit us pretty good. And it showed, what kind of roof you have, how much insulation you have in your attic. So there's high risk ice dams and there's low risk. On a high risk ice dam, you have a lot of icicles. That's the first sign. When you see a lot of icicles hanging from your gutters and you have like a big head of ice on top of the gutter, that is from the freeze and thaw cycle, not from the sun. That's your heat loss inside. So things to look for when replacing your roof would be adequate ventilation. Not only good for the shingles, it's good for air movement in your attic. Heat loss would be from inadequate insulation. You want to maintain a consistent temperature up there. So that air, because if you're having a lot of heat loss, you actually want to get rid of that. But you can maintain that heat that's coming through the ceiling with more insulation. Make sure you have the proper intake, 55%, 45% outtake. Every roof we install, we registered as Platinum Preferred. That's 50-year warranty, 100% on the material, 25-year, 100% on the labor, and it prorates after that, the material and labor after 50 and after 25. And when my sales team are at the house talking to the homeowners, they talk about the NFAs. Well, it's the net free attic ventilation, NFAVs. The ventilation, the intake and the outtake is so important when you're estimating a roof. With Owens Corning, they recommend you use all their products, proper ventilation, to get that platinum warranty. You can't get that platinum warranty unless you have proper insulation and ventilation.
All right, again, we've got Larry Richard. He'll be joining us in just a little bit to talk about his story, and he is a big proponent of this gentleman. Let's go back to Owens Corning. You've been with them a long time. So, look, a shingle's a shingle, but you're wrong. Why is Owens Corning the best? Go ahead.
Owens Corning pays attention to the innovation of what they've done over the years. From the 80s to the 90s, I've seen so many changes for the quality and the integrity of their shingles. Just today is just, they got it right. Put it that way. They finally got it right about 15 years ago with this Shornell technology, and the high wind resistance and the ventilation plays a big part in warranting your roof. These roofs are lasting 40 to 60 years.
So it's safe to say I won't have to worry about my roof.
You sure won't.
That's a good thing. All right, listen, we're going to take a short break. So what happens as we go to break? I dial 412-829-7711. What happens after that? You guys come out, do your thing, and then what are we looking at? How far out are we right now?
We're about 2 weeks out. 2 weeks out right now.
Well,
yes.
I better call today.
Yeah, call today, and we're offering a $500 discount. It's our everyday discount, and an additional $500 for the radio ad today. So the first 20 callers will get that additional $500.
First 20 callers, additional $500. So on your mark, get set, go. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. When we come back, the one and only, the star of the Big K Morning Show and the number one cheerleader for Joe Potoshnik at JP Roofing, Larry Richard will be here. But in the meantime, get ready. Rob Taylor coming up with another update. We've got 2 more segments to go as our Marathon Saturday continues until 1 o'clock. It's your Pratt Pack today on KDK. And again, first 20 callers get that 500 additional bonus dollars right now. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. Back with Larry Richard and Joe Potoshnik, JP Roofing and Metal Buildings, Inc. on Pittsburgh Works, KDKA, 100.1 FM, AM 1020.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 52 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A Derry Township man is facing charges by state police for allegedly attempting to contact several underage teen girls. 21-year-old Wilmer Olson is accused of attempting to make contact with at least 4 underage girls when he was 19 years old, according to police. The 4 victims range in age of 12 to 15 years old. Olson now facing charges including corruption of minors, unlawful contact with a minor, stalking, harassment, as well as other charges. A woman died after her vehicle went off the road, crashed head-on into a tree. State police say it happened around 3:30 Friday afternoon along Route 422 in White Township, Indiana County. She's been identified as 78-year-old Barbara Waltermeyer. She died at the scene. State police are investigating the crash. KDK Radio News Time is 12:31. I'm Rob Taylor on the voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value to talk about Sniper.
Sniper, that's your hospital-grade disinfectant, Larry. And yes, it's germ season. You need that bottle of Sniper, whether you want the travel size bottle that's TSA approved. You could put it in your purse, put it in your travel bag, take it with you. Or we got the quarts or the gallons for that big job on it. It's your true hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all germs.
Safe around kids and pets. Go to disinfectwithsniper.com or available at participating True Value hardware stores.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDK has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and a few clouds this afternoon with a high temperature nearing 60. Tonight will be clear early, then some clouds move in late, low 40. Tomorrow, clouds and some intervals of sun becoming much warmer for the afternoon, high 78. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by JP Roofing.
All right, let's go to Center Square to Block. He is Larry Richard, Metropolitan Window Video Screen. You can click on KDKRadio.com and KDK Watch. I think I can see that JP Roofing in that picture over your shoulder. It looks spectacular. Larry, say hello to your friend, your familiar, Joe Potoczny. Go ahead.
Hey, Joe, you're looking good.
Hey, Larry. How are you today? Thank you, Larry.
Good. I hear Joe Starkey on the fan. He always talks about your mustache. And if people have seen you on TV or on your billboards, I came up with an idea for you. We'll call it the lip shingle. You have to be careful how fast you say it, though.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a good one.
Or you might fall on your asphalt.
Yeah.
Hey, I was thinking,
quick.
In 45 years, Joe's seen it all, right? So I had an odd situation on top of Joe and his team, fixing my garage roof by putting in a special ventilation because it was getting too hot once we insulated it after, 25 years. Finally got around to that. Joe said the ventilation is key. So they put in this system that automatically comes on when it gets too hot or too wet with the humidity. And then I had to call Joe back for something else. I said, Joe, I got a really weird situation. I've got a woodpecker pecking way up at the top by my chimney. And Joe said, we got this. And you know what they did, Rob? They put a fake owl up there.
Yeah.
On top of the roof. And it's worked to perfection. So it's sometimes the little things that you and your team do, Joe, that people are aware of. The other that maybe nobody's aware of is you make some great soup-a-sod, too, every year.
Yes, we do. Every year we make, we haven't been making as much, but we used to make about 1,200 pounds a year.
I got mine.
Rob's got some.
He's got some there. And
all that's missing is the vino.
The vino and maybe a little bit of cheese. Cheese is
there
good with
go.
it.
But seriously, Joe, I was thinking, we've had the toughest winter since 1979. We've had these unbelievable swings of temperature in the ice dams from the storms. We've had 75-mile-an-hour sustained winds that one Friday that knocked power out, knocked shingles off, knocked siding loose. I can't imagine that you've had a busier winter season than you've had this year.
Yes, we had over 750 calls since that windstorm. And, I mean, we can handle a good bit of it, but not all of them. And homeowners need to be patient. If, we could get out there and put tarps on it, then it's going to take a process with the insurance company to get there. They're quite busy themselves. So
right.
I just want homeowners to know, be patient. We'll get a tarp for you, or we'll get a temporary repair until the insurance company gets there, and then we could schedule you.
And I also appreciate that you're offering as a special spring opportunity is $1,000 off any complete roof or complete siding installation project. That's pretty generous on top of everything else. But the most important thing people need to know, and you might not say this to your credit, is you're an MVP with Owens Corning, upper 1%. And what that means is you've established yourself as the best of the best. So if you're going to get something as important as your roof repaired or replaced, you want to at least make that free phone call to get an estimate, because there are things that other people won't do that you'll do that make it right. Can you kind of explain that? So you got some fly-by-night operations, but you're going to do it right from the beginning.
Larry, we we put the roof on as specified by Owens Corning, and they give us those awards and to be recognized, and we just do what we do best. And I mean, it's an honor to be in that class of 1% of all the roofers nationwide of being a platinum preferred contractor, let alone being the MVP in the Northeast. And it's an honor to have that award beside you. But we do what we do best, and the homeowner, we give them the best job from A to Z, from the sales process to the installation to the final job walk, and to see the customers happy. We don't ask for any money up front. We do the job, and when the customers, when we're finished and they're happy, they could pay us net 30 days.
And you got someone like Rob on your team there. He's all dressed up, man. You're looking good, Mr. Pratt. You got the suit and tie on.
Well, I'm actually moonlighting. I'm selling roofs now with Joe. So I got my clipboard in the car. I go to work after I'm done here. I might be in your neighborhood later, as a matter of fact.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to your Owens Corning rep. And I always say, and Rob's heard me say this, you're a half person from everybody. And this is somebody I've known for over 30 years. So we want to give him some love, too. Mr. Yaklik.
Al Yaklik, he's great. What a guy. I mean, he has built this area with Owens Corning, and he's very knowledgeable. And from what he has done for us, for our company through the years, I couldn't thank him enough.
And I want to thank you, Joe, for always recognizing our men and women who serve. I know you've done some roofs for some veterans, and you offer special opportunities for vets. Especially we're in a situation now where, once again, our military men and women are being called to duty, and I appreciate that you recognize them around the calendar year, too.
It's an honor to help the veterans out. Through the years, I have family members that are veterans, deceased and still alive. And, from what the stories I heard through the years and how, mistreated they were from the beginning and how things are progressed through the years here. And if I could help a veteran put a roof on his house, I would be honored to do that. And all they have to do is just call our office, just let us know that they're a vet, and we'll send them the application. It's through the Owens Corning Roof Deployment Project. It's part of Purple Heart Homes. And so far, Owens Corning has done 700, I believe it's like 775 roofs for veterans. And JP Roofing has done 12 of them so far. We have 6 more to do this year. So keep the calls coming in. You're a veteran, you qualify. Just fill out the app and all your discharge papers, and we send it into Purple Heart Homes, and they approve you for it.
Outstanding. And Rob, I want you to know, with Joe Starkey, who's also on the JP Roofing team, we went golfing last year on a special trip, and I was probably 50 yards off the green to the right, and all I heard was, "Look out!" And Joe kind of missed the shot and almost took my head off. But you remember that, Joe?
I remember that.
Yeah, Starkey almost took my head off. But that was a great trip, and we'll have to get out on the links again here soon, Joe.
For sure. It's always a good time with you guys. You, Joe, SPAC, even Cal, when Cal came with us. But it's always stuff. It's a fun time. We have a lot of fun. No matter how we golf, we still have a lot of fun.
Larry, thank you so much.
Check out the live stream. You see Rob, see Joe Potocznik with his lip shingle mustache. And guys, have a great weekend. Keep up the the outstanding work, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Yeah, truly one of the best.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
To ever do it, Larry Richard. Great to have him here. Now, listen, first 20 is probably already half now, so call right now. You're going to get that $500 extra discount. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. When we come back, overview. So when you look at that overview of your roof, you'll realize you made the right choice. JP Roofing, they're here. Joe Potoshnik till 1 o'clock, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The mission of the Allegheny Institute for Public Policy is to defend the interests of taxpayers, citizens, and businesses against an increasingly burdensome and intrusive government. Our nonprofit research and education organization formulates and advocates public policies that roll back the size and scope of local government and make it more accountable. Join the cause by making a tax-deductible donation at AlleghenyInstitute.org, where conventional public policy wisdom has been challenged since 1995.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents! If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Springfest is heating up at Lowe's. And for a limited time, we have the extra big deals you need to impress guests. Get your outdoor space ready and save $50 on the select Cobalt 24-volt blower kit, now $79. Plus, save $150 on the Blackstone 30-inch 2-burner griddle, now $299. It's springtime, and our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/13, while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, final segment with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Metal Buildings, Inc. Again, $500 off if you're one of the first 20. Don't put it off. Call now. Get the information in there so they can get to you. 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. All right, so let's just go through this, just to give people an idea how they're getting their money's worth and beyond. Typical roof replacement, what do you do? Go ahead.
Typical roof replacement, Rob, we would start after the sell and after the scheduling, and we would call the homeowner to tell them when we're going to be there, and our little dumpster comes the same day we do the roof. Our materials will be there the day before, but once we're there, the crew and crew leader will get the equipment out and all the tarps out to protect the property, to get everything situated and everything laid out. The project manager shows up within the hour or so after the crew gets there, and it's usually about 8:30 the project manager will get there. And once the shingles are removed and everything's cleaned up, they're up there processing or examining the roof itself to see if the decking is in good shape, or does it need some wood as sheathing boards or plywood replaced. Now, we do give 3 free pieces of plywood if there's any wood that needs to be replaced, and 3 1x8, 1x10, or 1x12 boards, sheathing boards, that need to be replaced. The first 3 are free. We would then re-nail down the deck to make sure you get a nice, clean, sound, tight deck, and we will install the drip edges on all perimeters. We will install the ice and water shield on behind all gutters, 3 foot behind all gutters, in all valleys, and all protrusions on the roof. Then the Pro Armor, the synthetic roofing underlayment, will be applied on top of the decking and around around the ice and water shield. And then after that, we start applying the shingles. The shingles are pyramided; they're not racked. We will pyramid the shingles up the roof. Any flashings that need to be done around the chimney, replacing skylights. We replace all the metal flashing on your roof. We will not leave anything that's old or that's been there before. We will even take off your siding off your dormers and install the ice and water shield up the vertical wall, and the new step flashing will go on each row of shingles. Then the ventilation, like I said before, we figure out the NFVAs, the net-free vent area. So the ventilation on your intake, it has to be 55% and 45% outtake. 55% could come in through the soffit if you have overhangs. If you don't have overhangs, we might have to use an inflow vent. And we cut a slot in the roof and apply the inflow vent so you can get your air intake. Usually it's behind the gutters, or it's 18 to 24 inches up the roof. After that, the pipe boots flashing will be for all your pipe protrusions through your roof, the bathroom exhaust vents. If you don't have one, I recommend that we do put a bathroom vent in, a louvered vent, to exhaust your hot air or your steamy air out of your bathrooms. Same with the kitchen. If we need to put a kitchen vent in, or if there's an existing one there, we will put a new one in. Then the ridge vent goes on. The ridge vent is the length of the ridge, and it's usually 14 inches wide. We cut the slot in the ridge no more than 3.5 inches for both sides. So that will be 1.75 inches on each side of the peak of your ridge. New chimney flashing around the chimneys. When we're done with the roof, we sweep down the roof, clean out the gutters, and clean the ground, run the magnets, and make sure that the roof and the area around the house is clean and free of any dirt or debris.
All right, listen, why should you replace your roof? Age is one, when it just looks old and worn out, wind or storm damage. That's why you want to call, get in there for these insurance claims. This is something they specialize in. Also, granular material missing, crack signals, dark streaks, moss, mold, lichen, all of that stuff. But here's their numbers. We get ready to say goodbye until next time with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Metal Buildings, Inc. 412-829-7711. First 20, get that $500 discount. 412-829-7711. Final minute, all yours. Go, Joe.
Oh, Rob, I want to thank you for your time here, and I appreciate everything you've done for me over the years.
We love you, Joe.
It's an honor being here with you. You're the best.
Well,
what I want to say to the homeowners, if you have any insurance claims that you need help with, we're here to help you. The insurance industry has gotten tougher on loosening up to make the payments on the damages. So when you have a discontinued shingle, we fight for you, and we have documentation to give to the insurance company to show that these shingles are discontinued or this siding is discontinued. We will send a piece of it to ITEL, who is the fair analyzing center that the insurance companies use. So, if you need help with your insurance claim, we're here for you.
Well, all I can say is keep hitting them straight and doing what you're doing, working your little took us off. But I will say this, I have never been around a group of contractors, workers, skilled laborers who finish what they start. They're prompt, they're courteous, and they are the best of the best. So thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
All right,
appreciate it.
You bet. 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. It's JP Roofing, Metal Buildings, Inc. He is the guy. You want to make a call. Don't miss out. Do it today before you do anything else. 412-829-7711. First 20, get that $500 discount. 412-829-7711. Here's that number one more time. 412-829-7711.
The preceding was paid for by JP Roofing. Information on the program